test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, mouth would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, infernal providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information for raiding to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
my lovely imps. How are you doing today? Naomi Chance, Castrix, Dank Cat Lord. You move too fast. Fear Voice Boxer, Somniostatic, Gapesh, Exelar, Ada Stardust, Lavender, Joey Ravioli, Somniostatic, Dokai Bling, Cotton D-Pad, Freya Yamato, Felsen Forma, Piero Gigon, Mistress Lynn Regina Miras, Devil Atelier, Undead Collective X, V Yabo, Vines, Trans Girl Jade, Nerodia Lavender, Little Morphine Annie, Agent Mad Hat, Exelar, the one and only Matthew McConaughey, Aska, the Beast, Nasty Redacted, Emerald Queen, Gay, Aaron, 13, Palm, Dad, KCC, Chopped Liver, Nether Cat, Derpy Voodoo, Fear Voice Boxer. Oh my god, we got so many people. Foe Hammer, Train Enjoyer, Castrix, J Spoon, LB, Kalad, Erica, Haunted Furby, Thelon, Leyline, Lost Banui, Banui, Susie Clemson's BLM, the one of Lost Souls, Double Chinsey, Silent, the one and only, Monty Brown, Olive Bites, Gransom, Aqua Fractaline, long time no see. I hope you're doing wonderfully. Thank you so much. Tori Cassiatori, Brandy the Taoist Warlock, Xiao Mara, Alexis, Papa Renown, Fig Fairy, Zelfie Atoll, Micah CH, Discordant Volfalmer, Flamingo, Jenny P, Polar Opposite, Space Girlfriend, Quicknet, Lark Graves, Ellie Asmodeus, Scott K, Dublin, Mothman's Cousin, Rhodes, Z Up 9, Ursula V, my goodness, there's so many people here tonight. Thank you all for being here. Now we do a test. Will it work? The like button worked for once. Yay! They did an update and it's working. Yay! Maybe they fixed the issues. Press that like button. Press that like button or I'll go Ultra Instinct on your ass. Thank you so much, Baphomet. I hope you all are having a wonderful time. We are going to have an incredibly fun stream tonight. Tonight is going to be a really fun stream for a number of reasons. First off, of course, because we get to be the first stream in this entire space to cover the breaking news of the Republican Civil War. Then, we're doing something we haven't done in a while. We're doing a debate react. That's right. We have a debate to react to, and it's gonna be a good one, let me tell you, okay? We got a good one. We haven't done one of these in a long time, okay? Is it a maximalism stream? I don't think I'm gonna do a maximalism stream for this one, but the next big debate that I do is probably gonna be a maximalism stream. We haven't done a maximalism stream in forever, and we really need one. And I'm actually thinking that our next maximalism stream, I may have just lied to you, because I think our next maximalism stream will actually be, this is for all of you who are here at the beginning of the stream, okay? You guys get a special secret, okay? This is just for you. Will probably be the first ever Demon Mama You Laugh You Lose stream, okay? I've never done a You Laugh You Lose stream, but I really want to do one, and I think it would be perfect where every time I lose, we put another GIF up on the screen. Okay? And then it will just get funnier and funnier, and I'll have to keep building it so that you can still see me and the memes, which means I'll have to get really, really, really creative. And it's just gonna get funnier and funnier and funnier, okay? But you guys, we're gonna have to try really hard to find the best memes for that, because the truth is, I'm pretty strong. I'm pretty good at not laughing and losing. Does the stream just not work in Firefox anymore? No, it should. It should still work in Firefox. I know we've had some issues with cookies, but if you try like clearing your cookies and relogging in, it might fix the problem. There's been some updates to the YouTube API that may cause some issues, but What color are your nails? It's called seaweed, but actually you can see they're growing out. I need to get my nails redone. I'm actually kind of bummed, but the color is seaweed and it's like a very sparkly emerald color and I really liked it, but they're starting to grow out and I think they look yucky, so, you know. Oh my God, I have so much that I want to talk about. Okay, hey Cherry, good to see you. Hope you're doing wonderful. What did I miss? Nothing yet, except for that I'm planning a You Laugh, You Lose stream. The first ever. I've never done a You Laugh, You Lose stream before. So, but I want to. I really want to. So we're gonna plan that and it'll probably be a maximalism stream where every time I lose, we put GIFs up on the screen and it'll be great. Okay. It is a secret. It's still the beginning. It's still the beginning of stream. We haven't even gotten past the warm-up yet. People who come in the first, 40 minutes are still the hearts. They're in. They get to be in the secret. What am I saying? My brain. I saw a heart in chat and I said the hearts. Why did I do that? I don't know, okay? Just shut the fuck up, okay? Listen, shut the fuck up, all right? Shut the fuck up. Fuck you. Fuck you guys. Fuck you. You're not allowed to judge me, even though my entire job is selling my body to be a meme for you on the internet. You're not allowed to make statements or judge me when I mess up or goof around, okay? It's not how it goes. I'll teach you with some Old West justice if you do that shit. Oh, what is going on? Okay, the last stream was an interesting one, yeah? On Saturday, I did something I haven't done in a long time, and we had a little bit of what we should call a zoo stream, okay? I just put the YouTube chat up on screen because some of my longest time haters all showed up in the chat at the same time. And and it was it got weird real quick, okay? Matthew McConaughey says, have you beat Jedi Survivor, and if so, what did you think? I personally didn't like it as much. I didn't care how much they forced you to use the dark side. I haven't beaten it yet, but I really liked it. The performance issues were bad, but I haven't finished it yet. I got distracted by going on a big road trip. I do intend to finish it because I had a really good time with the game. Okay, thank you, Silent. I hope you have a good night. And thank you, Matthew McConaughey, for the unbelievably generous tier 4 sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, oh my God. So last stream, we had all these people come in, who don't like me. And then I talked to one of them. In fact, I actually happened to the person that I talked to was the founder of the group chat at the center of the recent gigantic drama, and that was an interesting experience. It was truly a wild experience. I don't know. I mean, I rewatched the debate, and I feel like it was one of my strongest debates that I've ever done. Like, I genuinely think it was incredibly good. What? No, I didn't hear about that, Delance. What? What's going on? What is happening in chat? People are saying people are talking about Zan and some random thing happening. People are talking about Keffels now. What the fuck is going on in here? What's happening? What's going on, huh? Anyway, the point is, the fucking debate was awesome, and it was really interesting, and I had a really good time with it. And I want to do more debates and conversations in the future. So hopefully that will happen more. Yeah. Oh, everyone who went got COVID. Yeah, everybody got COVID. Guys, okay, hold on. Can we take a moment real quick? Can we just take can we have a moment? I know that I was just talking about something else, but guys, COVID is spiking really hard, so please be fucking careful out there. Like, I'm not kidding you. Hold on, let's take a look real quick. Let's just take a look. Let me see if I can get the numbers for you real quick. There's been like a close to 20% increase in the last few weeks. Yo, thank you, Nuts. Thank you very much. I want to find the numbers where I can find the increase. Hold on, let's see. I think the Bing COVID tracker still works pretty well, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, they changed it. Oh, here it is. What the hell? Oh, they totally changed it since the last time I checked it. Oh, damn. I just thanked Nuts. Nuts just gave me a really generous subscription. Of course, thank you to Nuts. Of course, thank you to Nuts. Oh yeah, here we go. From September 17th to September 23. Now there's a lag there. There was a 11.6% increase in test positivity, and that's with testing down. The number of hospitalizations, if I'm not mistaken, went up by like 15% through the month of September. I can't find the citation. I was reading an article about it. You'll have to correct me if my citation is incorrect. But yeah, it's bad. Please be careful. It is very, very, very risky to be going to like large events, especially conventions. You're basically asking to get COVID. And guys, I know that it's been a while and there's been a lot of stuff since, there's been a lot of discourse about COVID since since, you know, the height of the pandemic. But, COVID is a virus that attacks multiple organ systems, okay? It's not just a flu, okay? It hits your brain, it hits your blood vessels, it hits your heart especially, it hits your liver, it hits your lungs, okay? It's very bad, okay? You're not dead if you get COVID immediately, obviously. Like, you don't need to doom out forever if you caught COVID. I caught COVID. It sucked like hell, but it's not good for you. And long COVID is a real thing that has been heavily documented. Even though a lot of like government orgs and businesses don't ever acknowledge it whatsoever, basically every serious scientific source on the planet has acknowledged that long COVID is more severe than they thought because there's lasting damage to your organ systems. So please take it seriously, all right? Please take it seriously. And I'm sorry for anyone who's gotten sick with it. I've been very, very careful, and I will be getting the booster the moment that it's available. And I think you should too. That's my personal and wise-pilled decision, okay? By the way, if you are here, look at this. If you are here right now, press that like button for me, okay? Just about 10 minutes ago, I asked for likes from the approximately 220 people that are here, and we got them. And now we have 400 people here. Early likes are so valuable. They literally grow my stream. So if you're here, please be so kind as to throw a very free like to your lovely, lovely mama, okay? She takes very good care of you, all right? So please make sure you throw those likes at me. We would love to get as many people here as possible. We have a lot of really fun stuff to be talking about. Tonight, it's gonna be a really good night, all right? Killjoy says, I got COVID because military shit, it's basically unavoidable, and I lost 11% of my lung capacity since I had COVID. It fucking sucks, and I have to go to get blood checks to check if my body is removing enough CO2. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about that. That sucks. Decoy Duck with the tier 1 sub and Wolfgar with the $10. Thank you so much. Brandy with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Wolfgar says, I'd like to suggest a song for the stream intro. It's from Stellaris. Oh, I love Stellaris' soundtrack. I bet I know which track you're sending. Yes, yes, I know this track. Synthetic God. It's so good. Banger track. Thank you so much. Chainsaw says, it's true that I'm constantly quoting and referencing Demon Mama when arguing with centrists about their chuddy positions. It works, doesn't it? I actually have pretty damn good arguments for dealing with centrists. Thank you, and you're based. What can I do to cure my crippling depression? I cannot directly tell you that, but one thing I can tell you, that adopting a do not die attitude is the first step. Depression is really hard. I have literally been struggling personally with clinical depression since I was in high school. It's not easy, but I'm not kidding you. If you decide that you are going to fight your way through this life and survive, whatever you gotta do, it will help you, it will empower you a lot. You have a right to live. You deserve to live, and we want you in this world. Adopt that into, and drill that into the core of your being and fight your way out. That's all that I can say. Everything else, I can't possibly know your life, so you'll have to figure certain aspects of it out with your certain situation, but that's a way that can definitely help. Okay? Rhodes said, I loved the debate you did, but that Gallagher lady was really strange. Yeah, I actually quite enjoyed the conversation, even though I don't think I could disagree with her more than I did. I disagreed so much, but it was interesting. It's interesting to see the directions that people, the way that people can get themselves lost in a toxic community, right? Like the way that Gallagher was talking about, the way that she was talking about non-binary people, like there's like this, it was very conspiratorial, and there was no specific examples ever, except for like, well, on Twitter this one time I saw a frog person, and they said that being trans is not a mental illness, and that made me feel erased, and I was just like, maybe you should broaden your perspective and not let one random person on Twitter make you feel so bad. Have some confidence in yourself. I don't know. It was yikes. Do you think that Gallagher is the logical conclusion of 4chan ooh-woo energy? I don't know what you mean by 4chan ooh-woo energy. I do think that there's a that like the logic of the like extremist transmed, the like Blanchardian transmed type, which, to be fair, I couldn't tell if Gallagher actually was. I think Gallagher said that she doesn't agree with Blanchard, but a lot of the people around her do, and she seems at least fairly okay with like letting those positions fly. I do think that that grows out of a type of mentality on 4chan that basically says like, if it hurts, it must be true, and that leads to them latching on to outdated science and fighting for it to the teeth, because if it hurts, it must be true, and if it's true, then I must be the truth seeker among sheep. And it's like this very toxic, self-reinforcing, and let me be unequivocal with this, damaging way of being. It is miserable to live like that. Okay, when I first started my transition, I knew a lot of people who were in that mentality. I knew a lot of people who were like that, and a lot of it rubbed off on me into my own internal thinking. And for a long time, in fact, when I decided to finally transition completely, when I decided to go full time, that was after I threw my hormones away for like 2 years, like a year and a half, because I was convinced that I was actually, I've told this story. There was a point where I threw my hormones away, literally threw them into the trash and emptied them out so I couldn't get them back, because I had convinced myself that I was delusional. And it was mostly based off of basically 4chan, Blanchard, self-hating logic. And the way that I got out of that was that I decided, okay, I'm gonna dive into this shit and I'm gonna see if it actually stands up on its own and be honest with myself. Not just it's true because it hurts shit, but actually try to interrogate the scientific merits and the sociological merits and the argument and the logical merits of these positions. And I found them as supremely lacking. And once I did, I realized I was free to transition, that I didn't need to obsess over it. There are so many people I knew who tortured themselves trying to figure out if they were really a true transsexual, and that if it would be worth the pain of transition if they weren't a true transsexual. They didn't want to be a trender. They didn't want to be cringe. And in the end, it didn't do anything for them. They were just made them miserable, and it just made them hesitate to be their full selves. Yeah. Yeah, it's a plague. Yep. Yes, I have heard that, Delance. Yeah. Thank you. I got those open. I'll take a look at them when I get a chance, Mr. Krabs. We got a lot to do today. Laundry says that was 100% the reason it took me so long to come out. Yeah, a lot of people suffered through that, and a lot of them didn't live as themselves because they were convinced, no, I'm just a AGP. I don't deserve transition because I'm AGP, because I'm not really trans. And it's ridiculous because these structures are designed to marginalize. They're horrific, they're nightmarish, and they're flawed. They're bad and they're wrong. Yeah. This is my exact experience. This shook me to the core, right? I know there's a lot of trans people out there. This is why I push so hard against it. This is why I fight back so hard against these positions, because they're toxic. They're toxic, and they kill trans people. I'm not kidding you. Trans people feel trapped in a totally different way that they don't need to be. It's a further way to marginalize and control and mentally torture trans people, and they don't even realize they're doing it to themselves. Galley says, belief in AGP is a symptom of mental illness, IMO. There's no way any healthy trans person could believe in AGP unironically. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as that statement, but there is definitely, I mean, I was not mentally well when I bought into that stuff. When I was obsessing with that, I was miserable. I was the most depressed I'd ever been. I got my hormones and I threw them away because I was convinced that that all of the reasons I had been rejected by my bigoted family was definitely because I was actually not a real trans person. It's not okay, and they do prey on mentally ill people. I don't know if it's like 100% overlap, but I do think that there's a tendency for these things to appeal to people who are suffering from other mental illnesses on top of all of the dysphoria and all of that. My gain is a bit low. Oh, that's weird. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can fix that. How's that? Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? I know you usually don't. Yeah, it's weird. That sounds better. Hold on, let me check something real quick. I'm wondering. Hold on a second. Bum, 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 bum. So wait, okay, that's the noise gate. Oops. I gotta check something real quick. There's the equalizer. Here's the compressor. Maybe it's my compressor that's causing this. Boop, boop, boop. Wait, that's the threshold. Okay, I don't know. Maybe not. I know it's weird. Is this better, by the way? Is that better? That sounds better? Okay. Audio issues again? I keep having audio issues. It's really fucking weird. One of the things that I keep having issues with is inconsistent gain, and I don't know why. I don't know why there's an inconsistent gain problem. Yeah. Gallet says, I do think that believing in autogynephilia is unironically step one towards becoming suicidally dysphoric. Now that I do agree with. I do agree that like, that there's a massive, massive correlation towards your dysphoria being to the point that it pushes you to suicidal ends, and that a worldview in which trans people are categorized into like paraphiliacs and pure transsexuals is absolutely like, it is like the #1 gateway into that type of view. Like abso-fucking-lutely. Snacky here says, X-Chud here, you being a visible trans person with a huge amount of empathy made me realize that transphobia is kind of stupid and based on ignorance and or a lack of empathy. Snacky, that is amazing to hear. And I'm very, very happy that you decided to challenge your former beliefs. And I'm very happy that I was able to help you with that. I'm happy that I was able to be a catalyst. Thank you so much, Rudan. Thank you so much. I was gonna do that, the one of Lost Souls. Yeah, absolutely. I'll do that in just a second. I want to get through this. Remind me if I don't say it. Gallet says, it seems to be, it's the easiest way to make someone suicidal. Pathologize the normal things about them until they believe there's something wrong with them, even if there isn't. It's very Christian also. It's this idea that there's something deeply wrong about you, some sort of original sin that you've committed. And it's weird because the autogynephilia worldview makes you police yourself for all of your thoughts. And then you can't actually figure out you can't actually think safely because you've installed a cop in your head and you go, oh no, am I being a pervert? Oh no, I should stop doing that. Wait a minute, the fact that I have to stop doing that means that I must be a pervert. Oh my God. It's demented. It's Catholic guilt, but in medicalized form. So bad. Oh man. I know, it's moving crazy. Grime Dango, we've been having a lot of people in here lately. It's been great. Hey, thank you, Beyond Safe Words. I really appreciate that. Trans Peaks says, I didn't agree with her, meaning Gallagher, but I found a lot of empathy with her. Early in my transition, I ran into a lot of non-binary people that tried to talk me out of hormones and saw not transitioning as morally superior. I'm surprised by that. I've never met that type at all. The support groups that I went to were full of it. They made me feel a ton of shame for wanting to transition and said awful turfy things in masked language. That's really strange. Maybe that's a thing that, maybe there's pockets of that, but I've literally never encountered that. Most of the non-binary people I know take hormones, like by a maximum margin. I'm really sorry you had to deal with that. I mean, I don't think that, like, I don't disbelieve that there are people like that out there. I've just never encountered that myself. That's awesome, Grime Dango. That's really cool. Ex Oblivion says, yesterday I watched Lucy's stream covering your drama about Brianna, or your video about the Brianna Wu drama. It's insane that we almost had this exact same convo a year ago and then people are still full of spite towards non-binary people. Yeah, sometimes this stuff gets carried forward. Sometimes by people directly connected, sometimes not. But yeah, the sentiment still exists and we have to fight against it. So we need the tools to do so. And I'm hoping that debates like that can serve as a tool to teach people how to deal with it and how to make these ideas less common. Grime Dango says, I had an amazing trans youth group experience and I really think we should have more of them, but it does require having like an auntie type who can manage the youngins. Yeah, I think that's very important. Having a responsible elder type is like incredibly important. Thank you, Delance, I appreciate that. Jenkins Donut says, oh damn, the AGP stuff. It's so sad for people who to adhere to it. Internalized misogyny at its finest, because let's be honest, trans women are labeled as sexual deviants way more than trans men who do face their own issues with transphobia. You want to know something crazy? For all of you listening who heard that debate, there was a lot of talk about Blanchard, the guy who invented the who literally just pulled it out of his ass, basically, that fraudulent type taxonomy typology, and Blanchard on multiple occasions basically said that he did not believe that this phenomenon existed in trans men, and the reason for that, he had a whole lot of language around it, but if you boil down his reasoning, it was basically that he believed that it was understandable for a trans man to want to be a man, to become sexually aroused by being a man. So the idea the idea of the paraphilia didn't exist for that side of the world because it just makes sense that you would want to be a man. You can go look this up and you can read his rationale. That's what it boils down to. Brutus Magnuson with the $5 says, true scums make no sense. Gender is either social or it's not. And if it's social, medical aspects are irrelevant. They make even less sense than phobes. Yeah, I understand where their mind is going. And I understand the pain that they feel, 100%. The trans med types, I know where their pain comes from. And it's because dysphoria is painful. But what they don't realize is they're not invalidated by people having a different view on it, and those people are still fighting for their rights. They're still fighting to make sure that they get what they need. It comes from a real pain, and it gets distorted into hatred. It's when pain morphs into hatred. And also, it's when pain morphs into the desire to basically impose a justification structure that makes you feel like you're the realist version of it. Like, no, people who see trans joy are cringe because look, I'm in pain. This isn't something fun for me, and nobody is saying that dysphoria is fun. What people are actually saying is there is joy to be found in being trans. There is beauty to be found in being trans. It's okay to accept that, but that feels threatening, and potentially in the mind of somebody who's in this this thought process, it can get twisted into basically being like, you're invalidating my pain because you're saying I should be happy about the pain. It's like, no one's saying you should be happy about the pain. People are saying there's other aspects that you can be happy about, and those can help you feel better about the pain. Oops, I just made a mistake. Oh, damn it. I just clicked out of my own website chat, and I was trying to read somebody too. True, Grimedango. Grimedango says Blanchardism is just evil chaos dudes rock. It's so cringe. It really fucking is. It really is. It really fucking is. Anyway, it was a very, very interesting conversation, and I think it was valuable, and I hope that people will return to it and learn from it. And I'm going to do more I'm going to do more segments talking about it in the future. The One of Lost Souls says, as a freshly cracked egg, you are an inspiration to me, Demon Mama. Thanks for all the things you do. Thank you very much. And also, congratulations. Be proudly yourself and stay strong. You have a lot of people who will support you, okay? A lot of good people around here who will watch out for you. You're in a good place. Congratulations, and you're welcome. Beyond Safe says, also, it was interesting. Gallagher used the same rhetoric that was used against Leatherman, drag queen, and trans people during the AIDS crisis. While the leather community was busy founding the AIDS emergency fund, they were getting hate from the rad norms of that time. Yeah, it's true. That's funny. That's something that we talked about in the Kink at Pride thing. It all seems to tie back together, right? People alienate their own best allies because they can't get over their own insecurities. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, genuinely. Boop, 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 boop. It always comes back to the rad norms. Last night I watched, I may have been indulging in some funny moments of the past, okay? It was an interesting time, all right? I may have been watching some may have been watching some of the old conflicts. We might do a review of some of the old conflicts just for fun in the future. It's something, yeah, the RGR debate, yeah. It's something we don't do here very often. I don't go back and revisit old content very often. We've done like a retrospective. We've done like a year in review before, but we haven't gone back and watched like the greatest moments. And sometimes I think that's a bad idea. Like, it's good if we remember the things that have happened on this stream and in this space. I think it's a good thing, and we should probably do it more often. Also, some of it is just so fucking funny. I was crying laughing last night, okay? Yeah, I was crying laughing at some of this stuff. Some good stuff. Yeah, Lucy was watching my video of it and I saw some of that. J-Derv, holy shit. You're here. Holy fucking what? What the fuck? Did somebody say you got mentioned? Because you did get mentioned in the last stream. This is oh my God, what the hell's happening? They were here like 2 months ago. It wasn't that big of a deal. Were they? Okay, J-Derv is a J-Derv is an old let's just say J-Derv was the first person to ever get me canceled, quote unquote. J-Derv made this this like super hyper edited TikTok about me. And it was very funny. It was the first time I got like turbo clipped. And it actually I mentioned J-Derv the other night because one of the haters in chat, I know that they became a hater first because of that J-Derv clip. But J-Derv is an interesting fellow. Let's just put it that way, all right? I can't believe you're here. Well, I'm glad you still check in sometimes. Chatter D nuts. Anyway, I hope you're doing all right and having an okay time and whatever. Shouldn't J-Derv does have a chud tag. J-Derv was like the first chud tag. I think literally one of the first chud tags we ever gave out. Impressive. Thank you as an OG member of the Demon Mama community. I will always be in your corner, queen. Yeah, that's the most dangerous part about you, okay? It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you're trying to stay in the corner, so if I ever turn my back towards you, I always know there's gonna be a knife right there, all right? Listen. But I always know you won't kill me because you just might make it hurt, okay? Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a wild time. We have to do, oh man, we gotta, okay, I shouldn't say that it's bad. We have to, we gotta do the Kevin McCarthy stuff soon. We've been having fun in the warm-up. Haven't streams been fun lately? We've been having such a good time lately. These streams have been bangers lately. Did you make it for the segments? You did, Piftle Cakes. We haven't done any segments yet. Good stuff's coming soon. Are you gonna play Dark Souls tonight? I am going to try to get to Dark Souls tonight. I did not expect us to have breaking news to cover. Emu Anon says, did you read the Mary Sue article? I did actually read the Mary Sue article. It is the dumbest thing I've seen in my entire life. The Mary Sue, okay, first of all, the Mary Sue is like the most omegalol art, like website that has ever existed, basically ever. The Mary Sue is like old school internet cringe. They've basically always been turbo cringe. And they just wrote an article about Keffels that is about the noodles again. And I don't have it in me to talk about it again. I really don't. I already like did it with the foreign man thing. And there's nothing in the article that wasn't in the foreign man video, so there's no point in me talking about it. But it is a embarrassingly bad article, okay? It's terrible, all right? It's just embarrassing. But again, the Mary Sue. I know a lot of you are youngins on the internet, but the Mary Sue's been around for fucking ever, and they've always done this shit. I blocked the Mary Sue 2 years ago and it helped my mental health. Wise. Wise. Okay, but don't be cringe, everybody, please. Stop being cringe, all right? Galley says, I like your top a lot. Thank you. I haven't worn this one in a while, but I really like it too. The only, you know, I really love this top for how it looks. And the only downside is that it has a small seam right underneath my tits that is itchy, and it drives me crazy because the rest of it is so nice. It's me shaking my hands at an otherwise beautiful looking top. Anyway, thank you for the kind words. I don't know why I'm rambling about the itchy spot, but I guess that's what I do, right? You come onto my stream and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see Demon Mama complain about the seam on her dress. Woohoo! And I'm like, hey, yeah, woohoo! When the seam on the dress is sus, guys, right? When the seam on the sus makes you go bajingy.
Bazinga.
Piftle Cakes with the tier 3 sub. Oh my God, thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you, Piftle Cakes. The soundboard works again. They did an update and it's amazing. Yeah, I know. I just don't have I don't have any right now. All of my good tank tops wore out. I gotta get new ones. Oh my God, itchy seams, my sensories issues. Yes! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you for understanding my pain. There was some stuff that came out of the replies of the Mary Sue article that went more viral than the article itself. Well, that kind of speaks to how stupid the article is, right? Sup, I like Cat says, when you were on your road trip, I went through and rewatched all your videos in order. Such a wild journey. The RGR debate was my original intro to this community. Much love to you and Doe and your lovely home. Hey, thank you. I know, right? There's some crazy good old stuff in my old content, right? It's pretty wild, huh? Thanks for watching all my stuff, Sup, I like Cats. That makes me feel amazing. It makes me feel so good when people go and check out my old stuff. Even if some of my old takes were wrong, I have grown a lot and I've learned a lot, but I still love it that people actually like go and pay attention to the hard work I put in the old days. True beyond safe words. Gravel Monarch says the Rob Noor debate was the reason I subbed. Was crazy. The Rob Noor debate was deranged. Just one of the most deranged things I've ever been through. Can't even believe how it happened. I found Demon Mom when she used to do debate panels. Yeah, a lot of the OGs found me through the debate panels. We've come a long way, right? What's something that you disagree with? Ooh, this is a good one. What's something that you disagree with your past self on? So one of the things that one of the big things is that I used to consider myself a consequentialist, partially because I felt like a pressure to adopt like a single meta ethical system that I subscribe to, and I don't think that I agree with that position anymore. That's one where I've developed I've grown a lot, and I don't think that consequentialism and like trying to fit all of my views into a consequentialist framework and like lock myself into that position was beneficial to me, and it actually made my arguments weaker. Another thing is that in my old content, I used to have a significantly weaker understanding of communism. I used to have a significantly weaker understanding of socialism, and I used to have a significantly weaker understanding of the state. So in a lot of my really old content, there was a lot of I would often make arguments more in favor of like nationalization, and those are things that I don't agree with anymore. And I feel like at some point, if I wanted to, I could go through and I could actually do like a self-critique thing. I did that once, and it was pretty valuable. But I'd have to do a lot of work to prepare it because there's a lot of old stuff I have to go watch through. Yeah. Some of my takes in the past were fairly cringe. Also, a lot of my takes on gun control were also worse in the past because I hadn't taken the time to fully develop my positions there. So in the past, I would often come off as like not hypocritical, but contradictory by accident. That I would sometimes argue in favor of gun control, and I would sometimes argue against it. And that was a really weak position for me to be in. And I've grown out of that by actually like digging into the topic more. Chainsaw says Demon Mama versus Demon Mama debate. I actually already did that. Hold on, there's a video on my channel that's literally called Demon Mama versus Demon Mama. It's when I watch some of my old debates. It's like a really long one. Hold on. Where is the, oh man, how do I find that? Oh shit, I'd have to search my channel for the giant self-critique stream. Oh, I can't just search it. I have to search my actual channel for it. And it even has funny art of me like fighting myself. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Remember the TJ Kirk debate? I didn't debate TJ Kirk. I just had a good conversation with him. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here it is. This is the one. Demon Mama versus Demon Mama. It's a 10-hour, look at this, hold on. Here it is. Demon Mama versus Demon Mama, the ultimate self-critique mega stream. 10-hour and 20-minute stream of me going through.
On my stream, I'm trying to write down points you're giving, and you're like firing off like 20.
Here's me up here, and I go through all of my debates, and I live critique myself or live or live compliment myself. Man, it looks so different. This was when we had Twitch chat up on the screen, I think. Yeah, this was before, was this before the website? April 14th, 2021. Oh my God, it might've been. Here's the Scrub King debate. No, it wasn't. It wasn't before the website. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I see what's happening. Some of these are me reviewing before I had the website. So over here is like back in the day, I didn't have the website. I had the old day going on. I had such long hair. I'm getting back to that point. I want my long hair back. I regret cutting it so short. I don't want to do it short again. Anyway, it was a really interesting video, and yeah, it's a huge VOD you can find on my channel. Here, if anybody wants it, I'll just link it so you guys can go watch it. Here, if anybody wants to put that on a watch later, you guys can go check it out. There you go. Bam. Enjoy it. What a wild time it was. Let's see, wait, what are the debates that we did? Self-critique Destiny debate. Talking all about that. Reviewing my notes from the debate. Self-critique to Scrub King debate. The manifesto conversation review. Reviewing my notes. Reviewing my debate with the dirtbag left. Reviewing my debate with Big Lundy. Debating whether to review the RGR debate. Reviewing the RGR debate. And then talking about Lady Kukri about the RGR drama. Then talking to Xander Hall. What a wild stream that was. Damn. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I reviewed, I don't think that, well, I don't know. Wow, I'd have to remember. Interesting. Definitely an interesting one. Wow, anyway, that was a huge distracting tangent, but I should probably do another one of those. I think we could have a lot of fun going through and watching some of my debates and disagreements from the last, like, I mean, that one, the last time I did a Demon Mama versus Demon Mama was early 2021. Like, wow. Trickster Jackal says, do you miss debates or are you happy they don't happen as often? I do miss debates, but in like a weird way. Debates are really fun for me. Like the debate conversation with OK Gallagher was extremely fun for me. The problem is that most of the time these days you don't have interesting debates anymore. Vosh has talked about this as well, and he's right about it. Vosh has talked about how it's really hard to get good debates anymore because the right wing has completely abandoned like any attachment to reality, so it's really difficult to actually have an interesting debate that doesn't just evolve into them repeating NPC talking points. And that's really true. Now, of course, that did happen in the past, and sometimes it was funny when it happened in the past, but that's the only thing that happens if you debate the right. And obviously, debating the left is like a big headache because it causes all kinds of drama. So you can't really do it. It's not easy to do inter-left debates anymore. And of course, the biggest lib spheres are psychos, and you can't debate them because they will lose their minds and write manifestos about you. So it's actually pretty hard these days to have a good debate. And I do miss it. Yeah. I haven't yet, Steamboat. I may check that out. I want to check that out at some point. But see, I won't debate Haas because I think Haas is like literally a joke. And I think he does the same thing that most right-wingers do, which is that he recites NPC talking points and then eventually just blows up. Now, there's some entertainment factor from debates with Haas because Haas will blow up. And that is the funny part, but the debate itself isn't interesting. If I just want to see somebody blow up, I can just watch one of his streams where he loses his shit in his own chat. We're about to, Cherry. We're about to. We were reminiscing together. Yeah. The vegan gains debate broke a ton of people's brains. There are people who actually think you lost that one. It's vegan gains community are the only ones who think I lost that one. anyone else realizes exactly what was going on there, that Vegan Gains came into my chat acting like a psychopath, and then when I gave him even a small taste of his own medicine, he completely freaked out, started crying, and then immediately ran back to his own chat for the biggest cope stream that you've ever seen. After he debated me, he basically was just crying and getting hugged by his chat for like 3 hours. It was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. I saw your debate with Haas, President Sunday. It was definitely a debate. I didn't know about all the Vegans Gains lore when I first engaged with him. I didn't. Do you remember the Nice Murder Burger debate? Yeah, that was the Big Lundy debate, which was similar. Yeah, but better. But Big Lundy hated me ever since then. I did review that one. That one is in my Demon Mama versus Demon Mama, me reviewing the Big Lundy debate. Can somebody tell me the debate topic of today's debate review? Yes, I can tell you that, Nuts. The topic of today's debate review is how do I word this? Can black people be Christian without being indoctrinated by a slaver? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be, I can tell you, it's gonna be a fun one, all right? Okay, everybody, we gotta get to the topics, okay? We've had a really good, fun warm-up intro to stream. We gotta get to the segments, and we have one segment we have to do before the debate review, okay? Oh, thank you. As the one of Lost Souls says, attention, imps! My lovely imps, tomorrow there is going to be a national safety alert that is forcibly sent to every single phone in America. It's I can't remember the name of the new, I think it's called like the EMS or something like that. It's the emergency messaging system, and it's gonna make your phone go wee, 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 like that, okay? Exactly. So if you hear that noise tomorrow, it's not me, it's your phone. And you can turn off your phone tomorrow if you want to, but if you put your phone on silent, it will still beep at you. And the reason for this is that it is a nationwide test of the emergency messaging system, or whatever it's called. I think it's supposed to be at 3 p.m., but I'm not 100% sure. So just be aware it's gonna happen. If you, I saw a bunch of, I saw a bunch of sex trafficking prevention websites saying if you have a second phone to, you know, to keep secret from a domestic abuser, make sure that you turn that phone off so that it doesn't get revealed. And also just don't like put your phone under your pillow or anything like that. I just want to let you guys know I have a big platform. I'm sure it's gonna scare and bother some people. It's not gonna last for very long, but it probably will be annoying, and it could be embarrassing in certain circumstances. So if you need to, turn your phone off. I can double check right now what the time is. It's the, let me see what the time is. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. It's 2:20 p.m. ET. So that's gonna be, so Eastern time. So 2:20 p.m. Eastern time is gonna be the test time, which means that it will be, what, 11? Yeah, 11:20 Pacific time. So just keep that in mind. That's when it's gonna be. If you're in the US, you're gonna get that. Wait, they're 3 hours in front of us, so. Oh no, is this the clip of me making the noise? Oh no. Go, wee, wee. like that, okay? Exactly. So if you, I knew it. I should have known when I started doing an impression of it. Mr. Krabs, you have to be patient. You have to be patient, Mr. Krabs. Anyway, yeah, if you have a hidden phone for safety, turn it off. Otherwise, be aware that a bunch of loud noises are gonna come through, okay? It's the emergency Waluigi system. Yes, exactly. Wah! All right, we got a meme to do, and then we gotta talk about some news. Let's see this meme. Meme judgment. Let's do it.
I'm just a little Vernie. Don't hurt me.
Literally, that's it, bro. You are a little Vernie, bro.
I cast skip your ass.
Oh my God, there it is.
Dude, I cast skip your ass.
Hey!
I cast skip your ass again.
Whoa!
You know what, Evie? Go look for more yellows, buddy.
Sure, you know what? You know what? At this point, let's look for that 7, baby. Oh yeah!
No!
I cast 7, and I cast switch cards on you.
Trust the heart of the card, dude.
Get it back, Evie!
Oh!
Top deck 7, baby!
I cast Dick Twister.
What?
Bro.
I cast Dick Twister.
Why?
Wait, this is cancel out? I didn't get the. That's so cringe. No greens, no greens.
This is gonna be the freaking forever game. Holy.
I cast dick with
I cast Dick Twister.
Are you okay?
All right. Okay, that was an all right meme. It didn't really make me chuckle, but I get why people would find it funny. Uno is indeed funky. It's funky and it's fresh. All right, let's do our daily Kinnikuman and let's get to our topics. Let's do it. Let's see it. Wait a minute. Is this gonna get me hit? Wait a second. You can't send me an anime trailer that is going to get me hit for copyright. I can't watch that. That's gonna kill my channel. It's got real music in it. All right. Okay, it's time. Hey, Tipster, good to see you. All right, everybody, here we go. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we have witnessed boring history, okay? Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that noise? I'm gonna have to restart that. What the hell was that shit? Oh, maybe it didn't go through. There was like a whee noise outside my window. It must have not gotten picked up. Well, that just gives me an opportunity to take a drink and start this over again. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we have witnessed history. Today, we have witnessed an incredible moment. Captured in real time. We have witnessed a moment in McCarthyist history. Behold! Now, if you might be wondering why I put up a picture of an old man with a distorted face, this is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. He's a Republican. And Kevin McCarthy just basically sat down with a giant heaping and steaming pile of doo-doo and shoveled it into his mouth at a rapid pace. This man just ate absolute shit in front of the entire American public in the most embarrassing way possible. And it's been really, really funny, okay? I want to give you guys another update, okay? Just so you understand what the state of Republicans are right now, okay? Take a listen to this. This is from a Politico reporter. There is currently a group of House Republicans huddled and praying on the House floor. Representative Ann Wagner appears to be crying. That actually happened today, okay? weird, okay? Now, I'm gonna try and make this make sense to you, okay? But there has been a long-standing beef between, particularly between Speaker of the House, Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, and alleged serial groomer and minor trafficker, alleged Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz, as you all know, is the man who looks like he was brought out of Roblox in real time. He is the man with the squarest head, so square, in fact, that it has been said that he was actually the model for the Mario Womps, those little blue guys that go, "Urgh!" That was his head, as I've heard. Matt Gaetz really doesn't like Kevin McCarthy, and a couple of Matt Gaetz' friends also really don't like Kevin McCarthy. So they've been fighting for a really long time. And Kevin McCarthy was put in a very odd position recently. Some of you may know that just a couple of days ago, there was a risk of a government shutdown. Now, here in America, this might not make sense to the people abroad, but here in America, our government shuts down or comes at risk of shutting down like on a constant basis. And the basic reason for that is it boils down to Republicans are deranged and insane, and they don't give a shit about anybody whatsoever. And so they will basically play a game of brinksmanship with regard to the federal budget. If you don't accept their deranged terms. And they justify this to their voters because they basically constantly say, well, government spending's bad and all that shit. And so their voters don't get super mad about it, which means that Republicans can actually make it really difficult for a lot of people. It's difficult when these shutdowns happen. Not only does it delay people's payments if they are on some type of welfare, but if they're on pensions, if they're Social Security recipients, if they're employees of the government, if they're employees of government contractors, it's a huge headache, and it actually affects quite a lot of people. Now, each shutdown has its own character, and sometimes some things get shut down and other things don't, but it's basically a giant waste of everybody's time. And without fail, every single time, they eventually do pass the budget. This time, the budget got passed like literal hours before the shutdown was about to happen. Like the government was preparing to shut down and just close all the offices and send everybody home. McCarthy, feeling pressured to make progress, possibly because his constituents might actually be mad that there's been so many government shutdowns in recent memory, decided to basically do an emergency meeting in the basement of Congress. So he called all of the relevant parties, and they had to do a vote on a heavily revised budget at the last minute. Now, the original budget that Republicans were calling for included, yes, I should note, as Demo Boy says in the chat, this is a good point. The budget that he voted on is a temporary budget. It only lasts for 45 days, which means America is going to be at risk of another government shutdown in November. Incredible, amazing, functional country. Everything works great here. It's all good, and there's all kinds of, the bipartisanship is a real thing. Anyway, McCarthy passed this temporary budget for a number of reasons at the last minute, and he was forced to accept basically the Democrats' version of the budget. The original Republican budget contained some really deranged anti-immigrant stuff in it, which is why, of course, the Democrats would not accept that budget, because the Republicans were basically like, we need to have $1 million more to specifically kick immigrant children, okay? I'm talking deranged stuff. Obviously, not literally to kick immigrant children, but they were putting in aggressive anti-immigrant stuff into the budget, and Democrats being, well, I don't have a whole lot of love for the Democratic Party. Most Democrats are at least like mostly human, whereas the Republican Party is a bunch of like semi-coherent ghouls who follow the will of Donald Trump no matter what, okay, and are racists. And if that makes you mad, suck it up. They suck, okay? And everybody can see it. Anyway, McCarthy decided to figure out how to pass a temporary budget so that he wouldn't get in a bunch of trouble for a number of reasons. And Matt Gaetz decided, I'll just call him a cuck. And so he did. So Matt Gaetz and his friends said, look at this cuck. What a cuck. He accepted the Democrats' fairly reasonable temporary 45-day budget, and he sold us all out. What a stupid cuck. And that's basically been the conversation for the last few days. Until Matt Gaetz says, you're such a cuck, I'm going to figure out how to kick you out as Speaker of the House. Now, the way that this mechanics work is fairly complicated, and I'm not going to get into it, but it's basically a giant middle finger, okay? Because the way that kicking out the Speaker of the House works, vacating the seat, it means that you have to have a majority vote, which is very difficult to do when there is such a tightly locked House of Representatives, okay? So you got your Democrats and you got your Republicans, which means if you want to kick out the Republican Speaker of the House, you have to have a certain amount of Republicans who go along with you. And most of the time, Republicans are not going to bend over backwards to screw over their own party on behalf of the Democrats. So the Democrats can never really get enough votes to oust the Republican Speaker of the House, except when Matt Gaetz says, you're a dumb cuck, and then decides to get 8 of his little buddies to go side with the Democrats. And that is exactly what happened today. And I want to show you guys something really funny, okay? I just want to show you guys something really, really funny, all right? Hold on. I had this up before, but I accidentally closed the windows, okay? But here you go, all right? Take a look at this, all right? This was October 2nd. So this was yesterday, all right? Kevin McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, bring it on. You're gonna have to change that @ my bro. You're gonna have to change that @ because it just went really bad for you. It just went really goddamn bad. They brought it in the most petty way possible. 8 Republicans flipped and voted with all of the Democrats. All of the Democrats obviously are going to, listen, we give the Democrats a lot of hell, and we should give the Democrats a lot of hell because that's the way you got to do things. But Democrats are smart enough to know when they can damage the opposing party in an effective way by, you know, ousting the speaker in the middle of an election cycle. And so, of course, all of the Democrats voted to kick out Kevin McCarthy, and 8 Republicans, all of them, as far as I know, are the super Trumpers. They're like the mega Trump cult people. They flipped. And now the Republican Party has no leadership in the House. Kevin McCarthy is no longer the Speaker because of a civil war in the Republican Party. It is so funny to witness. And it's also very emblematic of the current state of the Republican Party. The Republican Party is like having a live heart attack. I've talked about this a lot on my show about how the current state of the Republican Party is basically like seizing on the floor because enough of the party is completely in the Trump cult that the rest of the party either has to completely bend down and lick Donald Trump's greasy asshole, or they have to lose because there's so many people in the Trump cult that that they can do things like this. And it's wild because if you look at and they have no path out. They tried to run Ron DeSantis. They've tried to run, what's her name? Kirsty, oh my God. I always forget, I always mess up her name. I can't remember her name. They tried to run Vivek Ramaswamy. They tried to run Ron DeSantis. Nikki Haley. Why was I thinking of Kirsty? Nikki Haley. They've tried to run, like, they've got Eric Scott. They've got Burgum. They've got like 1 million Republicans that have tried to rise up, and Donald Trump still holds somewhere in the 60. Tim Scott. They have all of these people trying to run against Trump, and Trump is still holding in the 60% of approval in polls for being the president. This is the guy who's been turbo indicted, the guy who's currently juggling espionage charges, who's currently juggling fraud charges, multiple of them, who's currently judging conspiracy charges, juggling them, just, oh God, and yet he still holds the party by the neck. 60%. Ron DeSantis is pulling in at like 11%. It's deranged. The Republican Party is in shambles. They're shaking, and their arms are flying off, and shit is flying everywhere, and vomit is flying everywhere. They basically sound like a angry video game nerd joke, but in real life. It's ridiculous. It's insane. Huddling and crying, literally huddling and crying on the floor of Congress because they just got owned by 8 of their own members. Now keep in mind, they're in a funny position because Kevin McCarthy didn't exactly disavow Trump. Kevin McCarthy has still fucking licked Donald Trump's feet constantly. It's just he didn't lick him enough. He wasn't enough of a simp. So the result is this, that the Republicans are literally punching themselves in the face. And it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Again, like, oh my God, just. This, by the way, is a picture of him when the 7th vote started turning against him. This is actually the face he was making as he started to see the numbers go against him. After he was on Twitter last night being like, bring it on, you'll never defeat me. Just wild. Can you imagine what it's gonna be like in like McCarthy's house tonight? How it is going, like, have you ever wanted to see like a horrible person just brought low? If only you could see inside Kevin McCarthy's house tonight, you're going to see an old man ugly crying like a fucking 8-year-old. I bet he will eat like 8 tubs of fucking ice cream. It's gonna be incredible. You're gonna see, there's gonna be pictures in like 3 days of Kevin McCarthy, and he will have gained 20 pounds from eating like, what is it, like 3,000 calories approximately to a pound, times 10, that's like what, 30,000 times to 300,000, oh wait, that would be like 100 pounds. Whatever, you get it. 60,000 calories of chocolate ice cream are going to be consumed in the Kevin McCarthy household over the next 3 days. Absurd. I'm not familiar with American Congress. Can they nominate Trump for speaker? No, I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. It's not about that. It just means that this is, like I said, this is a middle finger. All this does is hurt the Republican Party. It's Matt Gaetz and the Freedom Caucus his little buddies of Trump simps, basically saying, okay, you don't want to respect us, we'll put you in the cuck chair, and we don't care if it burns the rest of the party down with us. It's a game of chicken. Is that true? Gayfesh, you might be right. Gayfesh says, I thought there's no technical rule saying that the speaker has to be a currently elected member of the House. It's just always been done that way. You might be right. Let's find out. Let's find out real time. Hold on, let's find out. The Constitution does not explicitly state that the Speaker must be an incumbent member of the House. It is arguably possible for a non-member to be elected. Oh my God. However, every person who has ever been elected Speaker in the past has been a member of Congress. So it's never happened, but technically, you could. Oh my God. Oh no. You know who they should do? They should nominate Mike Pillow. Oh my God. I should submit, yeah, to be the Speaker of the House. Oh my God, it's incredible. This has been truly amazing. Okay, kind of true, Daedalus. Daedalus Media says, don't dignify this by calling it a Republican Civil War. This is a Republican slap fight waiting in line at Raisin Caden's. Okay, that's fucking true. This is like, I don't know, this is like a food fight in the cafeteria, grade 1. But it's true, it is, but also, they're really screwing each other over here. Like, this does not help at all. Like, think about it. Think about how bad it would be if on the build-up to an election, can you imagine if the Democrats were doing this when, like, Biden was about to run up against Trump? Can you imagine if something this ridiculous and stupid was happening? Oh my God. It's literally just completely screwing over their chances. It's only going to damage them. It would be like if they actually did force the vote. But no, because force the vote was after Biden was president. It would be like if force the vote happened while Trump was waiting to be elected, was like while the election was in process. Just wild. Crab Navy General says that in the first speaker election, Trump's name was thrown in, but it wasn't taken seriously. Yeah, I can't imagine it'll be taken seriously. I can't even imagine that Matt Gaetz would want to do that. I don't know who they're going to put forward. I don't know what I don't even know if they have a plan. Maybe there's somebody who's been, I haven't seen any theories yet as to who's going to replace Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy didn't plan for it. Clearly, he was expecting to win this and it didn't happen. We should nominate Dylan Mulvaney. Oh my God, they would lose their minds. But unfortunately, like, there still has to be a vote on it. Yeah, wild. Anyway, I just thought it would be funny to talk about this and to enjoy the wackiness of the current state of affairs in the United States. The Republican Party genuinely falling apart in real time, genuinely struggling to even agree on basic stuff and just screwing each other over for fun. And the McCarthy faction is just crying so hard. Oh my God. Oh, it's the Lincoln Project. The Lincoln Project is mad, is so mad about it. Oh, they don't have a chance. They're trying to push DeSantis. Oh no. And it's failing. Their post has been up for 2 hours and it's only got 3,000 likes from the official Lincoln Project. Look at this shit. The Lincoln Project with 2.8 million followers tweeted the video talking about how bad the MAGA movement is and how disgraceful it is. 2.8 million followers, 3,000 likes in 2 hours. They're so owned. They're so owned. They've never been more owned. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh yeah, people of course are saying, yeah, Kevin McCarthy voted to overturn the election hours after January 6th happened. Like I said, Kevin McCarthy was still absolutely licking Donald Trump's balls, but it just wasn't enough. It hasn't been enough. I wonder if Donald Trump has said anything about it. Hold on. Oh, let's see. Has Donald Trump said anything about it on Truth Social? Oh, I want to see. Oh, okay, he did say something about it. You want to see what Donald Trump said about it? Why is it that Republicans are always fighting amongst themselves? Why aren't they fighting the radical left Democrats who are destroying our country? That's it. He literally sounds like, oh no, oh no, Donald Trump. Right-wing unity. Where's our right-wing unity? Everybody just keeps canceling each other. Why can't they just agree with the nice people like Matt Gaetz? Matt Gaetz is a nice man. Why couldn't you just agree with him when he said that we needed to manually behead the children at the border? You could have just listened. But because you're too busy infighting on Twitter. That's all that McCarthy got. McCarthy voted to overturn the election for Donald Trump. McCarthy agreed to go that far, and he got nothing. He gets nothing but, right, we should be right-wing unity. Oh, man, this is so great. Oh, it's so sad. And then he's back to tweeting. Look, right after that, he goes back to tweeting. Donald Trump says, "It is so unfair that I'm being tried under section 6312, which is unconstitutionally being used to punish me because I am substantially leading crooked Joe Biden in the polls. It's a consumer protection statute and not meant at all for election interference purposes, which is what this is all about." Oh my God, nothing, literally no support. Just, I don't want to play with you anymore. Boo. Oh, man. Can you imagine, like I said, the tubs of ice cream? This picture is so good. Ready for the whiplash? Boom, boom, boom. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh, it sucks so much. Oh my God, it sucks so much to be a Republican. Oh. Oh man, the Dems are just fucking clapping him right now. They're all just mocking him and talking about all the horrible things that he's done. This is such a huge win for the Dems. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow, wait a minute, I didn't know this. This is the first time in history that a speaker has ever been vacated from office. Wow, so he literally made history. And also, it's been 140 years since a shorter term? Oh, man. I need my memesters in chat. I need you guys to make Kevin McCarthy making this face in the cuck chair, okay? Somebody out there, one of you with the Photoshop talents, needs to make the cuck chair. And with this picture of Donald Trump, this like grainy fried image of Donald Trump like fading in from the background. I need that so badly. That is so bad. That is the most, what a way to go down. Kevin McCarthy right now, great, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Oh, here you go. All right, hold on, here, I'll link the pictures that I'm talking about, okay? Oh my God, here's this one, and here's the other one, all right? Enjoy and have fun. Yeah, McCarthy just said, he actually just posted on Twitter, he's not gonna be, he says he's not gonna run again, which is probably smart, because it would only make his position worse if he ran and then lost. Killjoy asks, do you think the Republicans are gonna body the Freedom Caucus for breaking decorum and embarrassing the party? I know people hated McCarthy because he's a chode, but it makes the party look really weak for a party that depends on aesthetically looking strong. I don't know. They probably will try, but I don't know how much they can do, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is their only shot. So what are they gonna do? Go and try and punish Donald Trump's loyalists and then get punished by Donald Trump? They're in a horrible position right now. They're just in a horrible, horrible position. By the way, if you're here and you've been having fun, please make sure that you press like down below. We love your likes. Your likes bring our channel into the glorious light of the sun. So press the like button if you've been having a good time. We're gonna talk about this for a little more. And then we got some really fun stuff coming up. We're gonna be doing some debate review in just a minute, so. Hold on, let me see what you said. Winby, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. What did you say? Hold on. I missed it. I apologize. Let me see what you said. Give me a second here. Wait, I don't see it. That it wasn't on YouTube? I didn't see it. Did it not show up? Sorry about that. I might have missed it. I might have missed it, Mistress Lynn. It's not showing up on my feed for some reason. Anyway, not to get too distracted. I'll try and find it in a second. I apologize. Or you can send the text again if you want to. I don't know why. Is my feed broken? Anyway, I don't want to get too distracted. Point is, this is an incredible, incredible loss. A giant loss for, oh, is it from earlier? Oh, okay, it's from earlier. I must have missed it earlier or something. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, I'll read that in a bit. I'll get to that in just a minute. Republicans, Momoka says, Republicans did not listen to Lindsey Graham's warning. This is their undoing. What did Lindsey Graham say? What was his warning? What did he say? Did he say, like, be careful with Trump? They're dead if they vote for Trump. Yeah, of course. Donald Trump is a all or nothing guy. They either needed to 100% go in for Trump, but they can't because Donald Trump is a fucking psycho. Are you kidding me? Donald Trump humiliates people for the slightest bit of perceived disloyalty, and he will dunk people in the trash, and he's good at it too. He's really, really good at making these people look horrible if he's mad at them. Here's the warning that ended up being true. Here we go. If we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed and we will deserve it, from 2016. Dude, I never thought Lindsey Graham, the gayest straight man that's ever lived, would be correct on something. Lindsey Graham's like, if we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed and we'll deserve it. I can't wait to see us get destroyed by Donald Trump. MB says, I just got here and I'm so confused. Why did they even do this? Matt Gaetz and his buddies did this as a giant middle finger in order to say that Kevin McCarthy is a cuck. And the reason is the official reason is because he worked with the Democrats to pass a budget, a temporary budget. So obviously, they don't care that much about the budget, but it's a convenient excuse. They're trying to force the party further right. They're trying to force the party to fall back in line with Donald Trump's most extreme positions. And to a certain degree, well, I don't know if they'll succeed in it, but they've certainly done damage. And it is definitely, I'm sure many of the Republicans are deciding whether or not they're going to just fall in with the MAGA cult now and call it good. Part of the reason that this has become so complicated is because Donald Trump is an incredibly inconvenient candidate for them. Donald Trump is not only is he just deranged generally, but he's really risky. You see, Joe Biden clapped Donald Trump, and that says a lot because Joe Biden was not an exciting candidate for Democrats. Democrats hate Donald Trump so much that they're willing to go to the polls. They are like, Democrats have never been more activated. They are like, Democrats are excited to go vote against Donald Trump and against anyone they perceive as associated with Donald Trump. Like, all the resistance libs, you know, some of their stuff is super over the top and cringe, but they're kind of an accurate bellwether for the fact that Democrats, they despise Trump, and so they're super active right now. And Republicans recognize, they're like, oh man, Republicans know that they can't win an election against activated Democrats. There are more Democrats, there are more Democrat voters in the country, registered Democrats, than there are Republicans. Democrats will always win if people show up. And so Republicans are sitting there chewing their fingernails going, if we run the guy who's been indicted 947,000 times, if we run the guy whose rap sheet like unrolls like a Looney Tunes cartoon and rolls out the window, the Democrats are probably going to get super active. Maybe we should try to try to change things so that we can calm down the Democrat vote and maybe squeak out a win. But they can't. They haven't been able to get away from it. Yeah. Oh my God, I didn't even see that. Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis are gonna debate? What are they debating about? What are they, what's the debate? What's the topic? I do not like Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom is turbo cringe. It's gun reform and gun violence? Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. All right, everybody. Listen, I don't have anything more right now to say about the Republican Party except that they are in one of the most embarrassing states possible. It's an embarrassment for the Republican Party, and it makes the Democrats look, by comparison, like they have it together, which is wild to even think about. The Republican Party is choosing the funniest path through history, and we all get to sit and watch and enjoy, well, at least until it impacts in the lawmaking process and we all have to suffer. But it's at least funny to watch. If you had a good time, please make sure that you press subscribe down below and make sure that you leave some comment telling me your thoughts about all of this nonsense down below. And thank you so much for watching, my lovely, lovely imps. Keep listening for the signal. All right, that's the end of this segment. In just a minute, we are going to be doing a review of a very funny debate. So please stick with me and stick around, because the debate that we're about to do is going to be really wonderful. I have to read some donations that I haven't gotten, and then we're gonna go right into the debate review. We haven't done a debate review in a really long time, so I'm very excited to actually do the debate review. It's gonna be a great time, I'm telling you, seriously. Okay, first off, Heavy Gretel with the tier 1 sub. I never know what to put in these subscription messages thingies. Here, Demon Mama, have some money. Thank you. It means the world to me. Winby with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Lotta Apples with the gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Piftle Cakes with the tier 3 sub. Thank you so much. Trans Girl Jade with the gifted tier 1 sub. Stop being quiet. Thank you very much. Decoy Duck with a tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. Naomi Chance with the gifted tier 1 sub. Skibbity Toilet or Creeper. Creeper. Far Left Shark with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. Felsin Former with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Mistress Lynn with the tier 3 sub. Thank you for just being you. That's all. I thought you would find this gift my husband got me cool. Let's take a look at the gift. Wait, that's awesome. These are quipus, right? They're like ropes with knots in them that depict certain types of information. This is super awesome. Wow, that's so cool. That's dope as shit. That is so awesome. Wow, thank you so much for supporting me. Can I rant about something real quick, everybody, while we're in between segments? I'm gonna be trying to stream more. I'm really gonna be making an effort to stream more frequently. No, we haven't done the debate recap. But I need to rant, please. I'm gonna be trying to stream more frequently because student loans have restarted and it really sucks, okay? Holy shit. They've restarted student loans and the bills are not nice. Now, I went to film school and some people are going to go, well, you chose to go to school, so pay the price. And there's a certain amount of truth to that. And of course, I'm gonna pay my student loans. I'm not like gonna find some way to avoid paying my student loans. Obviously, I'm gonna pay them. But at the same time, it's kind of crazy because I wanna tell my experience and you guys can decide if this kind of mirrors your own. But I didn't really have much of a choice to go to college. Like, my parents would have lost their minds if I said I don't want to go to college, I want to go to trade school, or I want to take a year off. Like, my parents were like, you need to go to college. College is the only way for you to have a future. And so I went to college for what I wanted to. And my parents also wanted me to get into a good school. So I did. I got into a film school that was very, very selective. Now, some of you will know that my relationship with most of my family is not good because the majority of my family disowned me when I came out as trans. And I literally mean that. Like, they stopped talking to me and cut me off. So I was heavily pressured to go to college in the first place. I was heavily pressured to achieve and then get to a good school. I did get to a good school. That school was expensive, which meant that I was reliant on my dad to be able to go to that school at all. And then when I came out as trans, my dad completely cut me off, meaning I couldn't go to school anymore. But I still had all the loans that I had to take out because the loans are my responsibility and not anybody else's. It kind of sucks. It kind of feels terrible, doesn't it? And I know I'm not the only person, but like, even if you took out some of those factors, like, our society pressures people to go to college really, really hard. There are a lot of jobs that you do not need a college degree for that you have to have a college degree for, or they will throw your they'll throw your resume in the trash. So the pressure to go to a college is really high. Colleges are more expensive than they've ever been. They're really expensive. Even like not good schools are really, really expensive. So you get put into a position where banks, basically, you have to take out in your own name loans that you are gonna owe a ton of money on for the rest of your life. Really sucks. It really sucks. And there's not really basically any way that you can get out of them. They're really aggressive. You can't get away from student loans with bankruptcy. They were put into law in such a way that you can't get away from them with bankruptcy. They just follow you forever. And I believe they can garnish your wages really aggressively. So it kind of sucks. I mean, I have to pay a fairly large amount. And again, I didn't even get to get my degree. I couldn't finish because I couldn't take out enough money to continue going to school. I literally couldn't finish school. I wanted to finish school really badly. I wanted to finish film school and go into a film career. I had work in the film industry already, but I couldn't. So now I'm stuck with like pretty massive bills for a long time because of that. And I'm hardly the only one, and some people are in even worse situations than me. Anyway, I just wanted to rant about that because it's pretty frustrating. And it kind of feels like there's a giant scam that was perpetrated on 18-year-olds. Like almost exclusively 18-year-olds. Like there's a bunch of banks that are standing looking at 17-year-olds and going, I can't wait till you turn 18. And then they immediately tie you up in permanent, inescapable debt. It's kind of wild if you think about it. And it's interesting too, because if you take it onto a next level, it actually binds you like as if everyone wasn't bound into the gears of capitalism enough. You know how there's like this myth, like if you argue with capitalists, they go, well, you know, you can choose not to work a job, you can choose to go live in the woods, and then you realize that actually vagrancy laws, private property, etc., makes it basically impossible to do that, to actually do that in the first place, but also that our system requires you, in order to even live a basically good life, to take out a fuckload of loans, and then as a result of those loans, you have to work in order to pay them off, or else there's going to be great consequences for you. So it's almost like there's this another layer that just locks you into living the way that other people want you to live. Takes away your ability to consent to the system that you were born into. It's wild. Yep. Anyway, student loan forgiveness should absolutely be a thing, and not just because of how predatory they are, but also because in addition to them being ridiculously predatory, we also just lived through a horrific pandemic, a pandemic which has devastated the economy and opportunities for people, and they should just let that stuff go, because it would actually be really good for the economy, for people to not be having to pay hundreds of dollars a month to unaccountable banks that are completely predatory and full of crap. Yeah. Killjoy says one of the primary reasons there's no incentive to fix student loan debt is because it allows wage suppression. People can't move laterally because they need constant income to pay back their loans. So they stay at crappy jobs with no pay. And because companies background check your credit, they know you have student loans and then also tend to pay you lower if you don't have a degree and also therefore have loans. Yeah, it's wild, right? Really wild. Yeah, it's pretty gross. We have a really messed up system. Anyway, here's hoping that in the future we're able to move beyond the current paradigm and actually get those student loans forgiven. It's kind of crazy too. The Republican Supreme Court, the Republican-controlled Supreme Court shot down loan forgiveness. Joe Biden, I know, I can't believe I'm gonna do it, but Joe Biden tried to push through student loan forgiveness on a massive scale. It wasn't complete forgiveness, but it was pretty drastic. And it got killed by the Supreme Court. Yeah, pretty wild. Bunch of malarkey. Just goes to show you how disgusting and evil the Republican conservative movement is in the United States. They actually just want things to be worse in order to enrich very specific people. Yeah, evil. It would have halved my loan. Yeah, it would have been pretty close to that for me too, which would have meant that instead of paying hundreds of dollars a month, I would be paying like 100, which is still a lot. But just think about how many people were completely, their job prospects were completely devastated by the pandemic and are now having a bunch of crazy bills floating over their head. Ex-Oblivion, yeah, good point. Ex-Oblivion says, and then the GOP cries about how less and less people are starting families. Yeah, it's deranged. And here's the secret. They want rich people to start families. They want poor people to suffer. They want poor people to be good little obedient cogs in a machine for them to make money off of. There's the secret. Yep. Anyway, I just wanted to rant about that for a minute. Consider donating to my stream if you want to help me. I work very hard to keep everybody entertained. I'm a fun political entertainer. We have a really good time here. I try to keep you laughing, and I gotta pay a lot more bills now. My bills just went up by a lot. So I'm gonna be streaming more to try and compensate for that because, you know, that's how you do it. But yeah, if you want to make my life a little better, consider throwing a few bucks into the tip jar. Killjoy says the trades are currently dying because nobody can afford to actually do them. Yeah, it's absurd. It's so bad. Oh no, are you okay? Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. Like, I'm not, this isn't gonna bankrupt me. It just, I know it's a lot more money that I'm gonna have to pay. Like, a lot. So, Vosh talked about student debt a while ago as well. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, the Coconut Island. Okay, all right, let's hear. Okay, I want to see this meme. Matthew McConaughey with the $10. I wrote my BF a poem after they kissed me with Pepto-Bismol breath. Hopefully this makes someone smile. Oh, that's cute. Thank you for the $10. All right, let's check out this. Let's check out this meme real quick. This Vosh meme. All right, let's see.
Let me ask you a basic question, okay? Let's say that you are on a plane, and that plane crash lands on an island, okay? There are only a few survivors. In fact, there are only 2. And you wake up after the first one does. By the time that you have woken up, the other survivor in this plane has claimed all of the coconuts on all of the coconut trees, stacked them on their pile, sheltered that pile with all the wreckage from the plane, and declared they own it. And they say that they would be willing to give you said coconuts if you throat their cock. Now, would you consider that to be a voluntary interaction? Is that a voluntary interaction?
Thank you, Comrade Luigi, for another banger. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Comrade Luigi, all right? That's a good one. I don't know how I've never seen that one. Mr. Krabs, let me save that one for tomorrow. We did one meme. Save that one for, not for tomorrow, for next stream. I'm probably going to be streaming on Thursday, most likely. That's a banger. Okay, listen, Coconut Island is so simple and yet so powerful. It's legitimately one of the best memes that Vosh has ever done. Genuinely, power move. The Coconut Island analogy is damn good. All right, damn good. Oh, it's so good. It predates his streaming career. Oh, did he post it on? Did he post it in like another stream or something before he was a streamer? Oh my God, for real? That's wild. It's so good. It's simple, and people have done different versions of it, but it's really good. It really is. By the way, it completely towers over Alden's number. I know that a lot of people found the Alden's number thing really funny, but Alden's number is like a really simple and really basic switcheroo, and Coconut Island towers above it, okay? It really does. It's so much better of a meme. It's so much more powerful. So much more powerful. All right, everybody. All right. It's time. Are you guys ready for debate review? Are you all ready for debate review? I'm ready for a debate review. I'm ready for a debate review. Okay? My lovely, lovely imps, are you ready for a debate review? It has been a really long time since we've had a debate review. And I refuse to review this amazing, beautiful, steaming, golden, wonderful, hilarious, life-changing, gut-busting, ass-cracking review until you press the like button on my streams. Liking is the only way for you to show true love to Demon Mama. So press the like button and also subscribe if you're not subscribed. Anyway, we are doing a debate review. We are going to be reviewing a very strange debate, okay? This debate is between ActualJake and PresidentSunday. You may or may not be familiar with either of these people. ActualJake is a streamer who talks about all kinds of political issues, but especially talks about atheism. And PresidentSunday is the president. So, you know, there you have it. You wouldn't be the first, Acelaces. You wouldn't be the first to be blocked. It's all right. Don't worry about it too much. But this debate is about an issue that I actually talked about a couple of days ago on my stream. There was a debate that that unfolded on Twitter first, in which a certain statement was made. The statement that was made was that, and this is a quote, okay? So don't get mad at me when I say this. Black people in America are only religious because they were indoctrinated by their slave owners. That started a big conversation, and I even did a video about this this topic. And if you see my video on it, you will probably understand that it's a fairly nuanced topic once you move past the extremely questionably worded tweet. But this debate is about that. And I'm just gonna be honest, it gets pretty weird. But I wanted to watch it together, okay? I wanted to sit down and enjoy the debate with you. So, without any further ado, now that you've all liked the stream and subscribed to Demon Mama, let's watch President Sunday's debate with ActualJake. Okay? Let's do it. Maybe Ex Oblivion. Maybe Ex Oblivion. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, and you guys have to let me know how the audio levels are, because I do not control the balance in this video, so I'll have to adjust it on my end. So let me know, okay? Let's do this.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
Whoa.
Going good. Okay, so
So over here is ActualJake, right here, that I'm circling right now. And over here is President Sunday. And over here is a Duck Nana, which I gotta say, the Duck Nana is very adorable. It's probably the most powerful thing that President Sunday has in his entire arsenal is the Duck Nana. I'm actually kind of blown away that it's so powerful. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
you're a Muslim? I'm an atheist.
I'm not. That was a joke.
You're a joke.
That was
a
a joke. I'm agnostic actually.
You're
The
agnostic.
issue-
That's even worse.
I know, right?
Why'd you tell me you're a Muslim, bro?
Because it was funny.
It's not really funny.
It's hilarious, actually. I can't believe it lasted for that long. That was nuts. You legitimately thought I was a Muslim. You thought you were going to have a debate about the Quran tonight.
Bazinga.
No, I mean when you say I'm a Muslim, I mean what, you want me to just be like, oh, I guess I should know about you and your opinions and stuff. Okay, so
Okay, how's the audio levels? Because I can't tell. To my knowledge, by the way, the Muslim thing is that President Sunday at one point just literally said, "Nah, I'm a Muslim, dude," and so apparently ActualJake literally thought that President Sunday was a Muslim. Sunday's a little lower than Jake. Okay, I'll boost the audio a little bit just to accommodate for that.
Fair.
So you disagree with me about anti-theism on the topic of what? Like I'm supposed to fucking have context for you? That's such a like. So
exactly.
we
So,
started this conversation already, and so you've lied to me about
I've
who you
lied.
are, and
Lied to you and your audience,
correct.
everyone. We were just covering a whole manifesto. Lies are my
lied.
stock in trade.
so
Oh my God.
on Twitter, like
Oh my
multiple
God.
times.
Okay, hold
you
on. Wait. I have to pause
really
immediately. Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on a second. I saw the President Sunday manifesto. Okay. Did anybody else here see that? Okay, if you saw the President Sunday manifesto in chat, just say yes or no or whatever. Say yes. Most people have not. This is gonna be okay. This is okay. I knew it. I knew most people hadn't seen it. I have to tell you about this. Okay, I know this is an immediate distraction, but it's so funny. Okay, there's this guy named Wick. If you know him, you know him. If you don't worry about it. He's a streamer. Okay, he's a streamer who sometimes does panels. His name's Wick. Okay, and he made a big hype on Twitter that he was releasing the President Sunday manifesto. And look, there were a lot of things that were funny about it, but I have to tell you, okay, this is the one thing that made me, I was crying laughing, okay? Because I decided to check it out. Because, you know, whatever. Maybe I want to cancel President Sunday. You know me. I'm always looking for a way to cancel somebody. But anyway, I was watching it, and Wick does not have YouTube Premium, and he also does not have an ad blocker. And so this manifesto turned out to not actually really be a manifesto. It was actually Wick reacting to one of President Sunday's videos. And every couple of minutes or so, a really, really loud ad would start playing from President Sunday's video that Wick was reacting to. And then Wick would go, "Ah, guys, I'm so sorry. It's so loud. Oh my God. Oh, sorry." And it's just like, McDonald's, enjoy your Coke. Bum. Dove, beauty for everyone. And he's like, "I'm so sorry. Oh my God. It'll be over in 30 seconds, guys. Give me a second. I'll hit the skip button in a few minutes." And I was just, oh my God, it was making me laugh so hard. I'm like, okay, here's some advice. If you're a streamer, buy YouTube Premium. It's that simple. YouTube Premium costs like $10 a month or some shit. I don't remember the exact price. It is not that expensive, okay? If you are going to be reacting to things on your screen, you need to have YouTube Premium. Just buy it, okay? I'm telling you, just there you go. Because you do not want to look like that. It was like, Wick would be like, "As you can see, the duplicitous Present Sunday," and then it's just like, "Boo, boo, 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 Intel." And I'm just like, oh my God. The disgusting liar, President Sunday, the sniveling rat, crawling through the muck like a good neighbor. State Farm is there! It was amazing, genuinely incredible. I was literally crying laughing at it, okay? Okay, I know enough of I've distracted from the debate itself, but they brought up the manifesto and I had to mention it, okay? I'm not gonna talk about the subject of the manifesto at all. I don't care. You guys can go watch it if you really want to. If you want to go watch like 40 ads, including embedded unskippable ads because they were ads that Wick couldn't skip. Oh my God. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get back to the debate now. Okay. I just had to tell you guys that uBlock Origin is free. It's true, but come on. Okay. Literally, if you're going to be a streamer, just seriously, streaming is a difficult career to break into, and you will have an even harder time if you don't have YouTube Premium. I'm sorry. I don't mean to like advertise. I'm doing an ad to you right now, but just trust me. Okay. Just fucking trust me. It just write it off as a business expense because you can literally do that because it literally is. Your job is not completable without it. Let's go. Let's go. Debate time. Debate time. Back to the debate.
Poor faith. So
was it? How so?
I would love to understand what your position is in regards to anti-theism.
Anti-theism? I have no objection to
that's
anti-theism. No, the issue I was objecting to had to do with these statements here. So I'll read them out for you, and I'll give you a chance to restate if you wouldn't mind, because I think you were probably heated and defensive in the moment. I want to be fair. So you say here, quote, "There are no, quote-unquote, indigenous Christians in America. They were colonized and indoctrinated. This is a well-published tactic by the church." Now, you're saying this in the present tense. There are no indigenous Christians in America.
There are people who are of indigenous bloodlines who are also Christian, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. We'll interrogate
that. So you have like a semantic issue?
In a moment. And then the other one was Black Americans are, in the present tense, religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners historically. And as a sociological claim, I agree. The preponderance of black churches in America, that's obviously to do with the history of slavery. But in light of the
I don't 100% agree with President Sunday here. I talked about this in my video on this subject, but a lot of African American churches were founded specifically to separate from like the institution of slavery. It was black people setting up their own communities. Now, of course, a lot of those people who were founding that were introduced to Christianity as a result of being, their slave owners giving them Bibles and stuff like that. But regardless, the churches themselves ended up becoming communities whereby people could fight for liberation and support one another. So I think that it's way oversimplistic to just say the only reason that black people are Christians in America is because of slave indoctrination, when actually some of them used Christianity as a way to make themselves resilient post-slavery. You see what I mean? Does that make sense as to what I'm saying? This is one of the things where I kind of, you know, that, you see what I'm saying? What I'm getting at is that it's an oversimplification to the point of inaccuracy to just say that that's the only reason. And also, of course, not all black people are African American. Not all black people were the descendants of slaves in America. And there was Christianity in Africa that predated the transatlantic slave trade. So, but I just wanted to say that I disagreed with President Sunday on that particular point. Anyway, let's continue. I hope that made sense. At the same time, none of that would have been necessary without slavery in the first place. That's true, but if you go to, there's a problem when you're talking about history, where if you try to be, if you overfixate on on the causal relationships, it can get you in a lot of trouble, right? Because you can go, well, that wouldn't have happened because of slavery, and the transatlantic slave trade wouldn't have happened if Christianity had never been founded in Judea, and Judea never would have existed if it wasn't for Jewish people existing. Do you see? And then you get to this crazy stuff where it's just like, well, what are you talking about anymore? So I just think it's too simple to just flatly say that. But it's tangential. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I guess it is. But I just think that's an oversimplification. Anyway, let's continue.
The previous one. There are no indigenous Christians in America in the present tense.
That's correct.
It's
there are no indigenous Christians in America. That's right.
Interesting statement, since there are very clearly indigenous people who are Christians.
President Sunday. I need to buy President Sunday a new mic stand, or somebody does, not me, obviously. One of you who are a President Sunday viewer, you need to buy him a new mic stand, because President Sunday does this. He strokes his chin and moves like this, and when he moves away from his mic, he becomes impossible to hear. One of you. He's ordering a new mic? Oh, great. That's wonderful. Anyway, let's continue.
So right, but they're not indigenously Christian.
What does that mean?
What a semantic argument.
What does it mean for someone to be? What does it mean for someone to be indigenously Christian?
Right. So is it indigenous to their land that Christianity came to them? Like, is it part of their culture that Christianity became
part of their culture?
In their
well, what one's culture is
to their land.
Are very clearly indigenous people who are Christians.
Let's listen to that again.
So
right, but they're not indigenously Christian.
What does that mean?
What a semantic argument. What does it mean for someone to be?
What does it mean for someone to be indigenously Christian?
Right. So is it indigenous to their land that Christianity came to them? Like, is it part of their culture that?
What? That's a really weird definition to work with. Because, to be fair, none of Europe was indigenously Christian by that argument either, because Christianity was founded in Judea. I think this. I feel like this undermines like atheistic arguments as well, right? Because now you say, oh well, actually, like Christianity is indigenous to where? Like I don't know. That's yeah. Europe needs to return. No. Europe would need to like. I feel like I understand, being in good faith to Jake. I understand what he's aiming for, but I feel like he's missed it, because like I think the better argument would be to say like Christianity was like extremely forcibly transmitted via a colonial project, but you miss that completely by trying to say that it's indigenous, because then you just go, well, no religion is indigenous to anywhere. No idea is indigenous to anywhere. None of them. Not any one of them. I understand what he means if we're speaking about indigenous Americans. Like, Christianity was not a thing in the Americas before Europeans. But wait, it wasn't a thing in Europe before the Romans. And it wasn't a thing in Rome before the disciples of Christ spread out from Judea into Greece and Rome. So it's kind of I feel like this is a messed up framework, like from the get-go. Yeah, the framing is the problem. Is agriculture indigenous to America? No, only to the fertile valleys of Eastern Europe. It's a good argument for why we should not do it. Brace yourself for points of ableism and slurring from Jake. Okay. All right. Well, let's get into this.
Christianity became
part of their
fruitful
culture.
in their.
Well, what one's
Yes,
culture
is it part of an indigenous American culture to be Christian?
Is it part of
And
indigenous?
the answer is, of course, no.
Well, of course.
Well, in the current day, there are actually indigenous communities for which Christianity is a big part of their current culture, and that doesn't negate colonialism at all. But it does if you try to make the argument Jake's arguing. You do invalidate the existing cultures of certain Native American people. This is such a strange approach. Do you see why I made a video about it initially? Because Christianity does do indoctrination, but it's not as simple to just say, oh, it's not indigenous to your culture. Well, nothing is. Like culture flows in crazy and unpredictable and complicated ways. Even pre-colonial religions spread from groups to groups. There were different belief systems in the Americas that spread around, right? And again, to be charitable to Jake, I know what he's aiming at. I just don't think that the argument that he's actually making is what he's aiming at. Oh, serious. That was the statement about agriculture was a sarcastic statement from a chatter. Demo Boy says the original claim by President Sunday is also kind of inherently racist because it implies black people in modern times don't have the capacity to refuse whatever's indoctrinated into them. To be clear, the original claim was by Jake, not by President Sunday. Jake was the one who made the claim about black people in modern times. And I don't think that's what he meant to do, but I do think that was an effect of some of what he was saying. Let's continue the debate.
It's not, but that's a far cry from saying there are no indigenous.
Right, of
Christians,
course. So we don't have a disagreement.
No, but indigenous people. But do you think that you know better? Do you think that you know better about what indigenous Christians' beliefs actually are than they do?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a strange thing to say that they aren't actually Christian because it doesn't emerge as a consequence.
What do you mean? I didn't
of
say they aren't actually
pre-contact.
Christian. That's stupid. I didn't say they aren't.
That's a direct quote. There are no indigenous Christians in America. So
there are no Christians that achieved Christianity through indigenous means.
But by that logic, there's no indigenous Christians in Europe.
What do you mean?
Christianity originates in Palestine. It's not indigenous
correct.
to.
That's correct.
But you're responding. Yep. But you're responding to someone saying, there are devout Christians who are indigenous.
Yes.
So
you're not understanding what I'm saying. Like it's so fucking weird that this.
It just seems like
what I'm saying here.
Well, it just seems like such a pointless thing to say. Then there are no indigenous Christians who are also part of a religious system that is pre-contact. I mean, obviously.
I think you need to do a better job of like listening to what I'm saying to you, right? Like
I mean, reading. Typed.
Yeah. You're doing a terrible job. The people who are indigenous to America.
Ooh. I can't help but feel like I feel like what Sunday articulated there is a fairly is like a fair misunderstanding. Like, I don't think President Sunday is being bad faith. It seems like, at least from what I've seen, a lot of people came away with that take as well. And even if you interrogate it further, it still doesn't quite make sense. Because saying there are no indigenous Christians, well, like President Sunday and also myself just before President Sunday said this, like what President Sunday said, it's, there's no indigenous Christians anywhere by that logic, unless you're like, maybe you could, I guess by that argument, you would have to have been born in like Judea, and then you would be an indigenous Christian. So it just seems kind of like a non-starter. And I mean, you can make a statement like that. You're not like, but I think people would be correct to be like, I don't know what you're saying with that. And also to be like, but what, why would you say it like that in response to somebody saying that there are indigenous Christians, that there are indigenous people who are Christians, and you respond by saying, no, there aren't. But I mean it in this way that basically says that not even, you know, there's no such thing as an indigenous Christian at all, anywhere. I feel like it's very strange. Rhodes says, by this logic, someone from the Vatican and is presumably raised in the Catholic Church wouldn't be considered indigenously Christian. Yeah, it just seems very strange.
America.
Yeah.
So we would describe them as
By the way, we currently have 666 followers. I mean, not followers, viewers. I bungled it. 666 viewers. 666 imps are currently hearing the signal pumped strong from hell. Thank you for being here. Make sure that you like the stream and consider supporting me, your lovely demonic mother, who works so hard to keep you entertained. Let's continue.
Of American, they become from many different tribes, and this would include not just North America, but Central and South as well.
Sure.
None of those people are Christian through indigenous means.
Well, of course not, but that goes without saying.
That's right. So you don't disagree. It doesn't go without saying because you disagree with me about it.
Well, but it does.
It does go without, I mean, it does kind of go without saying, because like I said, Christianity as a religion spread outwards from the Middle East. It was founded there, and people converted to it or were raised in it, one or the other. No one is like religions like that they're not intrinsic to you.
Because you were responding to someone saying,
stupid.
You were responding to someone saying the indigenous people know that well and are quite pissed off about it. They are also devout Christians many times. And you reply by saying there are no indigenous Christians in America. They were colonized and indoctrinated, which is true, but that is not to say that they are indigenous Christians. It's also
so you have a semantic issue with the sentence.
Well, not merely semantic.
Jesus
it's also
Christ.
not.
I'm so sorry about the audio inequalities. There's a lot of balance issues. So my voice might come off somewhat quiet in comparison to certain points of this. I apologize in advance. I'm working with the audio that was given to me here.
Merely semantic, actually historical.
Well, do you disagree with what I said then? So do you disagree?
Well, I do, as a matter of fact. Are you familiar, for example, with the diaries of Matt Turner?
What is the disagreement?
I was about to explain. Are you familiar, for example, with the diaries of Matt Turner?
No.
No. Are you familiar? Well, the reason why that comes to bear is because Matt Turner is a person who had a religious vision, a Christian one, in fact. And then, as a consequence of this, went on a killing spree of white American slave owners. So,
Rebecca, thank you.
So, it's actually not entirely the case either that Christianity was even strictly the purview of white slavers, even if it was introduced that way. Because the result. Because you can conceive of
you can conceive of Christians that aren't slavers. So that the predominant society, you agree that
no, because there are strains of Christianity that are themselves.
So you agree.
There are strains of Christianity that are themselves black.
You agree.
Distinctly black, actually.
You agree that the culture that created slavery was a Christian one.
The culture that created.
Thank you so much, Session, for the tier 1 sub. Glad you regrew your horns as well. Welcome. Thank you.
Slavery?
Like a Western chattel.
You're talking about the transatlantic. I mean,
dude, are you?
It's
fucking
a little
serious?
bit.
Can we talk colloquially, please?
Wait, why is Jake getting mad? Christianity didn't invent slavery. Slavery quite literally predates Christianity by like a lot, by a huge margin. Like that's just an unequivocally true statement that President Sunday said, and he's getting mad about it. I don't know why. I don't know why that's.
Well, we can talk
Do I have
specifically.
to say the transatlantic slave trade when we're talking about this topic? Like we've
Fair,
already established.
fair. We are talking about the
region we're talking
transatlantic.
in.
We are talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
This is what I'm talking about, man.
So, in the transatlantic slave trade, are you aware, for instance, of the fact that there was actually a concerted effort to prevent slaves from actually becoming Christian, precisely because...
Yes, there was. And then there was also the opposite. This was a political disagreement that the
But it
culture
wasn't.
had.
It wasn't simply a political disagreement between
was.
whites, though. It was also black people who were themselves Christian and used that as the basis.
What is? I don't make a
of
distinction
resistance.
between black or white people. That's racist. Like what?
When you're talking about the history of slavery, you are, because they treated each other as distinct groups. Yes.
Like, so you're talking about the.
You seem very angry. We could just talk, you know?
I'm angry.
You're actually the least annoying person, believe it or not, that I've dealt with this week. I'm actually inclined to just talk.
You're the most annoying person I've dealt with this week. So, the reason that I'm annoyed by it,
we're only 7 minutes into this debate, and the like anger levels are really high. I'm like, look, I'm not gonna lie. President Sunday can be kind of insufferable at times. You know, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I love making my podcast with President Sunday, but sometimes President Sunday can get a little on point. But I don't feel like this is even a great example of it. Like, Sunday actually seems very chill at the moment, and I don't understand why 7 minutes into the debate it's so spicy already. The vibes are like totally, yeah.
is because I'm not fucking surprised, because you're autistically focused on like semantic syntax structure of like
I am devoted to precision. That matters
and
to
it's
me a lot.
so fucking brain dead. Like, it actually isn't productive at all. This is why people don't fuck with you. This is what I'm talking about.
Wait, maybe I'm wrong about this, but didn't ActualJake, doesn't ActualJake get like, doesn't he like have a big problem with using like the R slur? I feel like using autistic, I could be wrong. And those of you, if you are a fan of ActualJake, you can tell me if I'm wrong about that. But I feel like I remember that, and I feel like using autistic as an insult is like just as bad, if not worse. He does use the R slur? Okay, I could be wrong about that. Jake does not use the R slur. Okay, I'm getting mixed messages here. Weird. Let's continue.
Yeah. Is
Like
that why
this right here?
Is that why your views are down to like 5K a video now? You used to be doing a lot better. What happened?
Like what? What? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it seems like you're.
This
it seems
seems
like
irrelevant to the conversation.
Well, no, I think what it indicates.
Kind of a low blow, Sunday. Ow.
No, not upset at all. I think what it indicates though is that people are kind of annoyed by the shtick. I think you've gotten sloppy and you're pissing people off without giving anything back for it.
The shtick of trying very hard to dissect this sentence into being incorrect is crazy when you agree with me.
I don't have to dissect it into being correct. It's factually incorrect on its face. I have to.
It's not.
I have to give you a tremendous.
That indigenous populations in America did not reach Christianity through indigenous means. It was colonization and
obviously not. But neither.
Obviously, and that's what
not,
I'm saying in a sentence.
Well, obviously not.
You agree with that,
except when we're
and
talking.
I'm saying it now.
Except when we're talking in present tense. So conceive of this.
Present tense.
Yeah, conceive of this. Conceive of this.
Absolutely.
Conceive of this. So an indigenous.
Conceive of this, good sir. Conceive of this. Canst thou conceive? Conceive of this.
An indigenous man has a child.
Correct.
Yeah.
Indoctrinated
Okay,
into-
Indoctrinated.
the thing that's making this debate so fun so far is that there's a fedora on either side, and it's literally we're seeing whose fedora is more polished at the moment. Who's taken their fedora to the hatter recently for an adjustment? Your fedora's loose, my good sir. Have at thee, milady.
Christianity.
Yeah.
Indigenous child has a child themselves, goes to university,
again.
leaves Christianity,
Okay,
goes to
but
school,
was
has a
indoctrinated
child,
into Christianity.
has a
So
child,
foundationally-
I'm not done yet, has a child,
Okay.
not indoctrinated to Christianity, raised by an atheist, goes,
Retcon says, it's good to see President Sunday taking on Jake for a good rebel rousing. Indeed. Fedora versus Fedora. Fight! Tip 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 tip.
to school, is an atheist, has a child, is converted in school, goes to a church, is now a Christian. Are they now not?
Okay, hold on. I have to rewind this. I was goofing when I was supposed to be listening. Let's listen to this again.
Indigenous child has a child themselves, goes to university,
Okay, I have to go back further. I missed the beginning of this thing. Hold on a second.
present tense. So conceive of this.
Present tense.
Yeah, conceive
Yes.
of this. Conceive of this.
Absolutely.
Conceive of this. So an indigenous man has a child,
Correct.
Yeah.
Indoctrinated into.
indoctrinated into Christianity.
Okay.
Indigenous child has a child themselves, goes to
Indoctrinated
university,
again.
leaves Christianity,
Okay.
goes to
but
school,
was
has a
indoctrinated
child,
into Christianity.
has a
So
child,
foundationally-
I'm not done yet, has a child,
Okay.
not indoctrinated to Christianity, raised by an atheist, goes to school, is an atheist, has a child, is converted in school,
Okay.
goes to a church, is now a Christian. Are
Right.
they now
No,
not?
wait. Okay, that was a very confusing way to put that out, but that's actually similar to the argument I made in my video, which is that happens sometimes. There are converts. It's not the main way that churches grow, which I talked about very explicitly in my video, but that does happen. Converts do exist, and they're not like a completely non-existent faction of people. Because of course, like the main way that the church grows is through like stuff like the Quiverful movement, where you have a family that has like 8 children and all of them are raised in the church from the get-go. But they do exist, and discounting them completely undermines your argument as an atheist. Let's continue.
Not a Christian who is indigenous. See,
Isn't conversion a type of indoctrination in itself? Well, yeah, it is in a certain way, but not in the way that it's being used here. But it's being used here. It's talking about indoctrinating like as a child. Of course, on a very technical level, indoctrination it can include a lot of different things if you're super technical about it. But I think what they're referring to is like children being indoctrinated, being raised in the church. I think that's the way that it's being used. At least that seems to be the agreed upon way that both of them are using it. Nikki says, are you not an atheist? I am an atheist. I'm absolutely an atheist. In fact, I mean, a lot of my, not a lot, I would say like I've done like 2 videos recently talking about how I think that atheists online have gotten really rusty and are failing to actually be able to engage with Christians, and it actually makes a difference. It makes a pretty big difference in how in the efficacy of arguments, both to people who are agnostic, to other atheists who are trying to become smarter, and also to theists who you're hopefully trying to, I assume, convince to move to a better position. But let's continue.
The issue with what you're doing.
What do you mean? No. This is no.
The issue with what you're doing.
What you're doing is denying.
Are you going to allow me to finish a sentence without you spazzing out?
What are you talking about? You finished multiple sentences. This is a paragraph you're saying, and I'm.
Point. Bazingy.
Bazinga.
Bazingy moment. Now we have ableism slurs being used on both sides of the debate. Monsieur, have at thee, I hit you with my own.
going to talk about.
Well, yeah, I'm
other
making an
stuff that you
argument
said
that's
before.
longer than 2 grunts long. Yeah.
Well, the argument here.
Oh my God.
What are you talking about? You finished multiple sentences. This is a paragraph you're saying, and I'm going to talk about.
Well, yeah, I'm
other
making an
stuff
argument
that you
that's
said
longer
before.
than 2 grunts long. Yeah.
Well, the argument here is foundationally incorrect, and this is the spot where I'm going to stop it because it's incorrect.
Okay, go on.
Okay. So you have initial indoctrination when you have Christianity invade any sort of cultural space. Most of the culture is Christian. You can't be unaffected by that if you have a dad that was a Christian or an atheist, and then now you convert later on.
Well, that goes for
not indoctrination. Even the atheist child, like you had this person that was that deconverted in college. That person has still been indoctrinated.
Of course.
You already have beliefs that you don't even realize are inherent to your religious culture, such as misogyny is a great example.
Wait,
misogyny
hold on, wait, but this argument is wait, hold on. This argument counteracts ActualJake's argument. I know that this is going to sound kind of weird, but bear with me for a second. Jake argued there's no such thing as an indigenous Christian because it's not a part of your culture. But now he's arguing that the 3rd generation native person who goes to college and stops being a Christian is already indoctrinated to Christianity as a part of his culture, which is the opposite argument of what he made at the beginning. That would imply that this indigenous person, this 3rd generation indigenous person, is Christian by culture. So this is why I feel like his argument is flawed. This is where one of the big issues with the argument comes in. Do you see what I'm saying? Does everyone understand what I'm saying? This is actually a contradiction of Jake's own argument. And also why I think that it would make more sense to acknowledge that the initial framing was probably a mistake and move from there. Yeah, exactly, Felsenformer. It also implies that culture itself is indoctrination. Yeah, it does, which I think you can make that argument, but I don't think that if you want to make that argument, I don't think that it's what the argument that Jake is making. Because I am somebody who would argue that, like, for example, Christianity has embedded itself, certain forms of extreme conservative Christianity especially, have embedded itself deeply into our laws. As an example, some laws in like say Germany, for example. Doe did a whole research thing on this. Some laws in Germany that were present post the monarchy came from when they were directly one by one imported from when Germany was still under the control of Roman Catholics, specifically the laws about homosexuality. They were literally just carried forward, just like completely. So there are parts of our culture, even parts of our culture that we, post-secularization that are taken for granted from earlier points. But I think that's true about a lot of culture, and that's a very complicated and nuanced subject that's not that I don't think matches with like this indigenous Christianity argument. Yeah. Aren't you born agnostic before you're taught religion? Well, I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, but that's true about all kinds of things. That gets you into a bigger conversation about ideology as a whole, because humans are born on an ideological level as functionally a blank slate. And from the moment that they begin their life, they start to become indoctrinated in various forms of ideology. One of the first ones is gender ideology. Not the buzzword gender ideology, but the actual gender ideology. From the moment you're born, you are assigned a gender at your birth based on observations and assumptions made by a doctor. That's an example of something that would lead to an interesting conversation, but I don't think that the way that this conversation is framed right now would let you even get to that point. Kelsey Soloway with the $10 super chat. Says your dress is cute. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for supporting the show. What if actual Jake's argument is that there are no indigenous Christians at all and he doesn't realize it? I think he doesn't, I don't think he 100% has like his argument nailed down, which is a fine thing, by the way. Some of these topics are really complicated and it's very difficult to have like a rock solid answer. But I feel like Jake has been fairly aggressive for being in the position of not having as rock solid of an argument. AD5D2D Derek says, you might say that actual Jake has been foisted by his own petard. Yes, indeed, there's been a petard hoist. My good sir, hoist by thine own petard.
Not the distinct purview of Christianity, unfortunately.
No, it's not. Patriarchy, for example, then?
Well, I mean,
is,
for
know,
example...
Patriarchy enacts misogyny on people, and that's how it works. So, like...
Gayfish says, you might say actual Jake is petarded. Hey.
Bazinga.
I'll give you the bazinga on that one for this one, but you better be careful. You better watch it. I'm watching you.
But you understand the problem, though. You're responding to people who are saying there are indigenous people who are Christians, and your retort is to say they are not Christians indigenously, therefore there are no indigenous or black Christians. But it's clearly not the case. There are clearly black and indigenous people who are Christians, and who believe that
they aren't
devoutly.
So indigenously, they are so through the.
What does it mean though to be a Christian? What does it mean though to be a Christian indigenously? Explain that.
Didn't you talk to Beckett recently? You remind me of like a. Didn't you talk to Beckett about patriarchy? Is that you? Someone's mentioned that you did. Have you?
I
talked to them?
I have.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So do you understand the foundational the argument that I was making to Beckett about patriarchy? Because it sounded like you agreed with me, right?
I couldn't for the life of me recall. I know that Beckett was wrong.
Oh, okay. So these are the same. These are the same. Religion and patriarchy work in much the same way.
I don't know what is being referred to here at all. I have no idea. I've not seen any of the requisite content to know what's being referenced here. I'm very sorry. This is what it feels like to be like a chatter when you come in the middle of a drama stream and people are saying names that you don't recognize and you have no idea what's being talked about. Anyway, let's continue.
They're cultural systems that...
certainly they do, but there is a far cry from saying that the preponderance of people who are religious in a given place is the consequence of the history of slavery, and saying that therefore...
Literally, it has to...
people of a specific ethnic description... Well, not necessarily, actually. The
yes,
number...
necessarily in the United States.
Not necessarily, actually.
Our history is not... We can't decouple it. It's impossible. Yes,
you don't need to decouple it. There's a simple statistical fact. The number of people who trace their ancestry to slavery, I think, is roughly 80%. That leaves roughly 20% of black people in America who do not trace their ancestry to slavery. And even then within those...
I don't think, and to President Sunday's credit here, 20% is not like a small group of people. That's a lot of people. Like, that's a pretty hefty chunk. That's not like a marginal group. It's not like you know... 20% is a pretty large amount. So, yeah, I don't think you can just like hand wave that.
There are people who are going to have gaps in their lineage where they have been cut off
and they are still,
from the religious
this is going to blow your fucking mind. Are you a leftist?
To that point. I am.
Are you going to blow your mind? Okay.
Yes.
So black people that don't have like direct lineage to Western chattel slavery are still victims of colonialism.
Sure.
Okay, so...
Okay. All right. But...
But that does not mean that they are not actually Christians, either. It doesn't mean they're not actually religious.
I'm not saying anyone's not
religious. More to the point, you actually said something
I never said that.
You actually said very explicitly, I can show it on the screen, black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Oh, I noted that also. In my coverage, I pointed out that was a big mistake to say religious as well, because of that's like a super big mess up. That's a big flub to say religious when you mean Christianity, when like that actually again undermines your own argument. If your argument is that Christianity like suppressed unnaturally suppressed and damaged the culture of people who were enslaved, which I would argue you can make that argument very easily, to then discount the previously existing religiosity actually damages your claim. That is, I think President Sunday just gets the point here, completely. Saying black people are only religious is just wrong. Like, you just messed up, and Jake should just say, oh, sorry, I misspoke there.
Correct.
Yeah, they were religious, of course, before they were
You just said 80%. Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So black Americans...
So you're actually factually wrong on 2 counts. They were religious before they were enslaved, and only 80% of them trace their ancestry to slaves.
So
when you say categorically that black Americans are religious because...
I'm sorry, the smuckle made me laugh.
You're appealing to like the fucking... You're appealing...
The facts of the matter, I'm afraid.
No, you're appealing to 20th or 19th century immigrants from fucking like Kenyan immigrants that came over here on purpose, not through like...
I didn't make the present tense statement that black Americans categorically are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
Right, because,
sorry, dude.
See, this is what you're doing the thing again where you're like, well, on technicality, you can't say anything with 100%.
Well, what you're calling being on a technicality is me being correct.
That's not a technicality. You flubbed the initial statement, and it kind of seems like you're kind of just seems like he's mad about it. Like, saying religious was just incorrect. Obviously, like, I mean, there's so much history there. Like, for example, how African religions that like the practitioners of African religions incorporated and maintained those beliefs when they were brought forcibly as a part of the slave trade to America. And some of those beliefs actually ended up as a part of the later churches that they sometimes founded. It's actually super interesting, and erasing that again damages your own argument, first of all, but secondly just means that you're like for no reason closing your mind to a very, very interesting piece of anthropological history. The fact that like the preservation of African religions was very important to people who had been enslaved, and that a lot of times the religions that they held before they came to America served as a point of liberation, that they connected with other enslaved peoples based on those religions. This is Pan-Africanism is somewhat tied to this, right? Where it's the diaspora movement, basically saying, here is what we can together connect on that was stolen from us. Yeah, yes, Heavy Gretel points up, Google the history of hoodoo and voodoo. Yes, exactly, precisely.
No. If I say anything with even a smidge of hyperbole.
Another great example, Santeria. Santeria is another example of this.
That's not hyperbole. That's a simple...
It is hyperbole.
No, the nature of categorical statements is they're either true or they're false. There's not...
You know what I mean when I say black Americans who descend from slaves?
You don't say who descend from slaves. You say black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners. You're actually incorrect on a third count. You're actually incorrect on a third count.
On technicality.
You're not even a technicality. Actually, a really critical point.
Dude,
you're incorrect.
So fucking bad
you're incorrect on a third count.
Listen to the sentence I'm saying.
You're incorrect. I'm reading it on screen. I'll put it on screen for you.
So the claim that I'm making right now, that you already agreed with, you're gonna...
Insomnia Noir with the $10. Thank you very much for supporting my stream. Coin to our streamer for keeping nuance in this discussion of religion. I appreciate this as a lefty theist. You're very welcome, and thank you for supporting my show. I think things are more interesting when you keep the nuance around. I think you have more fun and you learn more. Thanks for supporting me. Retcon says, remember when Ghost Recon made Santeria into a drugged up death cult militia? Oh my God. Unfortunately, yes.
Engage?
I'm listening to you. I'm waiting for you to finish your sentence.
Dude, this is so fucking lame.
Are you trying to buy time? I thought you were about to say something.
I'm not trying to buy time.
Well, then let's
I'm
out with
trying
it. Let's
to
hear
understand... So, do you understand the claim, the argument that I'm making in general? Instead of having to go to Twitter, where I obviously need brevity to communicate with people, I'm not going to qualify every fucking...
Well, this isn't a matter of brevity. It wasn't a brevity issue. You said the wrong thing. And it feels like Jake is really hurting his own position by refusing to just say, oops, sorry, I said religiosity, or I said religion generally when I actually meant Christianity. That's a very big difference. It's just a huge difference. That's not like a small disagreement. That's like a big difference in meaning. And I think that anybody who was confused by that I would be correct to be confused by that. I brought it up in my video, and I have no investment in this. I mean, I have no investment in who wins this. I don't care. I'm having fun watching it. I care about the subjects, of course, but
2, 3,
with
4, 5,
time
6, 7, 8,
frames?
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Like, this
17,
is actually
18.
how you argue?
18 words long. You actually have a few more characters to go. You didn't need
This
to
is
say
actually
Black
how
Americans
you
gotta grow up
argue.
to be religious.
Right,
Huh?
so I have to fill out 140 characters on the tweet, or whatever it is, 280.
Well, you could say this. You could say the preponderance of black churches is the result
But I
of the
didn't say
indoctrination
that.
by slavery.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that. That would have been a correct thing to say. What you said was wrong.
No, it would have been a
And
fucking
you're actually
autistic
wrong.
thing
You're
to
actually
say that
wrong on
nobody...
a third point.
bro, oh man, you want to know who's winning this argument? The autists. Shout out to the autistics. It would have been autistic for me to correctly state my words and not completely misrepresent my own argument. Can we get some fucking autisms in chat? Can we get some autism in chat? All right, let's see. Wait a minute. We got almost 700 viewers right now. Can we get an autism combo? All right, listen up, everybody. We haven't done a combo in a while. Let's see if we can still do a combo. Okay, listen. First, I'm gonna instruct you. First, clear your cache, which means type anything except for the word autism in chat. Okay? Then, yeah, see people typing autism load? They're clearing their cache. Okay? You gotta clear it. You can type clear, you can type the letter A, it doesn't matter, okay? It's lowercase autism, all lowercase, all right? No caps. Hear me? First, clear your cache. Second, autism, all lowercase, all right? I'm gonna count down, and when I say go, that's when you type in all lowercase autism in chat, okay? Nothing else. Don't type anything else, just that. One message, one autism when I say go, all right? Are we ready? Are we loaded? It is, oh, by the way, oh yeah, this only counts for website chat. It won't work on YouTube. This won't work on YouTube. YouTube doesn't have that feature. Okay. Wait, what? You prematurely fired. Reload. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go! Go! Ooh! Oh! Wow! A 65 combo. We had a combo breaker because somebody put the dank in there, and we had somebody who typed autism. 65 is pretty good. 65 is pretty good. All right, we'll have another opportunity in the future, maybe. Good job. 65 is pretty damn good. Let's continue. Let's continue. Shout out to the autists.
Listens to.
Look, if the
You're
autistic
wrong
people
on every
look, Jake,
point.
Jake, if the autistic people are more correct than you, then I will bear that cross. But more to the point, you're actually incorrect on a third.
No,
you were incorrect on a
this
third
is
point.
not good faith.
You
my
were incorrect
dude.
on a third point, Jake.
You're
I'm damn
incorrect
disappointed. I was
in
hoping we were just having a
general.
conversation. But you were actually incorrect on a third point. And the third point you were incorrect
You
upon.
just want me to write paragraphs
I
so
wasn't
that I'm
quite-
technically
I
correct
would-
on every point.
I would love to finish my sentence if you wouldn't mind. You were incorrect on a third point. And that as a matter of fact, it's not simply the case that people that slaves were indoctrinated to Christianity by their slave masters, because in fact there was a large movement to ban them from doing so. This is also part of the reason why there were strict literacy.
We just talked about
limitations
this.
placed upon
That
them.
you can conceive
But I wasn't
of
finished
people
speaking. I wasn't finished speaking, Jake.
Okay, so we agree that
So
there
can I
was
finish?
a minority
Can I finish my sentence, please? Would that
Naomi Chant says, what's a tiff? What's a tiff, Sunday? I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to be too mean, okay? But I am getting a little bit of what's a tiff energy right now. There is definitely some what's a tiff going on right now.
that hurt you so much?
No, is the answer. We agree
Okay,
that
so
we
not
agree that a
only-
minority of Christians did not want black people to be Christian because
Not a
they
minority.
found them to be.
Not a minority at all.
Yes, a minority.
No, this was sufficient to get it into law. There were limitations.
In some places. Oh my God, dude.
Which
the
places,
majority
Jake?
position, you
don't know, do
throughout
you?
the history of America became to transition black slaves into Christianity and indigenous people as a means to pacify and inoculate them to Western cultural norms. Like, this is a
Well,
well-tread...
you've actually got the causality backwards, because actually originally they were mixed race churches, and then as a consequence of them being afraid of black people getting the tales of liberation of an enslaved people from the Bible into their heads.
There were some people that made that argument. That's true.
Not just some people who made that argument. This is the reason why there were laws put in place on black people not being able to become ministers. There was a deep fear about this. This was widespread.
That was true in some places.
There's
yes,
a wonderful
but that is
book
not
I
what
read.
happened. What happened was that black people became indoctrinated through generational proximity to the practice as they were owned and operated by white Christians.
Well, clearly
throughout
not.
the
because,
history of their
because,
presence
well,
in
it's
America.
true. Well, it's true.
And
the proximity.
the schools that they had to go to.
Well, it's true. The
And if-
proximity. Well, it's true. The proximity of black slaves to Christianity was the consequence of the transatlantic slave trade. Once there, it's not simply the case that there was simply a straight line from them to being indoctrinated into the nature of present Christianity today.
Correct.
This is a good point. This is sort of the crux of the issue, which is that making a causal jump from slavery to modern day Christianity when you're arguing with a modern day Christian is not a very effective argument, because you don't actually know what the story of the person that you're arguing with is. You have no idea. Like, unless you do. If you're arguing on a personal basis with a friend whose like family, you know, lineage goes back to slavery, and you're like trying to be like, dude, your family was indoctrinated, etc. First of all, I feel like that's a really cringe ass thing to have an argument. Okay, can I just be real? I can't imagine being, maybe my woke levels are too high, but I can't imagine being a white person, a white atheist, arguing with a black Christian and thinking that it would be a good approach for me to try and convince them that because their great-grandfather was a slave, that their Christianity is invalid. Like, in no world would I ever be caught dead doing that. Like, that sounds like so cringe to me. Like, that Spaghetti says, I can't even handle the cringe just thinking about that. Like, can you imagine that? I can't. I can't imagine doing that. That guy who could, the guy who could with the tier 2 sub, hey, I didn't realize I was 2 minutes behind so I could be a part of the autism combo. So instead, here's some cash for that shitty debt. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Oh, man. I feel like, oh, okay. So Oh man, that just sounds, yeah, it's, yes, exactly. Lizabee in the YouTube chat says, don't give Jubilee any ideas. It does sound like a Jubilee prompt. That does actually sound a white atheist versus black Christian Jubilee video. Oof.
A lot of that was not just more complicated. A lot of it played a critical part actually in resistance movements. And to say afterwards, despite these themselves being an amalgamation,
crazy.
I wasn't
to
finished
say
speaking.
That Hold on.
Being an
no,
amalgamation.
I know you weren't finished speaking.
Them being an
because you
amalgamation.
made another incorrect claim.
Them
you
being,
made another incorrect claim.
No,
and I have to address it.
Them being an
you
amalgamation.
Did make an incorrect claim.
No, I didn't. Them being an amalgamation of traditional religious practices from where they were taken from, and Christianity as well. It's not correct to say that these churches and these religious movements were strictly the result of indoctrination by colonialism.
It's crazy to say that because they were forced to adopt Christianity into their native religious practices.
Well, no, they actually did so as a matter of resistance. It wasn't simply they were forced to. In fact, they were forced not to in some cases. You're not following what I'm saying,
right? Like they had to. There were a lot of, for instance, the musicality is one. The cooking is another.
Actually, the musicality was a critical point that actually came from black culture. That's one of the things.
Yes, that's what I said. Correct.
Well, I'm not sure what you were responding to then, because that seems to serve what I was saying.
Man, I actually don't think you're capable of having a truly productive conversation if you're not willing to
I think you're a little
understand
slow
that
tonight.
people...
Maybe you should put the corn cob outfit on. Maybe that'll speed you up.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just bad faith, man.
What?
It's just bad faith. Like, you're just trying to do little gotcha thingies. And it's
I actually wasn't. I was actually trying to have an intelligent conversation.
Clearly,
I was
not
optimistic.
having an intelligent conversation.
This is correct. I'm not.
You are having.
I'm disappointed. I was hoping to.
Yeah. You are having a conversation about the precision of speech on Twitter, and it's just fucking crazy.
Well, yeah, because when you say something wrong, the issue there is with precision. You've missed the correct statement.
But that's not what the argument was that I was having. People were not. You are the one person out of the people that are disagreeing with me on technicality.
I don't think that's true. I don't believe that's correct. At least from what I saw, there was a lot of people who were pointing out exactly what PresidentSunday was. Especially, like, I mean, I pointed out in my video from like a while ago, you know, whenever I recorded that, it was a couple days ago, like last week or something. You know, I pointed out the problem with saying religion there, that's actually a very major, you're making a, like, if you say religion, you're making a completely different argument, because saying religion there says that you know, victims of the slave trade had no religion before they came over to America. That's just, you're just making the wrong argument. I don't know.
Everybody else that I haven't discussion.
Well, that's not a technicality. That's actually
literally is technicality that you're like, well, 20%.
No.
Like, wait, what?
No, the 20%.
20%. Look, maybe I'm wrong here, but 20% is a pretty big number when you're talking about an entire population of people. I thought he was I thought he was talking about the religion part as a technicality. He's talking about PresidentSunday correctly bringing up that, like, there are black Christians in America who do not have ancestry to slavery that became Christians elsewhere. Like, I don't know. Okay. All right.
Is just one of the ways in which your statement is incorrect. If you're going to say that black people in America are religious as a consequence, and you don't even say Christian at this point, you just say religious. If you're saying they're religious strictly, yeah, and that's wrong. If you're saying they're religious strictly as a consequence of colonialism, no.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, did Jake just double down on religion?
They're religious strictly as a consequence. One of the ways in which your statement is incorrect. If you're going to say that black people in America are religious as a consequence, and you don't even say Christian at this point, you just say religious. If you're saying they're religious strictly.
Wait a second. What? Okay, oh man, he really just lost the whole plot here. To double down on that is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's so factually wrong. It's so factually incorrect. Like, so he's doubling down here on saying that religiosity did not exist in black people who were kidnapped by the slave trade. They just didn't have any religion before they came over here. That is ridiculous. Like, I cannot imagine being more wrong in this conversation. I can't believe he just said that. Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure. I want to be charitable here.
Yeah, and that's wrong. One of the ways in which your statement is incorrect. If you're going to say that black people in America are religious as a consequence, and you don't even say Christian at this point, you just say religion.
You don't even say Christian at this point. You say religion.
You're saying they're religious
Correct.
strictly.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's wrong. If you're saying they're religious strictly as a consequence of...
It's not wrong. 2 times. 2 times. He doubles down on that. Oh, dude. Dude. That is just very incorrect. That is just incredibly incorrect. Oh, boy.
Colonialism. No, because slaves were religious long in advance of being... the tribes...
3 times. 3 times.
From which slaves were captured were religious long in advance of continental Christianity.
If we're not talking about...
People encountered Christianity without ever coming to Europe or North America who were black.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
so when you say black Americans, you are deeply incorrect. I am sorry, my friend.
Only if you have this, like, semantic perspective on it, where you're like,
no, dude, that's not semantic. That's not semantic at all. That's, like, deeply important to the meaning. Even PresidentSunday assumed that what was meant there was Christian. But 3 times he just said, no, I meant religious generally. That's not fucking semantic.
well,
That's not semantic. That's actually an essentially wrong claim. You're actually in defiance of both. You're in defiance of both history and sociology. You're just wrong.
It is not in defiance of either of those disciplines to acknowledge what you have already acknowledged to me. You are simply upset
what have I acknowledged to you, Jake?
About the effects of colonialism upon
the effects of colonialism do not counteract the agency of black people today who may
agency. Do you want to talk about agency in regards to religious belief? Because there is none.
Of course there is. In fact, the very liberal notion that the magistrate... In fact, the very liberal... I was about to speak, please. Can I? Just without interruption for a minute. The very liberal...
I need to listen to that again. I was just reading a comment. I need to listen to this again.
And sociology.
We're not talking about...
People encountered Christianity without ever coming to Europe or North America who were black.
Yeah, but I mean, like...
So when you say black Americans, you are deeply incorrect. I am sorry, my friend.
Only if you have this, like, semantic perspective on it, where you're like, well,
that's not semantic. That's actually an essentially wrong claim. You're actually in defiance of both. You're in defiance of both history and sociology. You're just wrong.
It is not in defiance of either of those disciplines to acknowledge what you have already acknowledged to me. You are simply upset
what have I acknowledged to you, Jake?
About the effects of colonialism upon
the effects of colonialism do not counteract the agency of black people today who may
agency. Do you want to talk about agency in regards to religious belief? Because there is none.
Of course there is.
Okay. I need to take a moment here. If that's true, if we try to put together all of the arguments that Jake made here today, then Jake also has no agency here, and having been risen in a Christian culture, like that also indicts him, doesn't it? I don't know. Like, I don't think I can agree with the idea that there's no agency in religion whatsoever. I think that's, I think that means having no belief in functional free will at all. Like, I agree, I made a whole video talking about how a lot of religions abuse people's, are manipulative, that they manipulate people and they pressure people. But I don't think you can just erase agency in this way. I think that's kind of ridiculous. And also, it's an extremely doomer position because it basically means there's no reason whatsoever to engage in this topic at all. People will just either be religious or they won't be religious. If there's no agency in it whatsoever, if people don't choose any part of their religion. But it's such a strange way of looking at, it's such a strange way of looking at the world, right? Like, I will agree that there are some people whose beliefs are significantly less significantly less thought out than others, but that's a huge spectrum. There are all kinds of different types of people in the world. I don't, wow. This is such a weird, this is such a weird approach.
In fact, the very liberal notion that
if I were to steal man, maybe he meant you don't choose your beliefs, which is true, but you do choose your beliefs. People do choose their beliefs. Of course they do. People choose their beliefs in any rational meaning of the word choose. Now, I would say that some people have, not all people have the same range of choice on their beliefs. And some people don't really choose their beliefs, but people do. Like, you can't categorically say that no one chooses their beliefs because people do choose their beliefs all the time. There are some people who literally take everything that they're taught and just port it forward. No, you don't. Your beliefs are the conclusion of thinking. I feel like that interprets belief as like a purely emotional thing. I guess this depends on how you define beliefs. Okay, to be fair to that position, if you say that like you don't choose your beliefs, that your beliefs are sort of just emotional and mental conclusions, then I guess you could say nobody chooses their beliefs. But people do choose how. But people choose how to engage with the world, which leads them to their beliefs. People do choose to seek out different sources of information. People do choose different habits. So I would say that you do, to a certain degree, have a choice. There's choices in the process of formulating beliefs. Most people are born into their religion, though. I don't disagree with that. But a lot of people, through the process of their life, choose to question their religion. They choose to dig deep into their religion and come to conclusions on their own. I mean, I don't know. I am not a free will absolutist by any means, but I think that it starts to stretch the point in having any conversation if you say that there's no agency in belief whatsoever. Demo Boy points out, if religion removes all agency, then the number of Christians in the US wouldn't be steadily declining. That's also true. As Christians come in contact with different ideas, some of them choose to stop participating in Christianity and pursue other ways of life. I think this conversation is suffering from a dire lack of nuance. Ashmar says, example, I don't think my beliefs about Zionism would be so complicated if I hadn't been born and raised Jewish, but it was my own agency that led me to abandon my support for the Israeli state. That's a fair example. Danny says, saying there is no agency completely removes many agnostic Christian theologians. It completely removes the agency of secular thinkers who take part in Christian traditions to introspect on their beliefs. Unless he's making a no free will under any metaphysical belief, but I don't think that's the argument. I don't think that's the argument he's making either. I think there's a difference between agency and choice. Like, you have agency when it comes to gender identification, but you technically don't choose it. Well, you choose how you openly identify, but you don't necessarily choose what's inside of you. But nobody's argued that every single aspect of yourself is a choice. This is why I think that like there needs to be another layer to this conversation that isn't being had right now. Sirius says the debate on doxastic voluntarism is complicated. Boy, you're telling me.
Bazinga.
You can't just choose to believe anything at all, but you can absolutely put yourself into situations where you will come to believe things more readily. Yeah, I think that's rational and fair. Or ignore evidence which might dispel you of those beliefs. What the chatter is probably saying is you can't just go into your brain and switch out your beliefs like you would paintings on your wall. Oh, I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you. I agree with you. You can decide what goes inside of you. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's continue. We gotta move off this. I think we've added some nuance, even though I think we could go for hours on that subject. Let's listen. Let's listen in.
The magistrate.
It's
in fact, the very liberal. I was about to speak. Please, can I just without interruption for a minute? The very liberal.
Oh, another good point. No agency would mean that there would be only one form of Christianity, not 30,000 different sects of Christianity. That's also true. That is also very true. There is clearly a lot of deviation that comes as the result of reflection and conscious thought.
The very liberal notion that it's not the place of the magistrate to dictate religious truth is itself downstream from the Christian idea that without sincerity of belief, salvation is not attained. This is the entire premise of John Locke's letter concerning toleration. Unfortunately, and this is why the white slavers were very loath to let black slaves learn about the details of Christian religion.
Unceremonious. I agree.
Unfortunately, it's simply not the case that there is no freedom of agency in Christianity. That's not true, or in Islam for that matter. They have agency, and the.
Oh man, that's such a bad look. President Sunday is like actually explaining his view here in a very serious turn, and Jake just kind of smuckles and says, "You sound monotone, bro." Prosy Rosie says, Demon Mama, does the fact that you were an atheist who had been in a religious cult grant you better insight than both parties here? I mean, to a certain degree, I would like to think it does. I don't know that it like grants me immediately more, more stuff. But like, I've talked about extensively how while I was a member of, while I was in the church still, while I was still in the cult, I stopped believing in the cult before I stopped believing in Christianity as a result of, studying, because I felt like it was valuable to study the Bible. And so I did. I chose to study the Bible deeply so that I could understand it best. And I came to disagreements very, fairly organically against the church that led to me being critical of the church before I even left before I ever left Christianity. And obviously, there's an infinitely untraceable amount of factors that led me to want to study the Bible. Some of my siblings weren't interested in that sort of thing, but I think that we test the, like I said, you start to degrade the value of conversation at all if we're just willing to completely and utterly write off any agency in any of these things. Like, I think that the church that I grew up in was incredibly manipulative and desperately tried to indoctrinate people in, and did succeed. I've talked many times about how they try to build a shell of thought-terminating cliches, of doctrinal justifications to prevent followers from ever questioning. But followers sometimes still choose to question anyway based on other factors, and I think it's important to do so. And I also think that if we are, as somebody who doesn't want people to fall into that, I think it helps us identify the ways that we can help people break out of those shells. Like, for example, as somebody who doesn't want people to fall into cults, I can encourage people to be critical. Not necessarily just say leave your religion, but rather to encourage people to say, hey, you should question these things and you should open your mind to the idea that you could have interpreted it incorrectly. And that will sometimes encourage people to be able to question the shell that's been sort of built around manipulatively around their brain. Yeah. This has a lot of, Killjoy says, this has a lot of content brain energy. I think at this point, Jake has abandoned arguing a point and is now just debating for donos. You could be right. I don't want to assume that. He does definitely seem a little mad, and I feel like at some points he's accusing Sunday of being bad faith when it is actually him who's being bad faith. Sirius says, the reason that Jake says this is because he sees it as impossible to arrive at religious belief rationally, as he'll say later. If you have that ludicrous position, you could make a very tortured argument for how if someone does have religious beliefs, it must be because they were tricked or stupid. Thus, there's no agency involved. This isn't a good argument, but it's the only thing I can think of that doesn't also deny Jake's own agency. Yeah, this is something I've had an issue with anti-theists at times, is that they deny that some people do have rational conclusions for why they're religious. It's not the majority. A lot of people are religious simply because they were told at some point by someone, usually over and over again, to be religious and that being religious was correct. But there are a lot of people who have rational structures, very rational structures, even if factually flawed, they still have a rational conclusion for why they're religious. And sometimes, even people who were indoctrinated still have a rationale. It's just a heavily flawed rationale. Yeah. Let's continue.
Capacity to choose and to think freely, just like you do, even though they're not white, Jake.
So I appreciate the insinuation, my dude. Very good faith. Very constantly good fucking faith, dude.
You can't call President Sunday bad faith when you just literally ignored his entire very structured and actually serious argumentation to just call him monotone and say, I didn't hear what you said and I don't care. That's like the definition of bad faith. There's a little bit of projection going on here.
So you do not have any agency as a child when you are indoctrinated into religious belief.
The example I gave was of someone who's converted in college.
Converted in college as you live upon Christian hegemony, and you are...
Jake, you live upon Christian hegemony. Are you more free than a black person?
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Why do you... It's interesting that you frame it
as a yes.
Oh, what do you mean? No, dude, that's a direct question. Oh, don't pivot away here.
Because I have simply never made a racial claim.
Well, do you believe there are no religious...
No, dude, no, come on. Ah, God damn it. Oh, no, dude, come on. What?
People, period.
You made an explicitly racial claim.
Or are you highlighting black and indigenous people in particular?
No religious people. No. That's not what I said. I said you can't achieve religious belief with
let me quote again.
Thought.
Black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners. So, but I mean, all of us are the way in which we come to our present beliefs about anything. They're the consequence of our past experiences, the conditions in which we are raised, etc., etc. Yet you highlight black people in particular as not being capable of
any religious person. No, any religious person did not meet the religious belief through rational thought. That's correct.
Okay, so there we have it. I disagree with this. I disagree with this as an atheist who escaped a cult, okay? There are not the majority. I will grant that it's not that not the majority of religious people pursue some sort of rational structure for why they arrive at religion, but plenty do. I mean, hell, the fact that Pascal's wager even exists, which is a rationale. It is I believe it's flawed rationale, but it is a rational thing that people say. They have a reason. They go in their mind and they go, well, it makes sense for me to gamble on God than to gamble on not God for this reason. That is rationality. Like, it's flawed. There's factual things that are wrong, and there are fallacious thinking involved in that, but it is nonetheless still a rationale for how you come to a set of beliefs. Like, I'm not trying to say it's good. There's all kinds. People have bad. For example, okay, here's an example. Somebody who makes the decision to not go get lunch because they read a horoscope, and the horoscope warned them that if they go to lunch, they'll die of a terrible disease. So they choose not to go to the horoscope. They still made a rational decision. It was a flawed decision, but their rationale was, I believe in horoscopes. I read the horoscope warned me, and so I act in this particular way. That is a rational structure. It's just flawed. There are factual and perhaps assumptions that are made along the way that aren't good. An irrational conclusion would be, oh, I believe this purely because I was born into this. Like, my parents said that. That is I think that would be fairly called an irrational conclusion. But yeah. Yeah. Did I say they choose to not go to the horoscope? I meant lunch. You know what I mean. Sirius points out, even if your reason is just for fitting into your community, there is still a kind of rationality there. Who wants to be alienated there from their community? Thank you. That's also a thing. I think this is what I talked about in my, yes. Oh, that's such a good point, Sirius. Oh my God. This is literally what I was talking about in my anti-theism video, where sometimes anti-theists in their desire to condescend sometimes fail to understand the reasonings that people are for the reasonings that people have for getting stuck into toxic religious structures. Yeah, like I do think that I'm not going to contest that somebody well, actually, I don't know. Because if you live in a poor area, if you live in a super poor area and you cling to the church because you will not be able to eat if you don't, if your family disowns you because or shuns you and because you leave the church and you therefore starve, and you're thinking about that in your mind, I do believe that's a rationality. And it might have flaws in it, but nonetheless, I think it's important to recognize what's going on there. Like, I think the purely irrational stuff is when when somebody doesn't actually think about it at all, and they sort of just go purely off of emotion. But you can induce rational thought on these things by questioning people. Like, for example, if you ask somebody, why do you believe the things that you believe? If they respond, well, because my parents told me that, or because that's the way that it's always been, that's kind of employing a thought-terminating cliche to avoid ever going through the steps of rationality. I think it's important to get people to think about it rationally, because that prompts them immediately to start actually the process of thinking these things through. I do think that it's complicated, and I don't know that it's like, I don't know that I would be super harsh if somebody said that like a lot of Christians believe in their religion irrationally, even though I don't know if I would get super mad about that. But I think in this particular situation, it is in this particular situation, because of the rest of the context, it's problematic to say it the way that it's being said, because that's what's being questioned right now, is whether the statement, all black people are only religious because of this chain of causal events. Does that make sense? Sorry, I'm trying to wrap it all back around so we can get back to this conversation, but I hope that makes sense. I also think that perhaps this conversation would have benefited by focusing on actions taken and not like essential beliefs. What if their answer was one that was metaphysical in nature, like I had an experience and they can't quite explain it fully? That's a really hard one. I've actually engaged with that. I've actually argued with family members who do go back to a metaphysical thing, like I had a vision or whatever. And I think that that's pretty hard to deal with because it's observational, right? They have observed something that they believe to be real and tangible. And I think that if you're going to engage in that, you would have to basically ask them to consider whether or not it was good enough evidence. But like a lot of people have non-religious beliefs that are based off of observations as well. All right, let's continue this conversation. Let's continue. We got to get through this. Let's continue.
Well, that's not necessarily true. A lot of people reach it
It
philosophically.
isn't necessarily true.
That is absolutely not necessarily true. Most of the philosophy that actually led to modern atheism was itself religious in origin. It was a gradual unfolding of religious beliefs.
Can you
Like,
DM
for
that to
example,
me, Sirius? Can you DM that? Oh, okay. Actually, never mind. All right, I'll take a look at this. I'll put this on my watch later. That sounds really interesting.
You're nitpicking the...
Most of the philosophy that actually led to modern atheism was itself religious in origin. It was a gradual unfolding of religious beliefs. Like, for example,
You're nitpicking the...
I'm not nitpicking. You're saying a factually untrue statement.
No, man. I mean,
yeah, man.
You can think that it's rational to have the belief in supernatural things, but I fundamentally disagree.
Why?
So you cannot...
The condition of being rational...
Why?
The condition of a thing...
Okay.
The condition... Well, most of the rationalists were actually Christian.
Agnostics, bro.
But the condition...
Amazing.
Dude, oh man, come oh no. Oh no.
Theist agnostic. The condition of being rational is not that something appears reasonable to you, Jake.
What do you mean? It doesn't have to be reasonable to me. It's not about me.
But you made a statement out of hand. They simply cannot arrive there by rational means.
Correct.
Have you encompassed the means
you
by which they've arrived
rationally
there?
come to...
Have you encompassed the means? Have you encompassed the means by which they arrive there? Of course you can.
No, you cannot rationally come to a supernatural belief.
Of course you can.
Fundamentally irrational.
Of course you can. The supernatural, even as a category, when we're talking, for example, about Cartesian dualism, was arrived at purely rationally. It was arrived at through a reasoning process.
No one cares about Cartesian dualism.
You haven't read it.
Oh, dude. Okay, that is tragic. That is tragic. Employing a thought-terminating cliche in your argument about how nobody can rationally come to religious conclusions it's so bad. Nobody gives a shit about your nerd crap. Ah, man. Oof.
Descartes.
It doesn't matter if I've read Descartes.
Well, it does a little bit because it belies. No, you don't
understand this conversation.
Well, you don't. This is true.
You literally do not have to read a guy who is dead.
This is true, Jake. But this is true, Jake. No, you're missing.
And now just like generic anti-intellectualism? Gayfesh says ActualJake is making dogmatic arguments for atheism. I ran into this shit all the time back in my atheism heyday. It's really unfortunate when people do that. You guys see why I made my video? Do some of you see? I feel like a prophet. You remember my video? Hold on, let me look it up. Let me just bring it up, all right? I know it's gonna pop up here, right here. Yeah, this one. This one. Hold on, let me just show you. This one that everybody got super mad about, where I said it was called Atheism Sucks Right Now, and then the thumbnail was Smug Losers. My video where I talked about how like there's a lot of atheists on the internet who just do not actually know how to argue for their positions, and they basically behave identical to the people that they're criticizing. Ixtrum says that atheism video you did piss me off, but you kind of called it. Thank you. I am an atheist. I oppose, oh my God, I fucking hate the fact that I had to spend my life growing up in a goddamn cult. It was horrible and extremely manipulative. Okay, just a small vulnerable moment here. I went back home recently and visited my family, my mom and my sisters. My sisters they have not been in the cult since they were like pre-speech, okay? They went to like daycare in the cult like 2 times when they were literal babies, okay? Their entire lives they've grown free of the cult. And it's one of the best things it's one of the best feelings I've ever seen, okay? I do not think that Christian cults are good. I do not think that like manipulative evangelical Christianity is a good thing. I would like it if atheists do better in these arguments, if they propagate good ideas, if they effectively help people get out of this shit. I would have never gotten out if what I encountered was dogmatic atheism. That was not what helped me out of it at all. How are they? Are they happier now? It's the difference between their lives and mine is like incomparable. My little sisters have such a leg up in life because they didn't grow up in the cult. They are socially healthier. They are more learned. It's amazing. They're less judgmental. They're more progressive. It's incredible. Anyway, enough about me and my personal experiences. Let's get back to this debate or else we're never going to get through this.
The point. You're missing the point. The point is not that you had to.
You appeal to these things as a smokescreen for not engaging with the fucking conversation.
Jake, the point is not that you had to read Descartes to engage with the conversation. The point is that you having not explored any of these things belies an ignorance of the actual ways.
I have taken courses in this.
You should get your money back. It belies your ignorance of the ways in which people have specifically rationally approached the issue and have arrived at the conclusions.
It will be irrational.
What do you mean by irrational?
It won't align with reality. It will be irrational.
Well, that's just they could say the same thing back to you. In order to say something doesn't align with reality, suggests that you have actually encompassed the ways in which they had conduits to reality through the rational process that they
It's not rational to observe the natural universe and insert God into spaces.
Well, if they do so on the
basis... It is not a rational belief.
If they do so...
It is something that you presuppose.
If they do so...
Suppositional position.
That's not true. If they do...
Is that universally true? This is another thing that I talked about in my anti-theism video, where like ideology fills all kinds of holes in it. Sorry, I was trying to wink there and it just came off looking like I was having a moment. But ideology fills holes even in the secular mind, right? Like people make all kinds of weird assumptions when there's unknowns. Sometimes we have no choice but to make assumptions because there's so much unknown in the universe. Now that doesn't justify filling every hole with God, but it just means that like there is no person on the planet who doesn't make assumptions about unknown sometimes and therefore behaves by Jake's definition irrationally. Yeah, I think a lot of people come to that. Yes, actually, Vines brings up a really good point. I'm an atheist, but I won't deny I've been learning more and more about biology, atoms, and a lot of variety of things. The complexity, organization, and precision by which all things exist, even down to the most basic functions of our bodies, is insane. And I can't deny what I've learned could, in another timeline, perhaps rationalize that there must be a God behind it. There's a lot of that, like the sort of intelligent design people. The intelligent design people are like is a fairly large chunk of intellectual religious people, and I still think they're wrong, and you can make arguments for that. But like to argue that's patently irrational seems to miss the point. It seems like a bad tactic, if nothing else. Sirius says he's just wrong on this. Rational does not mean necessarily true. Correct. If we found undeniable evidence which exonerated O.J. Simpson tomorrow, it would still have been rational to believe in his guilt up to that point. Yes. Yes. I think you make a really good point there. That's correct. Yes. I don't disagree with you, Fortnite. Gayfesh says, unfortunately, the majority of intelligent design proponents I've seen arguments from, they're actual charlatans and hucksters. I don't disagree with you. I'm just pointing out that there are a decent number of scientific professionals in the United States right now, learned people who incorrectly, I would argue, adopt intelligent design, and I don't think that that saying it's because they didn't have rationality is the problem. They are employing their rationality to come to a bad conclusion. It's just, this is not the framing is all fucked here.
So if they do so,
it is true.
Well, no, because if they do so on the witness, if they do so on the observation of complex.
So fella with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Fafella says, this guy seems stuck in a phase that I went through at 13. Yeah, this is kind of there's a lot of cringe going on here.
You're on reflection, on philosophical reflection, then it's very much rational. It's not a rationality that you respect, but it is rational. Rational does not mean super double plus good and true, Jake. You can arrive at a true, you can arrive at a true belief irrationally. That's a thing that you can do.
I suppose that's true.
You are a case in point.
But that's not the claim
I'm saying.
I'm saying they're not thinking rationally.
No, but you
so
are.
It doesn't matter.
No, but you were a case in point. You've clearly not taken any of this material seriously, so you haven't investigated any of this rationally yourself, and yet nonetheless you've arrived at a position at which we probably basically agree. What material? Yeah. The immense canon of Western philosophy upon which we
I've read lots of it. Yeah,
I'm sure you have, which is almost.
Rhodes says, Demon Mama, to bring up an incredibly pathologic brained example, you know I always love pathologic brains. Yulia Yurisheva is somebody who logicked herself into doing really stupid things. True! That's correct. In fact, that's kind of a criticism of the entire faction that she's associated with. That they rationalize themselves into horrible positions, and sometimes genuinely inhumane positions, because rationality alone can't guide you in a world where you can't cross the Izok gap.
Entirely Christian until very recently, and even in many cases still is.
That's correct.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We agree
sorry.
in Christian hegemony. I don't know what.
But we aren't talking about Christian hegemony anymore. We're talking about whether or not Christian hegemony in some way obviates agency. And it clearly doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think it does. I think it can
it absolutely
in some
affects
circumstances.
their agency. They make irrational.
But it doesn't. It doesn't like carte blanche remove. Oh wait, that's not the right word. I might be using the wrong word. It doesn't just flatly, simply remove all agency. A Christian hegemony can damage agency, but it doesn't flatly remove it.
So when you're
without the religious belief,
right? So when you're
it absolutely affects your agency.
Right.
If you believe, hold on, no.
So in your judgment,
if you think that God spoke to you and told you to kill your kid with a dagger,
what was he gonna say there? What? Hold on.
When you're,
it absolutely affects your agency.
Right.
If you believe, hold on, no.
So in your judgment,
if you think that God spoke to you and told you to kill your kid with a dagger.
Cherry, it's definitely been an interesting ride. I will say, I really think that ActualJake has made some serious mistakes in this conversation. I don't know what was going on right here, but was it a foreskin joke? I don't know. I don't know what was going on there. Maybe?
Right, which is a story in the Bible.
There are religious people who don't take that seriously. There are religious people who
But
take
there are
that
religious people that do
as a
take that
metaphorical or a
seriously.
piece of poetry. There are religious people, for example,
That you can conceive of a more secular religious person is an example in my favor.
the notion of
This
this,
is what I'm talking
the
about.
notion of the secular itself is downstream from Christian divisions between.
It's not
purviews of the
downstream
magistrate
from
and
Christian.
religion.
It's only downstream from
Well, it literally is,
Christianity
though.
in the history.
It's actually
of humanity.
Well, it's actually downstream from Christian religion and from pagan religion, which is where we get a lot of the Renaissance notions of republican.
There were
virtue and so on and
atheists
so forth.
before that.
Well, they weren't called atheists because they, well, with some exceptions, they weren't called atheists because they overtly denied the existence of gods or of truth or of
Well, they
higher
wouldn't have
principles.
enough knowledge. Like, this is so stupid. They wouldn't have enough
And
knowledge
one of the reasons
to make
why
any
things
of
like-
these bases.
Sorry?
They wouldn't have enough knowledge to make as confident a claim as myself, but they would nonetheless be fundamentally secular.
But you have less knowledge than they do. You don't even have knowledge of them in most cases.
What do you mean? Socrates has less knowledge than I do? Of course, of the world, absolutely.
I think Socrates has significantly more knowledge than you do. Actually.
You think Socrates knew more about the world than, like,
Socrates Jake? I wanna fuck Socrates up, bitch. That idiot, he was a loser. He didn't know shit. If I went brain to brain with Socrates, oh my God. Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, morons. Oh my God. I can't believe we're watching The Princess Bride. Oh no. Oh, I really wish I could play that. Oh, but I can't without getting slapped. The Princess Bride will slap you in 1 second. Oh my God. Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Oh man, this is incredible. Oh no. Oh no.
I think Socrates paid more
modern
attention.
person?
I think Socrates paid more
So
attention to what the
Socrates-
people.
Oh
I wasn't
my
really
God.
finished speaking. I think Socrates paid more attention
This
to what
is
the people
some fucking
around.
wanky stuff.
I think Socrates paid more attention, and by Socrates I really mean Plato, paid more attention to the people, to what the people around him thought and why than you do. I think in his time and in his context.
No. I ask
yes.
Christians why they think things all the time, and it's them
Christians,
who
I was
don't
talking about
understand
Plato
why.
and Socrates.
Correct.
Yeah, a lot of dumb Christians. No argument for me.
Okay. And atheists, a lot of people don't know why they believe the thing.
Bro, I would have been so much fucking smarter than Socrates. If I was Socrates, I just wouldn't have gotten caught. I wouldn't have gotten fucking convicted. I wouldn't have fucking drank the hemlock, bro. Fuck that shit. I would have been way fucking smarter. 5-head, bro.
True,
I
yeah.
talk about this conversation. This conversation is normal here.
Mine are usually better, so I'm sorry for you.
I'm sure. So you agree with me on the things, except
Except the things you're wrong about.
in the
yeah.
middles of the
The
conversation.
wrong part.
You,
The wrong part
So-
where you imply that
The
indigenous
wrong
people-
part.
where you
so
imply that
if you
indigenous
read that,
people.
if you read that
Where
whole
you-
thread from start to finish, do you have a fundamental disagreement with the full body of text, or only the little tweet in between where I didn't at this point say Western chattel slavery, even though that's what I was talking about above in the thread,
Dude. Come on, dude.
or before that at any point with the same people that
Well,
weren't you.
that doesn't wash.
So does that
unfortunately.
matter at all? Does it matter?
No.
Does the context of the conversation
Well, it
matter
doesn't.
at all when I'm having it?
Unfortunately, that redescription doesn't wash because you were
Oh,
you were
okay.
spinning justifications for why it actually applies to people outside of
Sure.
that category
Yeah,
earlier in
man.
this conversation.
So if you want to have a conversation
So,
about not like your nitpicks about tweets, but about the subject that I'm talking about, which is that Christianity
Christianity
Which
in
you
the
agree
modern world is not strictly
Yeah.
a white religion. It's an amalgamation.
correct.
It's an
I
amalgamation.
never made that.
But not just demographically. Not just demographically. Well, that's careful. You have to be careful, because if you say that Black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by slave owners,
They
you need to
were.
No, not all Black Americans were. You need to
Not
be really
all.
careful.
Okay, so holy
But
fucking
not just
shit.
not
I don't
all.
mean to be
Not just
really
not all. No, hang on, hang on.
About saying
No,
not
no.
all, man.
Not even not all. We aren't talking about a minority here. If 80%,
It is so
if 80,
fucking-
if 80%, if 80% of Black Americans trace their their ancestry to slaves, and 20% don't, that only accounts for those. That only accounts.
He's in his angry atheist phase. Socrates, what a shitload of fuck. What were they fucking thinking? What was he fucking thinking? What a shitload of fuck. He didn't even have any airplanes.
So
for those.
the
I wasn't
80%
finished.
is the people I was
really,
talking about
Jake,
in the thread.
But you weren't
No.
though. No, but you
I
weren't
literally
though. But you
was.
weren't though.
I
And I was
literally
literally
was.
about to explain why you weren't. Because you're
no.
being very sloppy here. Just shut up for a sec, okay? Just trust me. This isn't your speed. So
Sloppy, it's fucking Twitter.
Yeah, I know you have no standards. So one of the problems
I don't have.
I would
can
really love to finish
count
this
on-
thought. I really
know
don't.
you
I don't
would.
need you for
I
it.
know that you
but I
would
would
love
like
to
to do it
finish
with you present.
Your bullet point that
So one
you
of the-
prepared for.
I don't. I'm eating. Actually, I don't have any bullet points.
Oh my god.
When only 80% of them, and I say when only 80% of them trace their ancestry to slavery, that does not mean that 80% of them inherit their Christianity from slavery. This is why the example I brought up was
That's
really
true.
critical. So it's
That's
not just
true.
Who would they
20%.
inherit their? Who? What is? What
Sometimes,
is the,
sometimes
what is the
they wouldn't.
Christianity that you think is going to
Sometimes,
happen?
well, sometimes they wouldn't. For example, I'm certain there are some Black people who have gone abroad and were converted there. I'm sure there are some
Okay,
who have
dude.
been converted elsewhere.
Wow, so I
Yeah.
can also conceive of this. Is this true at large about the problem of Christianity and slavery in America? Is this true about that?
The problem
No.
of Christianity and slavery. What are you talking about?
So the topic of conversation.
Just stop with
this
the act. Look,
entire thread-
stop with the screaming act. Okay, you
Not
look
an
like
act.
it's
the topic
it's an
of
act.
conversation.
It's an act. You look like an idiot.
not an
Just
act.
talk. Just talk like a normal person. You're screaming like a child.
I am talking to you, but you aren't listening.
I'm listening very carefully.
And no, you're taking.
You're
dude.
you're
not-
persistently
you're not.
interjecting like you're not.
Yes, that's right. You're not doing these things. That's right.
Do I have a corn costume?
You
Damn.
are you gonna wear it?
No, I don't have one.
What the fuck? What the fuck is What is What am I watching? Do you think Socrates would be making faces? And actually, you know what? Maybe on this particular thing, nothing has changed. Because I feel like Socrates would definitely make faces and go, at his opponents. Okay, somebody here, we gotta do a poll. We got the poll going. Well, I can't argue with the results. This seems more like a Diogenes move. True. Well, can't argue with democracy. Autism is winning the day. The autists rise. Did anybody vote for Jake? Oh, you guys are mean. Not even one? Well, okay, to be fair, I can't say I disagree. I do think this is so far, has been a really poor showing. Wow. President Sunday still L'd though. Because he lost to autism.
Oh shoot! I was gonna eat corn tonight.
Yeah, man.
damn.
So you're the whole time. It's just like bad faith, man. Like.
Killjoy40K says, this is what happens when you get rationality pilled so hard you lose your ability to be rational when it counts. I think it's like a rationality as an aesthetic, right? It's like rationality as like an idol or a fetish. Fetishized rationality. It's where it's become like an aesthetic that you wear to the degree that you can't remember the arguments that you need to actually make a rational argument anymore. You've just declared yourself the rational party. Yeah.
Like, you're not even
bad faith. I tried to have a conversation with you. As soon as we particularize the conversation,
it's crazy that you
to
feel
anything
like
that could be discussed.
You were in good faith from the fucking jump.
Can I level with you? I really.
What about? Can I?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
I'm listening.
So,
you're gonna say something?
The context of the conversation that I talked to you about already.
Yeah.
I am talking about when we agree, Western chattel slavery.
And
its intersection with colonialism, and
it's not an intersection with colonialism. That's a function of colonialism. Chattel slavery is literally a colonial institution. It's not. It doesn't intersect.
All right, now that's semantic. That is semantic. That's semantic. What we just witnessed here. Now, if Jake was to call that semantic, he would be correct. That's semantic.
With it.
Sure, and it's at the intersection of slavery and its interaction with religion in that population.
But where lies the intersection in the case of?
Where lies the intersection of what?
Well, you won't know.
Of modern day.
You won't know if I can't finish my sentence, Jake.
But you've said it a million times. So
no, I
20%.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that yet.
Is this what you're saying? A different 20% statistic this time?
Well, I am, as a matter of fact.
Let's go.
Where is the intersection if we're dealing with 20% of people who don't share that history, who can't share that history because they don't draw their lineage to that?
It's the same one.
That's not the same point. That's actually pretty critical. The bare fact that you have, for example, a history targeting a specific group in some place does not thereby mean it bleeds over into the psyche and infects their agency when they go into that place. That's not how that works. You citing
it's
colonialism.
Crazy that you think that's what I'm saying.
It's
so fucking wild.
You citing
that's the fucking.
You citing colonial violence is not a blanket. You citing colonial violence is not a blank check for you to override the agency of every single person who has a non-white description.
What agency am I overriding?
I think this is a fairly. I think this. If by the way, if President Sunday was a theist here and was arguing on behalf of on behalf of Christianity in America, I feel like Jake would almost unequivocally lose this argument at this point. President Sunday is pointing out a flaw and then going from an agnostic talking to an atheist. But if it was a theist here, they would say this is what would happen. If it was a theist, the theist would say, you're citing the existence of colonialism as a justification to insult the intelligence of Black Americans who believe in God for a diversity of reasons. And where would it go from there? It would be a loss. It would be a win for the Christian. That's really bad. And it would be a bad loss because the Christian would be wrong. Completely wrong to state that, to just blanket say, oh yeah, the Christian would be able to hide and erase the actual history of indoctrination by exploiting this bad argument. Koopa Shell, thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I really want autism to win. Me too. Good news is autism is winning right now. Hardcore. Hey Chariot, great to see you.
Specifically.
Well, from your perspective, apparently none.
From your perspective, what agency am I overriding in someone?
Every single.
Sirius says they would be right to say this. He is insulting the intelligence of Black Americans. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people took problem with here. And if he had been willing to just revise his statements and say, oh, sorry, I typed religious when I meant this, and I actually meant this, it wouldn't have been so bad. But in the way it's structured, this is a severely flawed argument, and it is insulting. He literally said, you know, Black Christians have no agency. which I think is a foolish and ineffective thing to say.
Modern American Christian who's non-white and Muslim, presumably.
What? That's not a what agency? That is not an agency. That's a type of people. What agency am I stripping of people or something? What claim do you think I'm making here?
Well, the claim you made is black Americans are religious because they were indoctrinated into it by their slave owners. Historically, this is wrong on two grounds. First of all, a lot of them were actually prevented from being indoctrinated into it by their slave owners.
We're just doing the same thing.
He can't say it himself. He's trying to say that you're saying black Americans are too stupid to be Christian in modern times. That only white people freely choose to be Christian, but black Americans don't.
Is that the argument you think I'm making?
That's what he's saying. You're saying.
Is that the argument you think I'm saying?
If you want to walk it back, be my guest.
If I want to walk what back? Is that the argument you think I'm making?
I don't know. Your wife, whoever's handling this a lot better than you are.
What argument do you think I'm making?
Maybe I should
sound
argue with her.
accurate?
Huh?
Does that sound accurate? Do you think that
Sounds pretty accurate. It seems like you're really, really invested.
So go ahead and tell me in your words that
well, let's look at the.
You just said. Tell me in your
well,
words.
let's look at the indigenous one for a second. We're talking about present day.
Dude.
I actually think I don't remember Jake's partner's name. I think her name is Phoenix or something, like online. Sarah. Okay, Sarah. I think Sarah actually like did a better job of engaging here, but I just don't know if it's like, I think it came in too late. Sarah Phoenix. Okay. I only for some reason I only remembered Phoenix.
Can you just say the fucking claim that you have about me?
The claim I have about you?
I just asked you what she just said. The thing you're trying to insinuate.
That's
I'm saying.
my
What do you
wife you're
think
talking
I'm
about.
trying
Well, I'm
to
not
say
insinuating. I'm referring directly to your tweet.
That's my
So
wife.
if you
Don't
say-
talk to my tweet. I'm right in front of you.
Well, the reason why we're
Talk
having this
to
conversation,
me.
the reason why we're having this conversation is because of your tweet.
Talk to me.
Well, why don't you
ask me a direct question?
Why don't you
instead of trying to get me to edit a tweet that I made 2 weeks ago?
Why
Talk
don't
to me
you-
right now
why
in front
don't
of you.
you-
We're socializing.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you just re-describe what your position is, and we can start from there.
Why don't you? I have described my position.
Then it should be easy.
Okay, but to be fair, the position that Jake described was to double down on saying that that black Americans are only religious at all, flat, any religion because of slave owners. Like we did that on this video. What was it, 3 or 4 times that he said that? And of course that he's smarter than Socrates, which, you know.
Cannot reach religious belief through rational means.
Yeah, that's silly.
That's
You're
one of them. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
you can't have irrational beliefs and make them rationally.
Sorry?
You can't have irrational beliefs and have made them rational.
Chariot says, have we reached the part in the debate where he says it's impossible to come to spiritual conclusions rationally because irrationality and being out of touch with reality are the same thing? Yes, that happened, and we actually talked about that. It's like a debate bro caricature. Yeah, it is a debate bro caricature. Yeah, we were just on that right before you came in.
What? I mean, first of all, you can. So, for example,
can't.
well, no, for example, because you can go the canteen route, and you can draw the limits beyond which rationality cannot go, and you can show how for certain, for example, irrational claims, like claims about morality, claims about God or justice or teleology, the point at which these fall off, and so you can put them in their proper place, and so you can still have beliefs about them, and you can still arrive at a conception of where they fit in your overall scheme and overall perception of how things work, without doing so irrationally. And you can even treat them as the irrational and put them in their place as such. There's no contradiction there. That's a almost ubiquitous feature of most modern philosophy.
Yeah, I think President Sunday is just 100% correct on this point. Like, this is just a 100% like, because I mean, like, that's how you, I mean, unless you are like a moral realist. I don't even know if that's the right term here. People come like crossing the Izot gap is a hard line in philosophy. And so there is always a point where you have to go, well, I come to this conclusions because you know, I value this, or I value this, or I have decided that human life is worth defending, which is why I come to this conclusion. And otherwise, you have to just be like, no, there is a way to mathematically prove that one person is incorrect versus another person. And I just don't think that that's true. I don't think that there is a way to like mathematically prove what the correct moral answer is. Maybe it's maybe epistemological realism is the correct word. I don't know. This is I'm not a philosopher, so there's areas on this where my terminology might not be up to snuff. I've been emotionally compromised. Moral realists also accept the Izot gap. They just would say that there are categorical norms for action and that they're either a natural property or an abstract property. Yeah. Chariot says, I hate to sound like a jerk, but literally any minor amount of introspection would require Jake to fold on this point. Rationality is a process. It proceeds from premises, and one's first principles aren't a matter of rationality. It's easy to be rational and wrong, i.e. out of touch with reality. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm talking about. Like, you can follow a path of rationality to a wrong conclusion if the facts that you're building your rational structure off of are incorrect. Let's continue. I'm out of touch, you're out of mind, right? Da, 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 da. You're out of time. Oops. Time. Got the wrong word. I always forget the exact lyrics, but I fucking love that song. And it's crazy that I forget the lyrics because I listen to it very regularly. Anyway, let's continue.
The second claim is that black slaves were taught Christianity.
Of course they were taught Christianity. Christianity is not native to the place in which they were enslaved.
And so, yeah, okay. So, and the effect of that is that generationally you will have a high population of black Christians that met that not through critical thinking, not through anything else, but due to the direct effect of their ancestors being enslaved by Christians that indoctrinated them.
Well, they didn't arrive at the...
Oh, yes, absolutely, Page Punk Corpse. We were just listening to Maneater in the car. Me and Doe were listening to Maneater in the car the other day. Banger.
They didn't arrive at their beliefs prior to that either rationally, but they still held them. They were still really that, yes?
What do you mean, really that? Why do you keep doing that? What
the
what
religious beliefs they had.
Are you asking me if I think that they were genuinely they believed in it or something?
Well, the claim you make once again is that they are religious, not just that they are Christian. Was that a misstatement? Do you not believe they were religious before they were enslaved?
Dude, so religious in this context means Christian when I say that they were indoctrinated into Christianity?
Well, like, then you're running still into.
We don't have to talk about like, oh, maybe they were TikTok witches. Like,
but you're running. Well, you're running.
This is what you do, man.
You're running.
I already said that they were Christian.
Man, you're
I
running
said that they were Christian, and Christians are religious, are they not?
Oh, why double down? Just say.
Well, do I have to say religious Christians every time I say, "Hey, man, are you religious?"
Let me accept.
When I talk to a person,
let me accept.
Do I have to?
Let me accept.
I mean, if you ask somebody, hey, are you religious? And they go, yes, and you go, stupid fucking Christian. And then they're like, bro, I'm a Hinduist. You would look like an idiot. You would look like an idiot.
That rewrite of the quote. Even then, you're running into trouble. Because once again, when you're talking about black churches, you're talking about places that are not simply inheritors of European-style Christianity. You're also talking about places that are
European-style
that also
Christianity.
inherit.
I don't.
That also, I wasn't finished speaking. That also inherit the
nothing
traditional
to do
beliefs
with
of the enslaved peoples. So it's not actually the case, and those infect.
Oh my God! I can't believe that some of their culture bled into.
Oh, apparently the stream hiccuped. We lost some viewers, and people are saying the stream's struggling. Just refresh if you're having any issues. It's not. I'm not showing any data loss on my end, so I'm guessing there might have been a YouTube hiccup. Apologize for those who have the issue.
That's so like obviously
not just bled in,
not
just bled in. We're actually directly combined, and these in turn influenced other churches as well, not just the black
What
ones.
does that have to do with anything?
It means that when you're saying they're religious, it's just simply because of...
Gayfesh says, one of my biggest criticisms of new atheism was the attitude, you shouldn't be religious, and the religious that you shouldn't be is evangelical Christianity, and if you aren't that, you should be. Yeah, it's the oh man, I've run into this so much with anti-theists, where anti-theists get challenged by someone who's not an American evangelical, and then they fail to actually be able to argue because that person just goes, I don't believe that, and they go, yes you do, and they go, no I don't. And they don't know how to grapple with it because they've only ever thought about, they've only ever processed memes about evangelical Christianity and don't actually know how to advance from that point. It's so annoying.
Slavery, that's simply not true. They're not only just Christian because of slavery.
I said that they were Christian.
They Christianity
and
became...
And then I used the word religious
Christianity
to
for
describe
many...
the religious Christians. And
well,
you're like, oh, well, he actually means they could have any religious belief
no.
at all.
Well, no. Well, for
example, I'll just say Christian from now on.
Well,
because
for
you're
example,
so fucking like this is so fucking.
Uh-oh. Wait, Jake, hold on. ActualJake just posted his version of the debate, and the title is President Sunday thinks, hold on, let me get it back up again here. President Sunday thinks slaves wouldn't have wanted freedom without colonial religion. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a title. Wait, is this a video response or is it the debate? Hold on, I have to see this because we might have to react to this if it's a video response. Oh no, it's just the debate. Ooh, boy. Oh man, spicy. Was there commentary after this? I might have to check that out. That might be interesting. That's mean, Gayfesh. I mean, listen, sometimes people put, everybody does a little bit of clickbait. I feel like that's like reaching the level of just explicitly lying. Stream is dead? What? Huh? No, it's fine on my end. Oh man, oh, it's YouTube is killing us. Weird. Okay, on my end, I have no packet loss. I have no frame drops. I've got nothing. This is on YouTube's end. My connection is just fine. I'm monitoring my connection right now. It's a YouTube side. YouTube is having server ingest issues. Oh damn. Oh man, we just lost a lot of people. Shit. All right, let's continue. We'll do our best. Kind of sucks.
For example,
instead of nitpicking that,
Jake, you're boring.
You don't have to give me another example.
Well,
you're not hearing the words I'm saying.
I'm hearing all the words you're saying. You're just not saying very much. So, for example, for example, the logic that you're deploying, would be, for example, to say that to say that modern Japanese technology in some sense is invalid because it wasn't arrived at in a Japanese way, despite the fact that it was approached. I'm not finished.
That's not what I'm saying.
It was approached.
You're
you don't
wrong.
know. You don't
this
know.
Isn't my claim.
You don't know if it's your claim or not because I haven't finished my
I
sentence.
literally do know it's my claim because
You
it's
literally
not
don't.
correct.
You literally don't.
I am not. I am not. I am not.
Oh my God! Perfect timing.
It's good.
It looks. That smells so good. Cheddar cheese biscuits and mushroom soup from Doe. You want to say hi? No? There's Doe's hand. You can see because of the identifiable tattoo. What? It's true. Oh, man.
I hope it's good.
Oh, this looks... Oh, there's oyster mushrooms? Oh, my God.
I made the broth from some other mushrooms.
Oh, my God. That's so good. Holy shit. Yeah, will you refill that? Yeah, go ahead.
I love you.
I love you. Wow, this is great. All right, let's. This will make sure that I don't commentate as much, and we can listen to the debate while I eat.
The analogy I'm trying to make over
You're not
your
listening to me.
over your babyish what?
I
The analogy.
am not making a claim of like their genuine belief levels. I am not saying that they are more or less purely Christian.
Wait, can we play that slip of the tongue back? Oh yeah.
Literally
Correct.
Don't. You literally don't.
I am not.
So
I'm
it
saying
was approached.
You're
You don't
wrong.
know. You don't
this
know.
Isn't my claim.
You don't know if it's your claim or not because I haven't finished my sentence.
I literally do know it's my claim because
You
it's
literally
not
don't.
correct.
You literally don't.
No! No! Oh, I know that's just an accident, but that's a really funny slip of the tongue. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh man, I'm having a good time with this damn debate. This is a mess.
Good. It is a mess. It's a messy debate.
Yeah, I love you. Thank you.
No,
this is
you're
so
welcome.
good.
I'm really glad.
Thank you.
I am not.
So,
I am not. I am not.
The
making
analogy
a
I'm trying to make over
You're not
your
listening to me.
over your babyish what?
I
The analogy.
am not making a claim of like their genuine belief levels. I am not saying that they are more or less purely Christian. I've never said that. Any form of religious belief, even whether it's Christian or
But if a religious
some amalgam of Christianity, no matter the degree of it, it's incorrect.
But if a religious belief is appropriated as a technology of resistance, then it absolutely is theirs. And they absolutely
A technology of resistance because Christians had anti-slave movements?
They did. But
Is that what you're saying? Right.
No, I actually wasn't saying that.
Okay,
because,
so what are you saying?
Because slaves actually derived a resistance ethic from it. This is one of the reasons, once again, why white slavers did not allow
so
them...
the claim you're making here is that black people...
This is what the title is referencing. But that's just historically true. Christianity was a source, was one of many, not the only, but was one of many, sources of coalescing that slaves were able to sort of build communities around in order to resist slavery. Like, it's just historically true. But I see where he got that title. I think it's dishonest, but I see where he got the title. Does Jake just not know about the Christian abolitionists? That's crazy ignorant. I think he's being willfully ignorant here. I think he knows that Christian abolitionism was a fairly huge movement in the United States. In fact, the vast majority of abolitionists at the time were Christians, almost definitionally because of the universality of Christianity. But I think he's being willfully ignorant here.
Could only come to their liberation through Christianity?
No. I'm saying that if they used it, I'm saying if they used...
If I said that?
I'm saying if they used it to that
They
end.
needed religion to want their own liberation.
I'm saying...
They needed the white religion to want their liberation.
I never said
So
that.
interesting, but it is what you said, though.
I never.
That's not what he
that.
said. He
Okay,
didn't say
so
that
do you
ever.
think that they would have liberated themselves without Christianity?
I have no idea.
Fascinating, because
We
I
don't know.
fucking do. I 100% know.
We don't know. The
You don't know if black people didn't want to be slaves or not before they were religious?
They don't have to
Or,
want
I'm
to
sorry,
be. We're talking
before
about.
they were Christian?
No, you're very stupid. So.
Oh, man, this is so pathetic. I'm not gonna lie. This has gotten to a level of patheticness. He just refuses to actually engage with the point. It's super obvious what point President Sunday was making. As an outside observer, I'm easily able to tell what point President Sunday is making here. I think literally everyone who's watching, there's 600 people watching right now. Can you guys understand what point President Sunday was making? And when President Sunday unequivocally said, no, I did not say that's the only reason. Yeah, I think literally everybody can understand it. This is willful. A willful bad faith at this point.
The point is that if they used Christianity as a tool in history to get out of slavery, we don't know. Well, no, because you're entertaining a counterfactual. We flat out don't know.
Okay, but here we go.
Don't know.
This is a bad. You could do this if you want, but it's really stupid.
You're the one who's relying on a counterfactual to establish your claim.
Amazing.
It's not very strong.
Sure, man. Yeah. So you're saying that
I don't think you understand what I'm
which
saying.
we
I don't think
agree,
you're following this
Christianity-
very carefully at all.
You're saying that Christianity.
I think you're
the
kind
use of Christianity was a tool of liberation.
I think you're intensely out of your depth, and now you're screaming in order to make up for it because you can't track the argument.
I would love you to make a claim, but when you're
done speaking, do you want me to let you finish speaking, Jake?
You can, yeah. Are you good? So the claim you made is that you don't know if black people would have sought their own liberation without Christianity.
No, we know for a fact they did. We don't know if in the absence of Christianity,
Okay, but
because
here's
that
the
motivated
fucking
a whole
pitfall
lot
that
of
you
different...
fall into here, which is so fucking.
Jake tried to get the gotcha, and President Sunday just directly answered and clearly proved that the gotcha doesn't make any sense. Jake says, so you don't know if they would have wanted freedom without Christianity? And President Sunday says, no, I know they would have wanted freedom without Christianity, but it's hard to say that without the structure, without utilizing the structure of Christianity, forming their churches, if they would have been able to succeed, which I think is a very fair question, given that the United States at the time was nearly 100% Christian, and building churches that were black-centric churches that could provide power to black people without getting directly and immediately persecuted by the government. The Underground Railroad often utilized churches in exactly this way. Like the most famous organization would take cover in churches. They would operate out of churches. It's just he's being bad. It's funny because he's been yelling about being bad faith, but this is so bad faith.
Stupid.
Into a pitfall.
I know you don't feel like it. So Christianity is one of the main social mechanisms through which they experience their colonialism. The people that caused slavery upon this population were Christian and were following their manifest destiny in pursuit of these things. Much of this is informed by their Christian belief. You are saying here to give credit to the guy who stopped slapping his wife. This is the same thing.
What?
What?
I know.
No, you didn't follow what I was saying at all. No, you're...
I actually don't. I did not follow that at all. I want to listen again to be fair.
That you fall into here, which is so fucking
I feel like
stupid.
I fall into a pitfall.
I know you don't feel like it. So Christianity is one of the main social mechanisms through which they experience their colonialism. The people that caused slavery upon this population were Christian and were following their manifest destiny in pursuit of these things. Much of this is informed by their Christian belief. You are saying here to give credit to the guy who stopped slapping his wife. This is the same thing.
What?
Oh, Okay, I think I see what Jake is trying to say here. What Jake is trying to say here is that President Sunday is... Jake thinks that President Sunday is trying to say that Christianity was an unequivocally good thing because it was used by people to survive slavery. But that's not what President Sunday said. And so that's why Jake is coming to the conclusion of saying the giving credit to the wife beater for stop beating his wife. I just think that's a very... First of all, it's not honest about what President Sunday has said unequivocally multiple times at this point. It's just willfully misinterpreting what President Sunday said. But also, it's misunderstanding the historical example that President Sunday is pulling from. Other religions were ultimately stomped out and not allowed. But some slave owners allowed religious practice, and of course there were some very genuine believers among slaves who then organized into their own churches through which they organized portions of their liberation. And that's not giving credit to Christianity. That's just pointing out that that Christianity isn't a single source, that Christianity is a complex entity in the world, and that Christianity can be used in different ways. It's not. I think that Jake is basically like 100%. I mean, this makes sense given the original argument, but he's equating Christianity 100% with slave owning. He's saying that there is no form of Christianity that doesn't ultimately promote slave owning, even though, of course, liberation theology and all other types, many types of Christianity do exist, regardless of whether you want to argue that there are still flaws in Christianity even there.
I know.
No, you didn't follow what I was saying at all. No, you're very dim. No, the point I'm making is that if a black person or a black culture or a black group appropriates a thing that's in their environment, as in the case of Christian religion then, and uses that towards resistance, it's theirs.
It's crazy to call black slaves adopting Christianity appropriation.
That's not adopt. No, it's a positive form of appropriation.
Crazy to me.
That's a positive form of appropriation.
Crazy.
That's good for them. Well, what do you mean? If they adopt,
what's good? He's latching onto the word appropriation and not even engaging in the argument. Oh my God. That's so, come on, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Good for them. Wait,
well, if they adopt...
what was good for black slaves there?
No, it is a good thing if they appropriate something that gives them an organizing tool to resist
I disagree
slavery.
that it was good for them to appropriate.
So you think that when
I do not think that you need
in your judgment
to achieve liberation.
Well, but they were religious. They didn't become atheistic. There was no point in between them being of the religion of their ancestors.
This is
of the religion.
Just a product of the time. Yeah,
there was no gap between them being of the religion of their ancestors.
Of course not.
And of the religion they took on when they came to North America and elsewhere.
That's yes.
Yes. So no, they were not religious due to the ubiquity of Christianity. That's incorrect.
It's crazy that you don't think that.
It's crazy that
African slaves wanted their own freedom until they were.
It's crazy that we can't have a back and forth for even a few seconds without you breaking into a screaming fit.
Oh, dude, the smuggling.
I was
giving
told
Christianity the credit for black liberation, and it's why.
No, not at all. I'm giving black people the credit for black liberation. Some of them were Christians. Some of them used Christianity towards that end.
This is
true, unfortunately. There's a wonderful book called The Half Has Never Been Told. I highly recommend it. It's got a really great chapter.
Fire and a Cane Break by Laura Wexler?
Nah.
Try that one too. There you go.
Sweet. I'll look it up.
We both got books.
And I got a duck. Duck Nana beats corn cob. Just how it goes.
So it doesn't sound like you have an understanding of what my position is.
Oh, dude, come on.
Not ever.
You say so, Chief.
I absolutely say so. Like, you literally are coming in here and just making crazy claims, and my whole chat is like, what the fuck is this guy saying? I've literally never said some of this shit.
I've got a smarter chat, so, you know.
I'm sure you do, man.
Oh, I really do.
It's just like...
Can we talk about how you tried to say that Jake was telling someone to kill themselves?
No, you weren't telling...
Whoa, what? I'm sorry. What? Can we play that back real quick?
I'm sure you do, man.
Oh, I really do.
It's just like...
Can we talk about how you tried to say that Jake was telling someone to kill themselves?
Can we talk about how you said Jake was trying to tell someone to kill themselves? What the fuck? I don't know about this drama at all. I have no idea what this drama is.
No, you weren't telling someone. You weren't telling someone to kill themselves. What you did was you taunted Rico. Very nice guy, by the way.
Rico's a different person.
Who is disagreeing with you?
From the person.
No, I'm talking about Rico.
So wait.
I'm talking about Rico. I'm talking about Rico.
You want to talk about Rico's divorce?
No, I'm talking about you taunting him for his divorce. Apparently he divorced.
I didn't taunt him for his divorce.
Yeah, you did. You spontaneously.
I made a common meme. So now you're mad about Rico? Is this what it is? Is you
apropos?
Mad about that
I am a little mad about Rico, actually.
Okay.
So apropos of.
Hold on a second. I think we need to bring up. Hold on a second. Here we go. Hold on. How do I do this? Here we go.
Rico's divorce?
No, I'm talking about you taunting him for his divorce. Apparently he divorced.
I didn't taunt him for his divorce.
Yeah, you did. You spontaneously.
I made a common meme. So now you're mad about Rico? Is this what it is? Is you apropos? Mad about that
I am a little mad about Rico, actually.
Okay.
So apropos of nothing. Apropos
of nothing.
He was arguing with you respectfully.
So Rico is transmedicalist pretty often. Okay, he has transmedicalist takes pretty often.
Oh, what a dick!
And he has had bad takes in my mentions many times. So the context that I have.
So have you. That's why we're here.
Sure, man. The context that I have with this guy is that he's shitty every day, and now he's divorced and he has a blue check mark. A divorced guy with a blue check mark is a common meme. The circumstances of his divorce are irrelevant to me. If he
they are a little bit relevant. I think
it's
mocking.
Not relevant to me.
mocking someone's divorce due to a miscarriage is.
Rico isn't even a transmed. I don't know anything. I've talked to Rico before, like very slightly, and. My understanding of Rico is that he's kind of like an enlightened centrist on a lot of things. I know that he has pretty good takes on certain issues around like radical liberation, but I don't know what his takes on gender are. And also I know that he has some and again, this might seem somewhat, after what I just said, this might seem somewhat contradictory, but he has some questionable takes about police and the military. I think because he has a military history, so that's why I kind of said an enlightened centrist. But I've never seen him do, at least in my personal experience, I've never seen him do transmedicalism. Maybe he has.
Pretty universally.
Do you think I was mocking his divorce due to a miscarriage?
I don't know. I don't know if you have the brain capacity to hold those two thoughts simultaneously in your head anymore.
His divorce and blue check mark. I didn't say anything about miscarriage. In fact, he doesn't have a miscarriage. His ex-wife did, and I feel very bad if she wanted to have a child with him. And they wanted to have a kid, and it didn't happen. That sucks. But that has nothing to do with what I said.
This is what's going to be known as the Hunter wager. We'll be back at this in a few years, I'm sure.
What's that mean?
Don't worry about it.
Well, why not? Why don't you just say with your chest what you mean, man?
Nah, I'm good.
I feel like that was a optical mistake. Like Jake was saying that's not what I meant, but I feel like doing the like doing the sort of uproarious laughter and smugness when you're trying to clarify that you weren't trying to like hurt somebody, and then also saying, well, it's really funny. Earlier he was making fun of President Sunday, and now he's like, well, technically it was somebody, it was his wife who had the miscarriage, not him, as if that's not like, as if it's not hurtful to the father when a miscarriage happens. Like, big, like, again, a really, really big optical miscalculation here. It's really funny that the whole conversation he's been making fun of President Sunday for being technically, and then he literally technicallys. Oh man.
Can we mock other people's divorces?
If they're abusive to their partners, I would say so.
So wait. So in the cases where they're not abusive, you can't.
I would not mock someone's divorce. I generally don't mock genuinely bad things happening, like loving relationships breaking down.
Wait.
I want the world to be a better place.
Genuine?
Moose Watcher says, can I just say I'm loving your outfit today? The dress really complements your hair. Thank you so much. I've gotten so many really nice statements today about my dress and my hair, and that means the world to me. Thank you so much, everybody.
Bad thing.
If they're unhappy,
divorce is never bad. Divorce is almost.
Divorce is often very bad if it's the consequence of trauma. No. If it's between
divorce is good.
No. If there's a strong relationship between people and that breaks down due to trauma,
that's not what the majority of divorces are. Just fuck off. That's 20% of divorces.
I didn't say.
How the fuck do I know? The majority of divorces are literally.
I'm not against the concept of divorce.
Irreconcilable differences, and often there's statistics on this.
Yeah.
Oftentimes the men do not.
Yeah, see, this is why your views are dense.
You can't. Enough
you just can't. You can't keep up. You can't compete. I'm not against the concept of divorce. I don't think any intelligent person would agree with what I said.
The majority of divorces, however, are happy things because they are met with two people that are incongruous with one another. And
I don't know if we necessarily know that. For example, the way in which
this is a really fucking weird hill to die on. I feel like in this conversation, Jake has like deliberately ruined his own arguments for no reason. Like, President Sunday will just go, is that what you meant? And he goes, yeah, that's what I meant. As if it's like, no, you can't restate or rephrase anything. You have to double down on whatever the first word that you possibly said is. Like if somebody said, are divorces good? I would go, like, if it was me, I would say, you mean like the ability for people to get divorces? And then from there, I would say, well, I think it's a sad thing most of the time. Most people aren't happy to get divorced. Most people use divorce as a tool to escape something that is causing them greater harm. But a divorce in the first place is not always a good thing. But like, I think Jake jumped on the idea that President Sunday was saying that like, no, I don't think that like somebody getting divorced after a traumatic event is necessarily a good thing. It's good that they can get divorced, but it's not like a good thing in and of itself. Yeah, Sirius says it would be like saying, if somebody said, we put our dog down today, it was really upsetting. And Jake goes, actually, that was a good thing because your dog would have suffered more if it had been alive. It's completely missing the point. Yeah, but now I feel like he's sitting here like laughing, being like, you don't think divorces are awesome? And it's like, no, wait, you misinterpreted, but now you're dying on a hill for no reason. Let's go.
You necessarily know.
Well, no,
that.
because even in cases, well, no, because even in cases where that is true, there are a lot of cases where that is true. You are correct.
It's good.
Well, no, because the way, well, no, because the way in which
100% of the time,
because the way in which it proceeds legally often causes profound levels of stress on one or both partners, often resulting in extreme financial stress as well.
To a divorce being good for you.
That's a very stupid thing to say.
Oh, A divorce might be stressful, but it's better not to be in a
Stress
relationship
kills
you don't
people,
wanna be in.
Drake. Jake, stress destroys families, destroys relationships, destroys people.
So do you
destroys
think
careers.
people seeking divorce are more or less stressed being with their partner or being divorced when they
That's going to be on a
actively seek
case-by-case
divorce?
basis. I have no idea.
You're so stupid. It's intuitively true. Obviously, if they are
If
getting
I'm so
a divorce,
stupid, why are you the one relying on what's intuitively true? That's not intelligent.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Bazinga.
Relying on what's intuitively true. That's not intelligent.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's so.
Have you listened?
Holy, that was a. Is President Sunday like an actual parrot? That was a perfect replication. It was like a tonally perfect replication.
True. That's not intelligent.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It was a literal perfect echo.
You're the one relying on what's intuitively true. That's not intelligent.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Danny Fallen, no joke. If you get that for me, I will put that on the soundboard. No joke, we need some new stuff for the soundboard. If you get that for me, it will go to the soundboard. Holy shit. And it doesn't matter which one you grab because they're the same.
You're the one relying on what's intuitively true. That's not intelligent.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's.
Oh my fucking god!
So
Have you listened to yourself? You're like Vosh in a helium balloon.
Oh my god, no! No, fuck! He's already dead! He's already dead! Stop! No! Oh my fucking god. This is the biggest shit show ever, and none of this means anything. They're not even arguing about the original topic anymore. This is literally, it's just turned into complete blood sports. Oh my fucking god.
I mean, it's pretty obvious the reported.
With an uglier beard.
Amazing. So are you just mad now?
No.
Are you good?
I'm feeling.
All right.
Oh, dude, come on. Saying like he's mad when it's so obvious who's mad in this situation. Like, come on. Like being 100% real. No rational person could come away from this conversation saying that Sunday is the one who comes off as mad. I think you would have to be like. You would have to be so bad at understanding like body language to conclude that President Sunday, who's just sort of like tiredly and monotonely sitting in his chair, is the angry one. Oh man. Oh, can I get a timestamp at where you're at? Hold on, I can get you the exact spot. Hold on.
Relying on what's intuitively true. That's not intelligent.
What do you mean?
It's literally exactly at 5200 on President Sunday's video is where that timestamp is. 5200. Rhodes says, "You see, I miss when you did blood sports. You were better than this, even in the day, even back in that day. Yeah, true. Fucking true." Also, Kean the Astronomer says, "I've had 10% of a script comparing the demotion of Pluto to gender ideology for a while. Do you think it'd be worth making a video essay if I don't intend on being a YouTuber? Hell yeah. Making a video essay is always worth it. Also, thank you for supporting the show. That sounds like an interesting video, actually. It sounds a little bit like the creature, yippee! You're kind of right. Once autism wins yet again. Autism strikes again.
What do you mean? It's so.
Have you listened to yourself? You're like Vosh in a helium balloon.
Vosh in a helium balloon. I mean, it's pretty obvious the reported.
With an uglier beard.
Amazing. So are you just mad now?
No.
Are you good?
I'm feeling swell actually.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna body shame you.
Good.
You can.
Don't start that.
Oh, come on. Pretending like body you called President Sunday autistic like three times in the conversation. You don't get to woke scold at the end after you call people autistic as an insult. I'm sorry. I would put calling people autistic as an insult slightly higher than body shaming.
Not a contest you want to start.
What do you mean? I'm objectively better looking.
Oh.
This is like fucking
But it would hurt
true.
my feelings and you'd lose woke points.
I don't care. I'm objectively better looking. So it doesn't matter. If you want to have a real conversation at some point and not a semantic argument over
Well, I did,
when
but
you have me right in front of your fucking face.
I wanted to have a real conversation.
I guess.
I was
But
against,
holy fucking shit.
Against my better
I'm
judgment.
So fucking
against
unimpressed.
my better judgment, the same dumb idiot who told me to go really easy on Haas and have a reasonable conversation with him told me to do so with you, and he's just disappointed as much as I am, I'm sure. Damn shame.
I mean, you didn't even address what I was saying. So it's cool. You just wanted to address what you like pretended I was saying.
No,
like it's just wild, man.
What you said, it was
like,
incoherent.
and then when
stupid.
we talk about you taking me directly out of context,
arrogant.
you pivot to something else.
You're relying on
do you want
a
to
historical understanding of the material.
So what about? Do you want to acknowledge just taking me out of context blatantly, or no?
And to go to context.
Do you want to acknowledge it yourself?
I offered to let you redescribe it in real time right now. Just to tell me what your statement is.
So the guy that you said that I was telling to kill himself, would you like to retract that at all? Just because I want to see
who did I say you were telling to kill
That's
himself?
so fascinating.
No, I can't remember.
So there was a guy who was like, "Oh my god, I would be so embarrassed, I would kill myself." And I said that wouldn't be a good thing. You shouldn't.
Oh my god, we got it. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Before this is over, we have to get it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hold on, let me get this. Wait, I gotta put this in the stream sound files. Oops. Okay, hold on. It's going on. We're finally gonna have a new button. Hold on, I'm gonna have to, give me 1 second here. I have to figure out which buttons we haven't used.
Bazinga.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, man!
Okay, here we go. It's the first one in this row. Hold on. Here we go. Give me a second. Wait. I have to add the sound. Here we go. Oh, getting it. Give me a second. Here we go. Where's the thing? Where'd it go? Hey, where's my meme? Hold on. Give me a second. I have to find it here. Here it goes. Wait. What file type is this? Oh, hold on. I need it in a WAV. Can I get a .wav? Can you send me the .wav version of that? Sorry, I didn't realize it was a FLAC. I don't have any way to convert it while on stream. All right, we'll go back to the React. I need a waveform, or a WAV, whatever it is. Any program that can't open FLAC is stupid. Yeah, well, talk to the people at fucking VoiceMod. WAV, whatever. Fuck you guys. Everybody fucking does this shit. Oh, I don't want that there. Okay, hold on a second. Here's what we're gonna do. While I wait for that to do this, I'm gonna play the bathroom song and go to the bathroom because I really need to go to the bathroom. So nobody go anywhere. We have more to do after this and we're still not done with this, but I'm gonna play the bathroom song because we're waiting for the funny thing, so get over it. Let's go, be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Yes. Ah, yes. That didn't loop, you liars. This one doesn't loop. You can't catch me.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
What do you mean?
Alright, that's it, we got it, hold on.
What do you mean?
It's gotta be boosted.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Alright, perfect.
What do you mean?
We fucking got it! It's right up here next to Bazinga.
Bazinga.
Oh my god! He unmuted it!
That's my wife! That's my wife you're talking about!
Alright, we're up, we got it. I know where it is now. Now we have it forever. What do you mean? We got it. Alright, let's finish this damn debate. Let's do it.
Want to do that, and then you tried to paint it as like, oh my god, look, he's trying to say.
Oh no, I see.
Please self-harm.
I see. Okay.
Are you
no, you're
admit that was,
confused.
like,
No,
bad faith and
it's come back to me. You're very stupid, so you didn't really catch the nuance there. So the person was saying if I had to wear a corn cob in order to stand out, that they would kill themselves.
And I said that's not.
And what you said, which is leveraging essentially manipulation about their mental health. If you're one embarrassment away from killing yourself, or something like that, I imagine if I was one embarrassment away from offing myself or something like that. That's a level grosser, I think.
No, man.
Yeah.
It really isn't. I said it's not good if you want to kill yourself.
I'm not gonna lie, this last bit has been completely and utterly embarrassing. This has devolved. It went from a like fraud debate to blood sports, and now it's literally just you said this on Twitter.
What do you mean?
If you are embarrassed. Like, you're actually fucking bad faith, bro.
Context and you put it
You're actually a fucking shithead, man.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Vivian told you.
Yeah, man. Just eat cocks. Just fuck off. Like, can you this is what I'm saying, man. You can't even.
You should just make your voice squeaky again. That's a
make your voice.
It's a good comeback. Yeah.
Cool, man.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
All right. Is that it? Is that what you're fucking? You had to schedule this with me? Jesus fucking.
Well, I had other stuff on the way, so.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Bye.
See it.
You ran.
Oh my god! That fucking edit at the end! Oh, okay. That is so good! Okay, look. Listen, there was a lot of cringe and fedora tipping on this debate, and President Sunday wasn't completely absolved from fedora tipping at points, okay? Let's be completely honest. But that right there at the end is how you own a meme, okay? People made fun of him for being President Runday, but that right there is how you Giga Chad reclaim a meme.
Bye.
See it.
You ran.
Oh, when the song comes in, oh damn. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, that ending. Damn, that almost made it all. That made it all worth it, didn't it? All right. Okay, let's talk about this. We gotta have a post discussion. All right, we gotta talk about it. Okay, first of all, I don't think Jake's like a bad person or anything like that. And nobody should come to the conclusion that Jake's like a bad person. I will say that I do think this was a pretty poor showing from Jake. I think this debate was not very good. In fact, I think it was bad. Like I said, it got shit flingy at a lot of points, but Jake definitely came off as very angry and definitely very, you know, he was not gruntled, you know? He was not gruntled, all right? Perhaps you could say he was disgruntled. Also some of his arguments I feel were like extremely bad, in addition to just being kind of pointless, like making the argument that there's no indigenous Christians, and then people go, what do you mean by that? And then you say, well, you know, technically nobody is indigenously Christian unless you were born in the Christian area of France, is kind of like, it's turbo annoying. I don't know, like, there's just like, it was just a kind of an embarrassing argument to be making. I feel like this could have gone a completely different direction. ActualJake could have engaged in a conversation about the actual subject, like about like how indoctrination works in Christianity and the limits of indoctrination. But I think that he was way more interested in basically trying to hold frame against a perceived threat. That he felt like it felt very defensive, like very, very, very defensive. And as a result, I think he ended up completely defeating his own points. If this had been against a theist, this would have been a true disaster. It wasn't a true disaster because President Sunday obviously isn't arguing in favor of Christianity. President Sunday is saying you made a historical mistake that makes your argument against Christianity worse. And also, I think it's an uncharitable position towards Christianity. But if this had been against a theist, this would have been a disaster. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I can't help but feel like that went very poorly, because Jake chose to be way overly aggressive and very, very smug on certain points. Also, there are a couple of moments in this that genuinely came off as, I think it was Gayfesh mentioned, it came off as like dogmatic atheism, where it's like, not actually going through the argument at hand, not actually engaging with the topic at hand, just sort of being like, but Christians are dumb, tip tip. And yeah. Oh yeah, Dame Vamp says if this had been an argument against a black Christian, it would have been a legendary flameout. Can you imagine how much more cringe this would have been if this exact debate had happened? But it had been a black Christian debating against ActualJake here. Like it would have been like one of those moments. Like I feel like it could have gone viral, and the only reason it didn't is because it was President Sunday instead. Yeah. I don't know. The agency conversation didn't go anywhere because it wasn't being taken seriously. As we demonstrated here in our incredibly enlightened and large-brained community, as we demonstrated here, there's definitely a conversation to be had around agency. And there's many ways to interpret that argument. There's arguments that you can, there's a whole lot to talk about with regard to religion and agency, with regard to indoctrination, but it was not possible because in this conversation, Jake let his defensiveness get in the way of the actual topics at hand. Ren Moliner with the tier 1 sub says, been watching for a while, felt like a sub was warranted. Thanks for being a voice of reason and kindness in a blood sportsy arena. I'm not always super kind, but I try to be as kind as possible. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate the support. I do try. I don't always succeed, but the other thing too is that there, like, the doubling down on saying religious instead of Christian, like, was a massive, like, unequivocal, completely like, oh, you are just verifiably wrong in no matter how you slice it. Saying that black people in America are only religious because of slavery is actually just, it's so incorrect. It's so many layers of incorrect that it's shocking that he would quadruple down on it. And I would be embarrassed if I myself doubled down as hard as hard as he did. I just feel like, and also it was so unnecessary. He could have just said, oh no, I meant Christianity. And he kind of tried to at the end. He backpedaled weirdly at the end and tried to act as though he meant Christianity. But earlier on, President Sunday directly asked him, did you mean religion? And he said, yeah, yes, yeah. Over and over again. Which is just like, why? Why would you do that? Yeah, I don't know. That was another point. Yeah, Killjoy brings up throwing out the 20% of black Americans because it would damage his argument was so cringe. It's 9.44 million people, an entire state's worth of people. Yeah, that was also a really, and yeah, that was another big mistake. It was just, there's no point to do it. He could have, and it's funny because it was on Twitter, he could have just been like, yeah, I was responding on Twitter and what I really meant was this. Yeah, it's pretty intense, serious. I don't know why. Anyway, President Sunday did a pretty good job. I have to say, despite the fact that it did become a fedora off at multiple points, President Sunday, for most of the conversation, did a pretty good job of trying to engage with the subject at hand. He definitely got mean at points, but it wasn't like it was completely unjustified. President Sunday did actually really try to engage in the topic at multiple points, and I gotta hand him points for that. I don't think that Jake was correct in saying that President Sunday was bad faith in this engagement. I think that President Sunday came in good faith and perhaps later on, you know, his charitability wore out, but to be fair, ActualJake was calling him autistic like within the first 5 minutes of the debate. That's a deep cut, Jessica Metal. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I hope that neither President Sunday nor Jake will get mad at what I said here. I roasted President Sunday a bit, and I definitely disagreed with and also did roast Jake a little bit. I hope neither of them will take it super personally. Again, I don't think anybody was a bad person as a result of this debate. And of course, you should always remember, imps only raid with love. But like, yeah. Some of Jake's audience is already trying to take cracks at Demon Mama in the comments. Wait, in the comments of his video or of my video? Wait, is there an angry Jake fan here? Oh, of Jake's video. Really? Oh, okay, I might have to go look at this. I know this is getting, you know, I'm being a little petty here, but I don't feel like I was so mean. I don't feel like I was that mean. I goofed around a bit, but oh. Oh wait, Sarah's like really fighting with people in the comments. Oh man. Okay, well it's not too bad. Oh, sometimes I just want to see. Sometimes it's funny to me. Sometimes I find the way people think on YouTube are funny. You two should team up to take on Dave. Oh, I don't think so. I with Dave, don't interact with the zoo animal. I watch Dave at a distance. I would not engage directly with Dave. That's not a good idea. I can see where you're coming from, Sirius. I don't know. I thought you were fairly charitable, Demon Mama. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I tried to be. I mean, I do think there was moments that were just, I'm sorry. I won't be dishonest. I'm not going to lie to ActualJake. I think there were moments of this that were really, just really bad showing. Oh. Well, I do hope that I do hope nobody will take it super personally. I wasn't trying to be super mean. I really wasn't. Oh my God. Well, all right, I think that's all I have to say about this particular subject. Vontex says, these kinds of debates between people who don't pull a Brianna Wu, people who are progressive without skipping the actually liking trans people bit, can't get along. It makes me tired and sad. Wait, I don't fully understand, but thank you very, very much for supporting me. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I was trying not to be mean. There were parts where I was like, you know, and I guess it is a little bit mean to do this.
What do you mean?
You know, that's a little mean to put that on my soundboard, but it is an extremely funny sound cut. It's a super funny sound drop. I still think, you know, I'm not to be rude or to anybody involved, but I gotta say, my video on this topic, I think, is way better than the debate. Watch the Demon Mama video. What can I say? And I had a fun time reviewing it, so I hope you all did too. Who's Dave? Watch Cooking Mama and you'll know. Watch Cooking Mama and you'll know. You'll find out someday. Dave is a fellow. Dave is a fella. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching my video. Make sure you subscribe down below and press like if you had a fun time with this debate review. And keep on listening to Demon Mama. Keep on listening for that signal. All right, we have more. 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 Don't go anywhere. We're not done yet. Oh, I see what you're saying, Von Tux. I see what you're saying. Thank you very much for supporting me. I now understand what you mean. That actually helps a lot. We are going to be reacting to something really good now. So if you want to see something that isn't an incoherent slap fest, that's what we're going to be doing now. We have a video to react to that's very important. Yeah. I'm excited to share a really awesome video with you that I think you'll find incredibly enlightening. Let me get it ready, and then we'll bring it in. We'll bring it in, okay? My lovely, lovely imps. Lately, I have been talking about a lot of very specific trans-related political issues on my stream. Now, I am trans, I know, big surprise. I don't exactly keep that a secret. And I talk about trans politics all the time. But lately, I've been focusing on a couple of key issues. For example, the non-negotiability of accepting non-binary people into the trans movement, that we are allies. I have been focusing on solidarity among trans people so that we can win liberation for ourselves. And I have also been talking about trans medicalism, which is a very complicated topic that gets, let's just be honest, it can get fairly intense at times. And part of what I've been trying to do is give people the tools to think about these issues and to engage in conversation with other people beyond my community, and feel equipped to talk about and explore all of these ideas, and also to make good arguments. And today, I want to share a video that I think is very, very valuable for sort of having a baseline understanding of medicalism and how it relates to being trans. Now that might sound like kind of a niche topic, but I promise you it's very, very interesting. I'm going to be making a number more videos in the future, you know, talking about this topic in depth. But today I wanted to share with you and react together to someone else's work on this, and that is the incredible Lily Alexandre. Lily Alexandre is a video essayist on YouTube, and recently, a couple of months ago, I should say, not super recently, but a couple of months ago, she created a video called "Why Are People Trans?" And this video, while it isn't about trans medicalism, the topic, like I have been talking about recently, it actually talks about a lot of the underlying concepts. And I want to share that with you all because I think you will find it very, very valuable. And as you know, we tried to react to this a couple of nights ago on my live stream, and we got interrupted by a trans medicalist debate, which was very, very strange, but also quite interesting. Anyway, without any further ado, I hope you all will sit down and enjoy with me this video, which is called "Why Are People Trans?" by Lily Alexandre. And we're gonna talk about it as it goes on. And yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
In late 2017, I noticed a mysterious icon on my desktop. It was a read-only file in a format I'd never heard of before. I opened it to find a brief note.
I just realized my text is incorrect. Please pardon that. Wait, why are trans people, why are people trans? Why are trans people? I mean, it's the same basic meaning, but that is a mix-up moment if I've ever had one. There we go. Why are trans people? I mean, you could call it that too. It's always why and never how. Well, actually, that's important to this video. Let's do this.
Black on white in plain text. Gone. It's gone forever. I had no earthly idea how the file got there. I don't share my computer with anyone, and I'm sure I didn't download the thing. But at the same time, it was familiar. I'd repeated some version of this phrase to myself every day for the past year as I came out, outed an abusive ex-partner, lost most of my friends over it, started college, started hormones, spun completely out of control, and watched my plans for the future disintegrate. I decided the file was a sign.
Extremely relatable. Boy, oh boy, is that relatable. Coming out can be really, really hard, okay? It can be really hard and really, really painful. And transition I mean, most people recognize that transition is a pretty big change for your life, you know, changing how you identify, but sometimes it has effects that you can't even imagine. And it really can feel like you've entered an entirely new life sometimes.
Dropped onto my computer by some force beyond my reckoning, insisting that my feelings were real. I felt like it saw me in a way almost nobody did, and I carried that reassurance with me for years as I tried to get back on track. I'm really glad I found it. But of course, the universe doesn't drop a file onto your desktop to send you a message. It had to come from somewhere. This is a video about gender, science, and what we lose when we know.
Birdies! I love birdies! For those of you who are new to my content, I am a big fan of birds, okay? I love them, all right? I adore birds. They make me so happy. I am an amateur bird watcher, and I love them. I really love birds, and they're beautiful.
The past couple years have seen a lot of clamor around the idea of transness as a social contagion, of rapid onset gender dysphoria as a mass psychogenic illness infecting teenagers left and right.
I don't want to overpause, but in the conversation that I mentioned earlier in my introduction for this reaction, that was the term trans trender came up. Now the social contagion term is a little bit more commonly used, but that was actually the term that was used in the past, was called, like, people would call some trans people trenders, as in they're jumping on a trend and they're not truly trans. It's a really, really toxic term, and but it belies a toxic thought process. Which is being outlined right here. The idea that being trans is a social contagion.
It seems like there are more trans people now than there used to be, and some very normal people have some very normal concerns about the whole thing. You know, the thing where we exist. It's not ideal for them. Maybe we should ease up. But for all the talk of social contagions, people rarely believe that transness is exclusively a social phenomenon. Even if you think being trans is a fake thing, you believe certain factors predispose people to, I guess, fall for it. And so alongside all this talk of social influence, there's been an increased push to find an objective physical cause of trans identity, independent of any cultural influence. Really, this has been underway since at least the 90s, and theories by this point abound. Some studies suggest that trans identity is caused by specific genes, others by the number of cells in a certain part of the brain. These dry scientific hypotheses appear fairly nonpartisan, and they obscure how loaded the question really is. While the scientific method itself isn't political, what we choose to study is totally inextricable from politics.
And also how we choose to study it, and what conclusions we draw from the data that we arrive at.
You know, we never commissioned studies on why people are cis. We understand that as the natural course of development for a person, as what happens when all goes to plan without any outside interference. But of course, everyone's genders are shaped by their social context. Being cis is actively enforced on all of us from birth, in a process known as forced cissification. Google it. To say that only transness must have a discrete cause is othering no matter how neutrally it's framed, because it understands transness as external to normal human development. It reminds me of the search for a cause of same-gender attraction, or a cause of autism for that matter. Those communities both largely reject the search for a cause, because an answer would be an enormous liability with very little upside.
This is an incredibly good point. And it's interesting because it was another topic that we touched on, which tends to flow together with conversations around the medicalization of trans identity, which is, you know, if you find a cause for something that is stigmatized, wrongfully stigmatized, obviously, but stigmatized in society, there will be a desire to attack it at that cause. And what do you gain from it? Well, that's a good question. What do you actually gain from saying, this is the cause of X thing? And some people will point to, well, it's good to know the truth, right? Well, but if the truth comes with a huge cost, is that knowledge actually going to have a good impact on the world? You know, does knowing it result in a good thing, or does it make the world worse as a result of the knowing?
There's really no doubt as to how the results would be applied. Take it from professional homophobe Orson Scott Card. Our scientific efforts, I've never heard an interview. I don't actually know how he talks. I've assumed he's British. He's not British, is he? Our scientific efforts in regard to homosexuality should be to identify genetic and uterine causes, as well as environmental and social influences that put their children at greater risk of this reproductive dysfunction, so that the incidence of this dysfunction can be minimized. If acceptable ways can be found to protect children from developing this reproductive dysfunction before it even manifests itself, or to shape society as to encourage the least effective to achieve reproductive success, i.e. evolutionary normality, why would we not want to assure that the children we bear would be free of this dysfunction? Fucking dick. Just some of the most pro-eugenic speech around. I promise this video gets like fun and cool soon. It's mostly not about bigotry, but this feels like important groundwork to lay. Anyway. As with other stigmatized ways of being, identifying a cause behind transness would empower parents and lobbyists to directly decrease the number of trans people in the world. If it were found to be caused by the environment you grew up in, campaigns to ban our books and criminalize drag queens would kick into overdrive. If we found strong genetic predictors of transness, prejudiced families would screen for them in utero and abort fetuses deemed to be at risk. And all those militantly anti-abortion people, well, they're usually also anti-queer, and I wouldn't be surprised if many of them were willing to look the other way. Orson Scott Card, for example, is vocally anti-abortion. And yet, in that quote a minute ago, he was kind of implying we should screen and abort gay babies. We know a prenatal marker would engender this kind of choice, because we've seen it happen before. When medical ultrasounds rolled out in the 60s and 70s, prospective parents gained the ability to check the sex of the fetus they were carrying, and if they found out the child would turn out female, many of them would have an abortion, with the idea that having a son would be easier or more financially beneficial. This trend brought on a demographic crisis in a lot of countries. At its most extreme, 118 sons were born for every 100 daughters in China, which scholars worried might increase violence and oppression against women in the long run. So, in 1994, China and India both banned fetal sex screenings to put an end to this practice. Though I should mention the bans may have themselves caused issues for women. Now, the science at play here was neutral. Ultrasounds are obviously not morally wrong, but the availability of sex screenings still caused harm. Similarly, a detectable cause of transness would be a big, bright target on our backs. And that's a major reason some civilians want to track one down. Now, this is a pretty clear—
Absolutely is. It absolutely is. I know, like, again, for my regular viewers, you guys all know this. I say this literally all the time, but for those who are new to my channel, I grew up in a extreme Christian cult, and I have zero doubt whatsoever that if it were possible to screen for and and abort or adjust for trans and gay babies, if that was a thing that was possible, they would absolutely do that thing, and it would absolutely override their their belief in other things, like abortion. Because in their minds, this would be, you know, having a gay baby or a trans baby would be bringing a baby into the world who is inherently more flawed and prone to sin. A lot of them would simply say, "Oh yeah, taking on the sin of abortion is worth it." I believe that 100%. I knew these people, and I know the way that they talk about gay people and trans people.
Cut argument for not pursuing the question any further, but it's not actually the focus of this essay. I don't want to spend too much time on the search for a cause, because no matter what science we use, I don't think we'll actually find one. Before we get into that, this video took a staggering amount of research to pull off. Over the last month, I've read scientific papers, essays dating back to the 30s, parts of 6 different books on psychology, theology, demographics, and I love doing it this way. I don't think this channel would work if it was low effort. But honestly, folks, I'm just barely skirting by. If you like the work I do and you have the means to contribute, it'd be a huge help if you joined my Patreon.
There you have it. Also, when we're done with this video, I will be asking all of you, I'll take this opportunity. When we're done with this video, I will be asking all of you, if you liked the video, to hop on over. I'll provide the link and everything. Leave a like and leave some love from the imps. You all know we call this rating with love. We send all our love over to videos that we react to as a way of not just showing appreciation directly to the people that we like and who enrich us when we do these reactions, but also because it helps build a culture of remembering that YouTube is a giant collaboration space and nothing that any of us do is possible without one another. So I want to encourage people to do that type of thing. So I'll encourage you at the end. Let's continue.
You can get your name in the credits, in-depth production diaries, and early access to all my videos. Okay, hate doing that. Back to the video. The past 30 plus years of biology research have yielded a laundry list of weak to moderate correlations, none of which are known to cause trans identity so much as coincide with it in some cases. We generally believe the hormones you receive in the womb go on to impact your gender, but this theory doesn't map cleanly onto trans men. We also think genetics play a role, but we found that if an identical twin is trans, the other twin with the exact same DNA turns out to be trans a cool 20% of the time. One of our sturdiest conclusions, found in at least 6 different studies, is that trans women are more likely to be left-handed than everyone else. So, if we spent another 30 years looking for a cause, I expect we'd end up with a bunch more fairly uncompelling correlations, which is exactly what's happened with the causes of same-sex attraction and autism. Researchers have proposed
so much
dozens
overlap
of factors,
between these
spanning
things.
everything from parenting styles to gut disease, which they've argued can contribute in small ways, but they've never found anything close to a silver bullet.
I think we both know that vaccines cause autism. I'm sorry. Your video is wrong, really.
Of course, real harm can be done even without a perfect answer. Like, if the best they can do is find a rare gene where 30% of carriers end up coming out as trans, that still empowers people who want to target us. And I tend to think that's the most realistic scenario, because the question is far more layered than it lets on. The cause implies there's only one cause, or at least one factor that's much more influential than the rest. But there are actually uncountably many factors at play here. When we ask what made a given person trans, we're actually asking at least 3 different questions, not just about the individual, but about the society they live in. 1, what was the catalyst of their transness? The most primal cause.
In my opinion, this is a super interesting way of breaking this all down.
Before any cultural interference. Our assumption that it's biological is steeped in Western cultural influence. Ever since the scientific method started edging out religion in daily life, we've tended to assume that everything about everything is physically observable. This idea is called physicalism. Kind of boring. Anyway, applying a simple ideological kind of physicalism to humans, it's easy to think that everything about a person is baked into their genetics and determined at the moment of conception. This is a really effective way to make cultural forces like sexism, racism, and classism look preordained. Women are naturally reliant on men. Black people are genetically predisposed to live in poverty. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Our current gender system starts from the belief that our bodies define our genders, and that we're intrinsically drawn to gender roles based on our bodies. By that logic, if something is wrong with a person's gender, something must be wrong with their body. But there are things we can't point to on the body that may well be bigger factors. Our pasts, our social classes, how people relate to us out in the world. Furthermore, if there are biological differences between cis and trans people, they could be the result of our transness rather than the cause. There's been a lot of clamor about a few studies that found trans women's brains to be closer to cis women's brains in certain ways, but all the trans women in those studies had already medically transitioned, which, you know, changes the body. That's
You'd kind of think that people would be wise enough to recognize that, right? But they don't really.
kind of the whole thing, too. How does society and
people are shockingly bad, as it turns out. People are shockingly bad. You know, everyday people aren't always equipped to be able to parse through scientific studies and know what to look for. And so a lot of times they just sort of impose their biases on what they're reading.
interpret gender variance to identify trans people as a discrete category that can be judged collectively. There's no definitive answer to who is trans and who isn't.
I love this segment so much.
Because the category of trans is blurry and constantly evolving. Many people we describe as trans today would have described themselves as drag queens, cross-dressers, or butches 50 years ago.
Yep.
Even community icons like Marsha P. Johnson never used the word to describe themselves. Nowadays, the trans umbrella includes a huge variety of people who often have drastically different feelings about gender. Personally, I think of my identity as an outgrowth of this need to have a different body and live in a different gender role. Many people only want to live in a different gender role. Others are happy changing their name and pronouns without changing much about their lives.
Yep.
And others still probably could be cisgender, but reject the gender binary on political grounds.
Mm-hmm.
In the 1970s, we started merging into a broad coalition, the transgender community, because we're all targeted for the same reasons. But that shouldn't be taken to mean we're a monolith. Our identities have such radically different implications that if we didn't share the label, I doubt anyone would expect to find a common factor between, you know, a surged up T-girl, a gender abolitionist feminist, and a dangly earring he-they. Well, we're all kind of hot, there's that. Taking a step
Based and true-pilled. Based and true-pilled.
further, while gender variance is found all over the world, not that many cultures have ideas that translate directly to transgender. Take, for example, Ojibwe tradition, which understands the European concepts of sexual orientation, gender presentation, and gender roles to be kind of part of the same thing. Basically, what role a person holds in their community. So, women who excel in typically male work, men who live as women, masculine men attracted to other men, are all understood to carry two gendered spirits instead of one. Thus the modern umbrella term two-spirit, which isn't transness, but a different way of looking at gender variance. It's pretty easy to make a case that the cultural force identifying people as transgender, specifically, is our society that offers up transgender as a framework for who we are and what we do. 3.
By the way, if you make this argument, which is an argument I've tried to explain many times in the past, people will say that you are invalidating dysphoria. If you try to point out the fact that like how we identify and the conclusions that we come to and how we feel about ourselves is directly impacted by our society's view on gender, people will just kind of look at you and they go, wait, you're saying it's a choice? And you're like, no, it's not that it's saying that it's a choice. It's saying that that how we identify ourselves and the way that we come to is inexorably tied to what we're grappling against in our day-to-day lives. It means that sometimes any statement of gender can be deeply political, and therefore recognizing that aspect might be a part of your gender liberation. If that makes sense. How is that invalidating dysphoria? Because some people will say that if you point out the fact that here, let me play this back and then I'll explain what I mean.
Cultural force identifying people as transgender, specifically, is our society that offers up transgender as a framework for who we are and what we do.
So in a society where there are only two distinct categories of gender. As a result, transgender arises as a experience of I am going from one to the other. And if you point out and go, well, you know, if our society, if we were to recognize the fact that these two, like this is why people get mad at gender abolitionists, because if a gender abolitionist says, hey, the categories of man and woman are kind of screwed up to begin with, then they go, well, if man and woman doesn't exist, then you're saying you can't be trans or transgender or transsexual. You're saying that it's just that you can just choose to be whatever you want. And the gender abolitionist goes, well, kind of, but not exactly. What I'm saying is that in a society where you have to choose between one or the other, we become forced into a specific identity that might not actually be fully accurate to who we are deep down inside, because we can only choose to transition from one to the other. And if we begin to look beyond that, you can recognize that there are identities that are above and beyond two choices, that there's more than you know, male, female, and the simple version of transgender, that you could say that, hey, my gender expression is closer to this. Does that make sense? I hope that okay, good. You say, gotcha, that makes sense. Okay, good. I'm glad I made that make sense. It kind of happened during the debate that you had? Yes, during the last stream debate that started when we started watching this video. Yeah, that basically did happen. That when you point out the fact that, like, our understandings of gender are limited by what we're given to work with, or can be limited, that some people take that as you trying to erase their position, what they use to grapple with it. And you're not necessarily, but you might be pointing out and saying, hey, there's more to this than is immediately understood.
3. What made it possible for them to realize they were different and actually move through the world as a trans person? Although some people just know they're trans from a young age and declare it before they even really understand the implications, it's not most of us. Most of us take cues from our environments in choosing to first accept ourselves as trans and then come out. This too is 100% down to culture. Nothing meaningful about human biology has changed in the last 100 years, but there are more openly trans people now than before because being openly trans is more feasible. That's why the social contagion myth is so seductive. It looks to some people like the trans rights movement has caused many people to be trans, who otherwise would have been, you know, normal girls who are pink and don't have gaping holes in their abdomens. All 3 of these questions are complicated, and there's no reason to believe they would all have the same answer. I think the real reason a given person is trans must involve some biological predisposition, some cultural understanding of gender variance, some safety and ability to come out, and some amount of personality and ideology. With such a generous heaping of randomness that predicting the outcome is a total crapshoot. Yep. The 2 meta-reviews I've read, both published in the Journal of Gay and Lesbian Mental Health, seem to agree with me. Oh, the meta-reviews agree with her. Great. I always do this. I always dive into these questions and explain why it's actually really complicated and there's no one clear answer. What is sex? At least 6 different things. What are women? Yes. And I think it's true, but it's also clunky and unsatisfying. I end up running into what I call the t-shirt problem. You're telling me sex is these 6 things and some aren't binary and some are a social construct? How am I going to fit that on a t-shirt? Well, the full story is definitely more accurate.
True.
It also somehow feels like shakier footing. It makes it impossible to explain why, like, I am trans, specifically, which is a question I wish I had an answer to sometimes. And maybe as a response to this issue, the impractical complexity of gender, a fair number of trans people also seek out a simple answer, especially a biological one, with the hope that that would legitimize us.
Sounding somewhat familiar.
Every single theory I've heard from a transphobe, I've also heard from a trans person. Genetics, prenatal hormones, brain shape, innate brokenness. In the community, a crude physicalism hobbles forward, insisting that if our identity can be pinpointed in the body, that settles the argument. It's real. We're real. We were born this way, baby. We're taught to think of social forces as less material, and therefore as much shakier foundations upon which to build identities. So even among us, there's an incentive to argue that gender is,
I'm sorry, I love that cut. I love that cut.
In fact, an immutable physical trait. I think a lot of these people are in pain. Maybe they feel unmoored in a world that doesn't make room for them and want something unambiguous to tether them to reality. A story that dispels any doubts they or others might harbor. See, my body is my gender just like you.
Damn, is that not what we've encountered recently? That is so similar to what we've encountered recently. It's funny because I once said this after a very, very intense debate, and it made someone so mad that they deliberately misrepresented me and went on a complete crusade against me. And all I said was, the way that you're arguing about this feels like you're trying to, like you're looking for an answer, a single answer. It's wild.
If only it were so simple. I experience my body as a contradiction whose resolution is visible but just out of reach. I'll chase my ideal self forever and it'll stay on the horizon forever. Logically, I know there's nothing wrong with my body. Its defects are social mirages, but I see them anyway. Lots of us do. And as with any other difficult fact of life, we need to integrate it. We need it to make sense on some level. Framing transness as a physical defect can be comforting because it validates our suffering and forces us to relinquish responsibility for it. It doesn't say we suffer because we deserve to, but because there's simply no other way. We were born broken and will never achieve perfect repair. This idea carries a lot of religious baggage, I think, though it pretends to be coldly scientific.
This is so, like, the accuracy of this segment is just incredible. Do you see why I wanted to show you all this video? Like, this part right here, we were born broken and can never achieve the perfect repair. That is the type, that is core to the type of person who like obsesses over being like, I know that I'm an AGP and it's okay. It's okay to be that way, I guess, but I know what I am. And it's like, okay, first of all, there's like a ton of conceptual issues with that identity in the first place. But secondly, do you not recognize how you're basically accepting onto yourself some sort of fundamental wrongness that doesn't exist? It's an original sin. This section is so good.
We were born broken and will never achieve perfect repair. This idea carries a lot of religious baggage, I think, though it pretends to be coldly scientific. Fittingly, easily the best expression of it I've come across came from a rabbi named Kalonymus ben Kalonymus, who was active in the early 14th century. There's a debate over which pronoun to use for Kalonymus, but I'm going to use she because it's my channel. She wrote this absolutely stunning layered poem called Prayer for Transformation that alternates between yearning for a life as a woman and cursing the world for making it impossible. Oh, but had the artisan who made me created me instead a worthy woman, today I would be wise and insightful. We would weave, my friends and I, and in the moonlight spin our yarn and tell stories to one another from dusk till midnight. We tell of the events of our day, silly things, matters of no consequence. But also, I would grow very wise from the spinning, and I would say, how lucky am I to know how to make linen, how to comb wool and weave lace, to design cup-like buds, open flowers, cherubim, palm trees, and all sorts of other fine things, colorful embroideries, and furrow-like stitches. This life sounds so wonderful. There must be some reason it's out of reach. There must be something. Skipping to the end now. What shall I say? Why cry or be bitter? If my Father in heaven has decreed upon me and has maimed me with an immutable deformity, then I do not wish to remove it. The sorrow of the impossible is a human pain that nothing will cure and for which no comfort can be found. So I will bear and suffer until I die and wither in the ground. Since I have learned from our tradition that we bless both the good and the bitter, I will bless in a voice hushed and weak. Blessed are you who has not made me a woman. It just breaks my heart. And I don't know what else she could have done, right? For a 14th century rabbi, I'm sure it made sense to accept the suffering as preordained and integrate it into her worldview. Today's trans pathologies are similar, but substitute faith in God for faith in an as yet unseen science. A hypothesized genetic mutation, a mental illness, a disruption in the womb, each one basically a curse in a lab coat. Despite its scientific veneer, there's no reason to believe these theories are truer than any other. The properly scientific answer is that we don't know, and I think people only insist otherwise because they feel a point of origin would offer them meaning. I want to share an excerpt from one of my new favorite essays, Archetypal Transsexuality, published in 1995 by Rachel Pollack, who incidentally died a couple months ago.
I apologize if there's any interruptions in this video. YouTube servers have been having issues all night, so the people have to keep refreshing the stream. I don't know if it will reflect forward in the video, but I apologize if anybody's there struggling with it.
To describe transsexual people as dupes of the medical profession, or slaves to social conditioning, or trapped in rigid ideas about gender roles, is precisely to take away our power. A power so intense that it terrifies people.
Yep, I agree with this.
And because the dual acts of changing gender and altering the body frighten them, they try to think of an explanation. He must hate himself so much. She can't accept the role society has given her. Her parents must have abused her. Each of these statements, and all the others, assume that the transsexual man or woman doesn't...
God, those... I've literally been hit with all those at various times, and just in my career online, not to... Don't even begin with offline.
Really know what he or she is doing. And more, they shift the focus from transsexuality itself to some external concept or ideology. All explanations, even friendly ones, drain away the passion of the experience. To me, the search for a cause of transness reads like a spiritually deprived society struggling against a force its logic can't easily explain. The way trans people move through the world, without an obvious cause but so steadfast anyway, casts doubt on this idea we stake so much on, that humans can understand everything if we try. What if, instead of fighting the unknowable, we embrace it? Just this once. What if we consider that transness's resistance to scientific understanding is part of what makes it so compelling, and approach our theories as the creation myths they've been this whole time? That approach kind of blows the roof off this thing, and makes room for theories that do more for us, that offer not just a cause, but a reason for being alive. Sure, maybe you're trans because something's wrong with your DNA. Maybe you're trans so you can help other trans people. Maybe you're trans so you can have a lot of weird sex. I don't know. What I'm trying to get at is that uncertainty itself has a lot to offer those in need. A lot of the time, literal truth isn't what we're after. What we want is guidance. That note on my computer that I mentioned at the beginning, part of me knew it wasn't literally sent to me by the universe, right? I just really wanted it to be. At the time, I was freshly 18, a year out of the closet, and having a disastrous go at things for too many reasons to list. I handled my first year of college with all the elegance of a seagull in a jet engine, failing a few classes spectacularly, then crashing loudly. I had no faith in the future, no sturdy plans, few prospects. Suffice to say, I needed a guide. And here was this file, materialized from the ether, simple, sturdy, and definitive.
Levi Matthews asks, so we should just drop our need for scientific understanding for the sake of the unknown? No, that's sort of misunderstanding the point here. The point being is that there is no single cause. There will never be a single cause for something so complex. Just like there's no single cause for what led people to live together on Earth, what leads people to become friends. There's no single cause of friendship. There is likewise no single cause for being trans or for being any part of that identity. The idea is not to give up our need on understanding things or understanding aspects on it, but to not be blinded by a totalizing question. by asking, why are people trans? Your question is formulated wrong. To recognize that, well, of course, there must be multivariate reasons for the reasons why people are trans, opens your mind to be able to see the many different paths that people take to a specific end. Fortnite says, it's worth pointing out that the search for a cause is largely not scientific, but rather spiritual or spiritual-esque, pseudo-spiritual search. Yes, exactly. These questions are heavily loaded, and sometimes the question that you ask is more important than the answers anyway. Jake Metzger says, it's not a misunderstanding. Let's avoid the analogous appeal to mysterious ways, admitting that the question and answer are complex isn't to stop asking the question. It's to stop asking the question in the way that it's being asked now. I kind of see what you're trying to get at, but I think that you're sort of, I feel like you should take the video in good faith and try to understand what's being said here, because I think it's fairly clear what's being said. It's not saying that there's literally never any reason to ponder it, but it's saying that don't let yourself be limited by the search for a cause into recognizing that gender expression, and specifically this thing that we call being transgender, is incredibly, is not just complex, it's incredibly complex.
Gone. It's gone forever. The statement was broad enough to take as an affirmation of almost anything I needed affirmed. My childhood was gone. My friends were gone. The person I used to be was gone. Not encouraging messages, but correct ones, compelling me to face the facts and move on. I returned to the file often, and each time it said true things. By now, that rough patch is several years behind me, and I'm well aware how silly all this sounds. Last month, I was reminded of the file, and I got to wondering, okay, where did that actually come from? If not a message from the universe, then where? I figured out what was up with the file format, which is a .text clipping. It turns out that Mac computers create these when you highlight text and drag it onto the desktop. I can see how this would have happened without me noticing. At the time, I had this tick where I would tap on my trackpad over and over and drag the cursor all over the place. I could have selected this phrase somewhere, then accidentally drag and dropped it onto the desktop. Weirdly vulnerable thing to admit, by the way. Please be normal about this in the comments. And with that made clear, I got to wondering where the phrase was clipped from. I copied it into Google and was surprised to find that once it's gone forever is a decently common phrase online. With every result I checked, I felt myself getting closer, and my world shrinking down to a single point. Reading the elusive phrase on Mormon news sites, in premium whiskey reviews, on magicalquote.com, the text file began to feel frivolous, and the real ways that it impacted my life, kind of pathetic. I realized no point of origin could possibly live up to the infinite meanings I'd imagined for it. So I stopped looking. Turns out I still need it to have meant something. There's not much comfort in this world for a newly out trans woman, let alone the messy one I used to be. It's still a real comfort to think I was worthy of that kind of attention, that an unseen force would have watched over me of all people. I can only imagine this is what Marx meant when he said that religion is the soul of soulless conditions, the opium of the people. I wonder if a yearning for this divine comfort that both science and organized religion deny us is what leads some to believe that trans people are closer to God, and maybe even that transness itself is divinely ordained. This idea seems to be in vogue lately. I've heard it from friends, from strangers online, most recently from graffiti in the bathroom of a lesbian bar. It's certainly not a new idea. Some versions popped up in many cultures throughout history. But the version I often hear is that trans people create themselves as God created humanity, and that the creation process is inherently transcendent. I think for people who need it, this affirms their transition as something beautiful and generative, not depraved and destructive as so many people portray it. It helps people affirm the real wisdom they've gained from living on the inside of this phenomenon, and gives them a framework to use that wisdom for good. It's not a formally organized belief. I'm sure there are drastically different takeaways than what I'm describing, and I'm sure those are valuable too. In any case, I have to admit I don't entirely vibe with the framing, because even lifting us up sets us apart from the rest of the world. If trans people come from anywhere, I think it's below, in the mud where particles fraternize and occasionally form something new.
You heard it here, folks. Trans people come from below.
I think people like us are a lucky coincidence, one of those things that emerges as an ecosystem iterates. Marine mammals, bright-feathered birds, sunflowers, trans people. The process isn't ordained by a higher power. It's a shared effort by all living things, causing one another with each interaction. Trans people emerge from the clay of the earth, like everyone else, and mold ourselves by some inconceivable blueprint, like everyone else. The most credit I'm willing to give us is that we're more actively involved in that process than most people, which can give us insights into just how created everything around us is. If you're open to learning, transition can teach you just how many things can be dismantled if they don't serve the world, and that there are powerful forces that still elude our understanding. To accept yourself as trans is to live, at least for a while, in contradiction. To realize—
I like this. And this is something interesting because it's something that that I've found. This topic came up specifically when we were talking about people basically using like handbooks or psychological handbooks to be like, of course trans people are real. Look, it says so right here. But trans people didn't always have the agreement of an institution, and yet they were still valid and they were still correct in pursuing their self-actualization, and they still were doing no harm by doing so. Even when there was no science to back up, there was no science there for them to say, well, look at this. They were still correct. And so, yeah, to a certain degree, the experience of being trans is now, was and is, and might forever be, recognizing, yeah, there is no simple answer for why I want my body to be this way. And that's okay, because it's okay for me to want to have control and agency over my body. That's an okay thing to desire. Yep.
As you are something you're not yet. To recognize that a crucial part of yourself is absent from—
I love that too, that you are something that you're not yet. It is a difficult thing to parse. Isn't it? But to a certain degree, that's true of all humans. We happen, our way of being that way, intersects with weird weird stigmas in society. But humanity is often that way. There are things that we are that we do not yet understand, and therefore we can't fully live up to it, even though it was a part of us all along. This is one of the things that gets people hung up on the like socialization conversation. When people say like, oh, male socialization, or, you know, this idea that like, oh, are trans people, is a trans person before they recognize they're trans still a woman? You know, it's like a trans woman, before they transition, before they know they're trans, are they really a woman? I mean, by some interpretations, yes, and by some interpretations, no. It all depends on what you mean and what you're trying to talk about. And it's super interesting. And if it doesn't become charged with a desire to deny someone the ability to live as themselves, if it doesn't become charged by the desire to control someone else in their body, these questions can be explored and become empowering instead. Yeah. Peaceful Warrior says, this video is wonderful. My best friend just came out as trans. I'm going to share this with her. I think this video is fantastic. I really do.
your life and body, but also that it's everywhere, coloring your interactions and desires for your whole life. What is that intangible something that knows who we are even before we can put our finger on it? I don't know, dude. That question is basically, what is the essence of the self? What is the soul? We start whole religions over this. Maybe it's physical, able to be localized somewhere and understood. Maybe it is a soul or the will of a higher power. Maybe it's nothing in particular, random chance, chaos. As long as the question is left unresolved, there are 8 billion true answers, each of which serves a real purpose in the mind of its beholder, whether or not it's strictly correct. Should we give all that up just so we can pat ourselves on the back and tell ourselves humans have no more worlds to conquer? Uncertainty births almost everything. Abiding its desire allows us to ask questions, create art, fall in love, transform ourselves beyond recognition. It's precious. And once it's gone forever. So I'm really comfortable writing nonfiction videos like this one, and I've always wanted to dip my toes into writing fiction too, but since I don't have any formal education, it's felt really intimidating. Thankfully, that's where Skillshare has been helping me out, the online learning community with something to offer people at all skill levels. I recently found a course called Writing Character-Driven Short Stories, which is helping me overcome.
All right, we're not going to watch the full ad, but I am going to take this time to share this video. I'm going to give you the link. If you found this video good, if you enjoyed this reaction, I would like you to take this moment. We're going to talk about some of the conclusions here and have a little bit of a discussion segment. However, I'm linking it here, and I would like you, if you enjoyed this, if you liked watching this with me, click through, press like, and please leave a quick comment. Your comment can be as simple as love from Demon Mama and the Imps, to a heart or whatever. All I want to do is make sure that our lovely community goes and shows some love to someone who gave us something to react to, who gave us something wonderful to react to. So there you go, and make sure you press subscribe if you liked the video as well. And of course, if you enjoyed reacting with me, make sure you press like on my video and subscribe to me, Demon Mama. We've been reacting to Lily Alexander, but of course I don't just do reactions. In fact, most of what I do is original content. So, yeah. Anyway, I want to continue talking about this. I just wanted to make sure that we do our little raid with love because it's important to me, like I explained before. Gila Monster says, as a man who came out as bisexual to my family at 43 years old, I was a bisexual through my entire youth, but growing up in the culture environment of the Mormon church, I certainly did not understand this about myself. It took a long time. I was still a bisexual kid though, just a really confused and repressed one. Yeah, see, that's something that can happen. And I think it's perfectly rational to see yourself as that way and to have seen the parts of life or the parts of that were a part of you that hadn't fully formed in the way that they are now. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. This video is really interesting, and I think it's really interesting because it talks about it challenges us to sit with that uncertainty that's discussed here. It challenges us to sit with it and be able to recognize that uncertainty is not inherently a bad thing. If you don't have every answer for every complex issue all at once, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're dangerous, and it certainly doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing harm. It's interesting how in the past, this like lack of an answer is interpreted with hostility. And we could go into all kinds of historical discussions for why that is. But there is a struggle between a culture that demands answers, that often demands divine answers, and the unknown, right? So if you live in a culture that says there is only man and woman, and then you are confronted with a being that is neither man nor woman, or perhaps could be both. There's a lot of different ways to interpret this. Could be somebody who's trans, could be somebody who is intersex, could be somebody who is who presents one way and then another as like a transvestite type, where it's not trans as we understand it today, but a different form. That could be immediately reacted to with hostility if you live in a society whereby by divine decree there are only supposed to be two answers. But I think that that's a bad way of engaging, right? It's a dangerous way, and often it leads to people being harmed and hurt, when in reality, there is all kinds of unknowns in the world. There are things that we might never get to know just because of the way that the world, the way that history unfolds. We may never know what the end bounds of the universe, if there are any. We may never know certain aspects of science. We may never know whether certain things exist or certain things are possible, because we don't get to know how everything unfolds. And sometimes being able to grapple with the lack of knowledge is as important as how you grapple with knowledge itself. Yeah. And I also think that that there are, I mean, again, like on this whole topic of like the medical approach to transness, I understand why, and it's interesting because when I talk about this, I never oppose people finding out things about trans people. Obviously, like for example, I am really thankful that we know how to produce bioidentical estradiol. Like, I'm super happy that we can do that. And same for testosterone. I'm really happy that we can do that. And that is a scientific pursuit and a piece of knowledge. But also note that that discovery doesn't require us asking the question, like, what made you trans and why are you this way? And it doesn't require us to come up with a definition of transness that is centric around a medical issue. One of the problems with trans medicalism, in my opinion, which is, obviously this video goes much broader than trans medicalism, but one of the problems with it is that it presumes almost intrinsically that there is a medical flaw with being trans, that the pure experience of being trans is not something to be grappled with as a part of your normal life, but is some kind of a flaw from a proper design. So let me give you an example of this, or something, a parallel at least, to compare this to. Can you imagine if we lived in a world where it was considered like a medical problem to get hungry? So like, we get hungry every day, and if you don't eat, you will suffer. And if you don't eat a lot, it can become very dangerous to you. But we don't categorize being hungry as a medical issue. It's a part of existence. It is a part of human existence. Some people get hungry more frequently, some people don't get hungry as frequently, and it only really becomes a medical issue of any type when there is some intense suffering involved with it. And to parallel that with trans issues, the fact that we see dysphoria with our body not being the right way as a medical that obviously models are moving away from this now, but the fact that there are some people who insist that we must interpret the state of transness, of saying, okay, well, my body doesn't perfectly align as like a design flaw, instead of something like hunger that arises in all kinds of people, that this dysphoria thing can arise in all kinds of people and has a simple solution, which is allow people to live as they desire. Fortnite points out, in the past it was considered a medical issue to get periods. Yeah, of course. It's kind of wild, right? How things can be medicalized and stigmatized via that process, as opposed to being framed as something else. The framing and how we ask questions and why we're asking them is very, very, very important. Yeah, I just think it's important to be able to think about. I think it's important to be able to think about the experience of being trans beyond just the suffering aspect, and that I am somebody who has experienced intense dysphoria. If anybody doubts that, again, I have had bottom surgery. I have been on hormones for a very long time, which was not easy to do. And I currently get electrolysis, which is incredibly, incredibly painful. I had electrolysis yesterday. Yeah, it's Tuesday, so Monday. I had electrolysis yesterday. It was one of the most difficult sessions I've ever had. And all of that is to deal with, is to help me move beyond, in the best way that I can, dysphoria. And I think it's wrong to frame that as some sort of extremely unique, aberrant human experience, especially because most of the clients at places like the electrolysis I go to are cis people. It turns out it's not just trans people who get facial hair dysphoria. It can be anybody. If your body moves in a way that you don't align with, it can be very distressing, and that's fairly easy to understand. Yeah, the structure of gender in our society is so rigid, and also it's so heavily policed that that experiences that are very human, experienced by trans people, are basically treated as like I said, as aberrant. They're treated as some sort of broken and wrong thing, when they're experienced equally by non-trans people frequently and not stigmatized to that way. And that exists as a result of the way that gender operates in our society, which I think is an unhealthy framework. I think the way that that gender has been built is largely damaging. And that we should do what we can, of course, to move away from gender as it exists now. That gender as it exists now is oppressive to most people, that binds people. Anyway, I hope all of that makes sense. Does anybody have any comments or questions before we wrap up this little segment? Brutus Magnuson says, if I don't have a beard, I hate mirrors. There's a million web comics about how it feels to shave your beard. I completely understand. I understand the inverse of that. To the degree that when I don't shave, it actually, it almost always makes my day worse. It's especially bad if I can feel that there's any facial hair on my body. If I feel that, it drives me crazy. It actually actively makes my day worse, even when I'm not thinking about it. Sometimes I don't even think about why it is. I will just feel horrible, and then I'll go, oh, I need to shave today. What's your thought on affordability of trans surgeries? There is no reason for trans surgeries to be as expensive and difficult to access as they are. There's literally no reason for it. Trans surgeries make up at the maximum demand for trans surgeries that we've ever experienced. They don't even here's a stat that's really amazing. In the military, the maximum demand for trans surgeries would have added up to a minute fraction of the yearly demand for Viagra alone. That's just from the military stats after they stopped banning trans people from the military. So the fact that trans surgeries are policed to the degree that they are is completely ridiculous, when mundane medications for cis people that are way less, that are just as easily considered not important are paid for with no questions asked. There's no insurance policy that doesn't pay for Viagra. Viagra is a medicine that is used to enhance sexual experience, and cis society is able to recognize that sexual experience is so important to mental well-being that every insurance company in the goddamn world will cover Viagra, even though the amount of Viagra paid for year just towers over even the highest demand we've ever seen for trans surgeries. It's wild how misleading and twisted these conversations are. When you talk to people about, oh, well, you know, the government can't just pay for every trans surgery, then you go, how much do you think it actually adds up to? And they go, I don't know. And it turns out it's next to nothing. It turns out it's marginal because there aren't even that many trans people to begin with, and the surgeries are only inflated because they can't be bought with insurance. So it's all an invented issue that trans people are never going to be a mass economic issue. People just try to twist it that way. That's good, Levi Matthews. That makes sense. Yes, exactly. Really good point. Chara-chan says, not to mention if they would just allow puberty blockers, which are really inexpensive, there would be even less need for surgeries. That's literally true. If people, if people were able to get access to puberty blockers, there would be significantly less need for the more expensive type surgeries like FFS, facial feminization surgery, as an example. Lauren X. Pandamus says, I've been struggling with the idea that our faces root us in our ancestry and that FFS would cancel it out. I'm curious how you feel about that. I don't think so. I don't think they would cancel it out. And here's the reason why. If you got a scar, like, okay, you're tied to, let's say your face is tied to your ancestry. If your ancestors were involved in a struggle, and one of them got hit with a weapon and survived, and they had a scar as a result of that, that wouldn't break the chain that you had to your ancestors in that way. That would be a result of their living experience, a part of their story. In the same way, FFS is the exact same thing. It is an external factor that is happening to your face that is necessary for your story. It doesn't break your tie to your ancestry. It doesn't cancel it out at all. It actually is just something that is a part of your, it adds to your story in your particular line of your ancestry. That's the way I look at it. Page Punk Corp says, FFS is kind of evil, IMO, but if you really want to get it, I think you should be able to. I don't agree with the idea that FFS is evil. I know why some people say it, and that's because there are a lot of doctors who offer FFS who have a very, very particular idea of what female looks like. Yeah. And before everybody jumps on that, I'm going to try to explain. This is a really big problem. There are this has actually been criticized in trans circles that certain surgeons are so bad about it that they won't even listen to the feedback of their patients. Like, there are patients, I've read the story of patients who said, don't touch this part of my face, and the surgeon did it anyway. And then they had to go and struggle in a lawsuit against that surgeon because that surgeon had such a specific vision of what feminine looked like. And that is, I don't think that it's fair to say FFS in and of itself is evil. I think that's not a good way to argue that, but I think that it's perfectly justifiable to critique the fact that there is bias among surgeons who practice FFS, and that facial feminization surgery is still subject to certain biases. Oh man, there's some, the whole cosmetic surgery industry has this problem. yeah, there is bias that is present there. There's also a race issue. This has been, I've also seen writings on this. I don't remember where I wrote about it. I couldn't tell you off the top where I read about it. But off the top of my head, but that there are people who, because there's a lot of FFS surgeons who are white, that when people of color go to get FFS, they have to be very careful because sometimes white beauty standards will be imposed on people of color who are seeking out FFS, and they might want a certain thing, but ultimately be basically have a standard of beauty imposed upon them where they end up struggling with their surgeon because their surgeon is not able to see past their biases. Yeah. I have heard about that, Polymath. Racism is gross, my God. Yes, it is. It is. Bromine Lucid said, my friend just had FFS and her surgeon was a trans person as well who listened to exactly what she wanted. That's awesome. Now that's really cool. A world where there are more trans people looking out for other trans people sounds really awesome to me. Well, all right, I think we've basically hit on everything with this. If you've enjoyed this segment, please make sure that you subscribe to my channel and leave some comments down below. I thought this video was wonderful. Thank you very much to Lily Alexander. Make sure that all of you send your love over to Lily Alexander's video. I'm gonna link the video one more time just in case anybody missed it. It's right here. You guys can go check that out. And anyway, thank you all for watching Demon Mama, and keep on listening for that signal. All right, well, that's all the segments we've had planned for tonight. How long have we been going? Oh my God, we've been going for six and a half hours. We just crossed the 6.5 hour mark. Incredible. I feel like today was an awesome stream. We still have 430 people here. That's fucking amazing. That's fucking amazing. Our stream has been growing so much. The community's been growing so much. It makes me really happy. I think I'm gonna be streaming again on Thursday. I can double check right now and let you know. Hold on. Okay. I don't know for sure. Because, okay, so on Thursday, I'm having a conversation with Sisyphus55, the person who created The Revolution Will Not Be Live Streamed. And I haven't yet gotten confirmation that I'm okay to stream it. If Sisyphus is cool with me streaming my end of it, then I'll be streaming on Thursday. If not, I'll probably be streaming on Friday instead. But we'll see. Yeah, it should be I'm pretty excited to have the conversation. We've been chatting in email, and it's been a very productive chat in email. Basically Sisyphus enjoyed my reaction to it, which I'm happy to hear because I really tried to be constructive. Even though I disagreed with a lot of the things that were said in that video, at least the second half of that video. I'm quite excited to talk to Sisyphus. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, he wrote me a nice letter. Yeah, he really did. Yeah. Polymath says, I liked your commentary more than Vosh's. He was too dismissive. I try not to be too hard on Vosh for that because, to be fair, the video put Vosh's face in it, which I imagine that if there was a video that was that critical and also put my face in it, I would have a harder time being nice. I would probably be less productive too, which sometimes maybe that says something about the way these videos are made. But yeah. But I do understand. I definitely felt like Vosh went a lot harder on it. But yeah, I kind of get it. Yeah. I've been in them before. Thamino's Pizza. I was in FD Signifiers one. Well, thank you, Polymath. Polymath says, I feel like you're less dismissive even when you are the subject. I do my best. I've had to get better at it. It's taken a lot of practice. I've been at this a long time. You know that in February, that's what, it's October now, so November, December, January, February. 4 months from now will be our 4th year of the Demon Mama stream. That is wild. That is so crazy for me to even think about. 4 fucking years of streaming. I'm just gonna hang out here with you guys for a little bit. This is the hangout portion. I don't have any more segments for tonight. I just want to kind of hang out and blab about whatever for at least a little bit. I am getting a little tired, and I got to be careful about my back, but I want to hang out a little bit. I want to chill. I know a full presidential cycle. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to think about. Oh, man. I've been thinking about it so much. What games have you been playing? Okay, so lately I've been playing Armored Core 6. I've been playing The Long Dark again, which, oh my god, I love The Long Dark. The Long Dark is one of the most relaxing games in the world to me. It's actually incredible how much I love that game. It's so beautiful. Can I show you? Wait, hold on, I can show you some of my screenshots. Let me show you some of this shit. You gotta see this. It's amazing, okay? I wanna show you some of the beautiful screenshots from this game. Hold on. Let me bring them up real quick. Oops, that's the wrong screenshot folder. That's my other screenshot folder. Here we go. Okay, where are they? Wait, okay. Let me bring up my screenshots. Wait. Oh, god damn it. It's not. Sort by date. Here we go. Can I show you just like how beautiful this game? Oh no, why is it doing that? Look at this, look at this. Look at how pretty this game is. Now, if you could see this in motion, I didn't take a video of it, but if you could see it in motion, the clouds were rushing by, and they have, the way that the game's art style is that everything is in like, it looks like painted, like everything is painted. And so the sky is like these moving painted clouds rushing by, and they have the best audio, the best audio design. There's little bird sounds and the wind rustling through the grass, and it's all localized, it's all simulated. So like if you walk by this house over here, you can see there's this little like bluish wood house over here. In this playthrough, this is my main base right here. I've set up in this house, and there's an old broken swing set next to the house. So whenever I'm walking home to my house, you can hear like the jingling of the chains and the old swing set thing creaking. It's so cool. I love The Long Dark so much. It gets scary at times because, you know, it's a survival game, but it doesn't have any zombies or anything like that. Take a look at this one. Look at this shot. Look at this. Beautiful. Look at how beautiful it is. This was when I climbed up to the top of a nearby cliff where there is a, up at the top of this cliff, there is like a fire watchtower. And I have a like sort of little secondary base up in the fire watchtower. It's amazingly cozy. Oh my god, what an amazing, amazing, amazing game. And also, for people who've never played The Long Dark, The Long Dark has been out for a number of years. It's had like a ton of content patches, and it's still getting content patches. Like right now, there is like every couple months they are releasing they did a DLC that's like it's a weird DLC. It was like a DLC that you buy that's kind of like a season pass, because they have these paid but it's a weird structure. Basically, you pay for the DLC and they're releasing it in chunks. And they like keep releasing new zones and new stuff. They just recently added advanced cooking. So now like in the game, there's a gigantic cooking system. They recently updated the fishing system in the game. So there's like 20 new fish that you can catch. God, it's so incredibly good. It's such an incredibly good game. There's like, it's one of the biggest games of its type. I don't know any other game that's like a hard survival game that has as many zone varieties and as much of like a diversity of survival challenges. It's really good. God, it's so goddamn good. It's not really a season pass, Uncle Gumball, but it's kind of like a season pass. They basically charged $15 for a DLC, which you got like the first. Because of they're a small team, they were like, okay, we're gonna release a big DLC, but we also have a bunch of other stuff that we want to release in it, but we're not done with that yet. So you get a big update if you buy the $15 one, and then you get the other ones too. I don't know. It's kind of like a season pass, but not exactly. Yeah, they're a really tiny studio. It's actually a miracle that they've made such a complicated sim. The game has so many incredible sim elements. Like there's like surface simulations, like walking on snow makes you go slower and increases your chances of slipping, which means you could break your ankle. The game is amazing. It's genuinely so incredible. I love it so fucking much. I can't say enough. I'm talking about The Long Dark. The Long Dark, and I usually play the free-form survival mode. The story mode is also really good, but in my opinion, the game really shines in its free-form survival mode, where you kind of pick a zone and then it's just you versus the world for as long as you want to play. I've played it, let me tell you how many hours I have in this game. Hold on, I can tell you. Give me a second. I have 274 hours played in The Long Dark. Oh yeah, Sea of Stars. A lot of people have told me about Sea of Stars. I've considered checking it out. Let's see. I beat Blasphemous 2 recently, which was really cool. I've obviously been playing a ton of Armored Core 6. Armored Core is really good. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Armored Core 6. Obviously, I've been playing Dark Souls on stream, which is cool. I've also been playing I haven't played this for like, I guess it's been like a week because I've been kind of busy, but I've been playing this game, this little tiny indie game called Crop Rotation. Crop Rotation is so much fun. It's an engine builder where you run an automated farm. You play as like the operator of an automated farm, and you basically buy vegetable cards, and it's very good. Do you have Dark Souls VODs? Yeah, if you just search Dark Souls on my channel, you'll find it. You'll find all of them. I think we're gonna put the Dark Souls playthrough on the gaming channel at some point, but I haven't pushed it as a priority, so you can just check the VODs. But I think it would be a good idea to put the Dark Souls ones onto the gaming channel because they've been really successful. People have been really liking them. Oh yeah, by the way, regardless, next stream will be a Dark Souls stream because I really want to play Dark Souls. And we have had a couple, because of the drama that came up, we haven't had a time to do Dark Souls, which makes me sad. So no matter what, I will be doing Dark Souls streams soon. There's a gaming channel. Yeah, Demon Mama Gaming. We don't update it as much as we should because I haven't been doing as much gaming as I should. But yeah. Armored Core 6 is amazing. Best PvP. The PvP is really fun in Armored Core 6. It's super, super fun, and people are pretty chill about it. I'm also really excited about to play Dark Souls 2. I didn't think I was going to be as excited as I am to play Dark Souls 2, but I'm quite excited. Let's see, what else did I play recently? I've been playing, I played a bit of Dark and Darker. I quite like Dark and Darker, but there's some things about Dark and Darker that makes me angry. Okay, it's a rage-inducing game, and it has been having some technical issues because the studio is like a small studio. Zoomy Deer says, whatever happened to the Demon Mama Clips channel, Unsung Hero? Oh yeah, I don't know. They just disappeared one day. I hope they're okay. Dark and Darker is quite fun, though it can be very frustrating at times. It's got a very weird design approach, and some of it makes me angry, but yeah. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Danny. Have you tried Cult of the Lamb again since the update? I'm not gonna lie, I think I need a little more time before I play Cult of the Lamb again. We played so much Cult of the Lamb. Oof. Paige Punk Corp says, would you or have you played Fear and Hunger? It seems pretty spoopy. I have played Fear and Hunger. I haven't beaten Fear and Hunger, but I played a bunch of Fear and Hunger. I really like it. Although, yeah, I feel like, yeah, I really like Fear and Hunger, and Fear and Hunger does a really good job. It's like, its world building and storytelling is like the closest that I've gotten to something like Dark Souls, where it's like told in bits and pieces in such a way that's really satisfying. It's not quite Dark Souls because it has like a little bit more of like a set cast of characters, but I quite like Fear and Hunger. Any thoughts on the Dishonored franchise? Oddly enough, I haven't played the Dishonored franchise. I've been told that I should play them, and I probably will play them on stream at some point, but I've never gotten around to it. I feel like I played a little bit of it when they first came out, and I don't know why I didn't continue playing it, but I've definitely heard that they're good. I've been told that I need to play them, especially Dishonored 2. Yeah, I'd like to do some horror games for Halloween. I want to do a lot more games on the channel. It's just, I don't know. You know, I get caught up with I'm doing my best. I'm genuinely trying really hard to do more gaming streams and to get more people to come to the gaming streams. Because the more people that come to gaming streams, the more financially viable it is for me to do them. I love gaming streams, and honestly, I would never stop talking about politics. I can't. I'm physically impossible. It's physically impossible for me to stop talking about politics. But I do like the idea of being able to do more gaming stuff and being more of a gaming focused creator. I think that like my sense of humor comes out the strongest in like debate reviews, debates, and gaming. Like, you guys get to see the most of me, and we have the most fun, and I get to say funny things and make goofy jokes and talk about random shit and roast you and all that. I really like doing that. So it's just the simple fact of the matter is that, you know, I don't know, less people are willing to give gaming streams a try. They almost always love them when they come by a gaming stream, but for some reason it doesn't draw people to the stream, you know? So I don't know. I'm trying to build it up. By the way, I'm not the only creator. I'm not the only creator who has suffered from this. Basically, everybody in the political space deals with this. Well, thank you very much, Snoogan. I love gaming streams. I'm almost always enthusiastic about doing them. I get distracted by like issues easily, and I also, you know, I want to grow my channel, so I know that I have to. If anything, I feel more pressure to do non-gaming streams than I do to do gaming streams. Gaming streams are fun for me. I fucking love gaming, and I love gaming with you all. But the channel health, to a certain degree, does rely on me doing some non-gaming stuff. So, yeah. Have a good night, A-Pillow. Have a really good night. And good luck on your test. Tonight's been such a I've had so much fun on stream. I'm not gonna lie, the debate stream was so much fun. I had so much goddamn fun. I had so much fun doing that debate. Oh my god, it was so ridiculous and it was so wild how we even got there. But I had a lot of fun with it, I'm not gonna lie. Got a short meme. All right, let's check out the meme. All right, let's check out the meme. Let's see. All right, let's see it. Uh-oh. 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 All right, let's see it.
I sense a strawberry Goku. I don't like that. I'm going to destroy it.
Oh, God. Oh, a little red came out on that one. Oh, I better go with my doctor.
Son, you dyed your hair again. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, that's awesome, Danny. Danny says, speaking of non-politics stuff, on Friday I'm having a sit down about the throne stuff, so hopefully we can look forward to that. By the way, listen, not to distract from the meme, but if you all, there's been a bunch of you who've been saying I need to get a throne account, and let's just say, we've been having some talks, and there might be a very interesting, very unique Demon Mama stream coming up soon where you all can have a lot of fun with me while we do some stuff. No spoilies. Throne is a really, really cool website. It's a website that was designed specifically for streamers. And basically it lets you, it's like, so in the past, streamers used to be able to have like Amazon wish lists where if your fans wanted to buy something for you, they could look at your Amazon wish list and they could buy it for you and send it to you as a gift or whatever, or to help support your channel. Maybe somebody has an Amazon gift card and they don't have cash to donate and support you. So instead they buy you something from your Amazon wish list. Well, you can't do that anymore for a number of reasons. So Throne came up with an idea. Let's make a super secure website where streamers can have wish lists of stuff that they need for their stream or stuff that they want, and fans can contribute to those things in one way or another. It's super fucking cool. It's literally so awesome, and it's 100% private. So if you send something, you can control what I see as far as who it's from, and I can control what you see. Nobody has to like learn each other's addresses. No doxing happens. It's super fucking cool. Super fucking cool. Anyway, we might, no promises, no spoilies, but we might have an opportunity to do something really cool about that, which would be super awesome. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this meme. So we got Strawberry Poo-Poo Goku. Poo-Poo Goku.
The face, Dad, all right?
That's what all the Saiyans say, boy.
No way. I'm gonna keep this for the rest of my life. I'm now blue.
No son of mine's not gonna wear his proud Saiyan locks.
I am now yellow.
You son of a bitch. The color that offends.
I am now white.
He is so fickle. This is ridiculous.
Mr. 16, kill this man. He's no longer my son.
Oh, with pleasure.
Accurate. That's what would happen if you tried to kill Goku. Never try to kill Goku, especially for his hair color. That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. You made the first mistake, which was fighting Goku over his hair color. Big problem. Big mistake. I see a lot of people talking about Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars I've definitely heard good things about. Anyway, thanks for the meme, Mr. Krabs. I can't believe it's not doxing. True! Chainsaw says it's fairly Throne is fairly popular with some circles on Twitch. Yeah, they're really popular. I've looked into them a whole bunch, and I'm getting sold on their viability. They take privacy really seriously, which is awesome. Part of the reason why I've never done like wish lists or anything like that is because I was worried about getting doxxed, but they're really, really good about it at Throne, so yeah. Danny Fallen says, Sea of Stars and Chained Echoes have put my faith back in devs making legitimately great RPGs in the year of our Lord. I heard that Sea of Stars was like most comparable in gameplay to like Paper Mario, where there's like a really active and fun to engage with system. And that sounds awesome to me because I really liked Paper Mario. Or Mario RPG, yeah, Mario RPG, which is built out of Paper Mario. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong game, but I'm pretty sure it's that one. Good night, Sophie. Thanks for being here. It's more like Mario RPG than Paper Mario. Okay. Wait, did I? Yeah. Wait, did I say something wrong? Paper Mario was inspired by Mario RPG. Sorry, I might have just swapped those in my head. I meant to say Paper Mario came from Mario RPG. I really liked Mario RPG when I was younger. It was super awesome. I also really liked Paper Mario. The attacks feel like Mario and Luigi. A lot of the rest feels more like Mario RPG. Well, still, that's pretty good. All right, everybody. Okay, I gotta go rest now. It's time. It's time for me to go rest. Let me see. Is there anybody we can raid into? Is there literally anybody streaming? Nobody ever streams as late as I do, so there's almost never anybody I can raid into. Yeah, it's really awesome, Gayfesh. I'm not kidding you. It's really good. I don't mean to like do a... Oh, wait. Aiko rules. Aiko rules appears... Oh, Aiko's watching that horrible gender panel. All right, we'll do that. Let's... How do I do a redirect? All right, we're going to raid into Aiko. We haven't done that in a long time. Oh, wait a second. Wait. Hold on. Before we go. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I have to do one more thing. I have to make sure I didn't miss any of my donos. Hold on, let me make sure I read all my donos. Hold on, give me a second. Don't leave anywhere. Ren, I did that one. Koopa Shell, I did that one. No, wait, I did. I got everybody. No, Electo with the tier 2 sub, thank you so much. Furcifer with the tier 4 sub, thank you so much. Those were the 2 that I missed. Okay, all right, hold on a second. We're gonna raid into Aiko. So if you want, if you're staying up and you're like, oh my God, I need to, hold on a second. Here we go. Oh no! No! Aiko doesn't have redirect privileges enabled! God damn it! Okay, we're gonna do a soft redirect.
What happens?
Here you go. If you want to go watch Aiko, Aiko's watching a ridiculous gender essentialism panel that I've heard crazy things about. A bunch of people that we know are on it. Go check out, go click on Aiko, go say hi, go send some love. And remember, do not die. I will see you very soon. Do not fucking die. Good night, everyone. Much love and thank you for supporting me. Good night, everyone.